Hi there, my name is Phixfox and welcome back to Heroes of Might and Magic 2. Folks, very excited to come to you here today doing the final in the saga. This is going to be a map from Tundar. Excellent map maker. They've done Spritely, Spritely's Demon, Spritely's Pirates, and now this is going to be the final in the series. Yes, this will be Spritely's King. Chat is filling up wonderfully. We got fantastic people here. Vammy, Xeno Excite, Santapollis, Apixo. Thank you to everybody who's here now. Thank you to everybody that will be here later. And thank you to everybody catching this here on Twitch later. It's always a pleasure to have you. With no further ado, let's take a look at what we're going to get started with here very, very quickly. So this here, beautiful, lovely, wonderful. Standard game, I think we gotta go to XL and we're gonna go down to Spritely's King. Now this is going to be a 6-player XL map. This of course comes to us from the FHeroes2 map editor, and so there might be some nifty little tricks, things that you couldn't do on the original map editors, and also some new logic rules. Of course, the old map editor, if you recall, you could actually kind of break certain placement items. Some people really liked that. For example, you could have a pyramid in the middle of an ocean. Yeah, you can't really do that with FHeroes2 map editor. It makes a little bit more sense there, but I think that it is well made up for with the increased logic and the other things, and so having this be from the FHeroes2 server is a fantastic thing, and I'm always here for it. Folks, we've got a victory condition of us defeating the opposing side. That means that we are going to be up against many enemies, not just one, but many, and that's highly concerning. I'm very concerned about it, but we will have to soldier through all the way. And like with the previous maps, we have a loss condition. We cannot lose a specific hero. This is denoted as being an expert map difficulty, and it says, King Sorcerer Phixie has arrived in the most northern eastern part of Spritely. 5 factions team up to destroy your lineage. We're up against 5 other players. This is going to be a bit of a challenge. Let's see if we are going to be able to get out of this scenario in more or less than 7 hours. Let's see if we can even win this scenario or not. That'll be a bit of a surprise either way. Impossible difficulty, we're going to be up against green knights, red barbarians, yellow wizards, orange warlocks, and purple wizards. We get to choose who we are, but it seems obvious to me that we ought to just play as these sorceresses. Let's see, we had a subscription in the chat. Zapixo, thank you so much, my friend. Hey. If you're not familiar with Zapixo, I am pleased to announce that there's going to be a little bit of a collaboration between me and my friend Zapixo. You're going to have to keep a lookout for that information on his channel, and I'm excited to then get the opportunity to host him in the nearby future as well. So, folks, there's a lot of great things going on in the Heroes Might and Magic community. I'm grateful to be a small part of the Heroes Might and Magic community. So, Zapixo, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the subscription. It's always a pleasure to have you, sir. Hastrika is in the chat. Sup, everyone. Hello, nice to have you there. And Santapollis was talking about they're going to a video game convention in the previous week, indicating that there's vendors. Cool Heroes of Might and Magic 3 stuff there. Tell you what, I feel like Heroes of Might and Magic as a whole is ready for a comeback. We're gonna get there soon, I'm sure. The whole world is gonna know all about it, and we will catch lots of other people later. It's a pleasure to have you all here. So folks, with that being said, with no further ado, let's dive right in. Welcome to Spritely, the protected lands. King Phixie, you've been sent on a mission to slay the forces that challenge your control of the sacred lands. We do have Tundar in the chat, our map maker here, who's going to be along as soon as they possibly can. But I gotta say, we are King Phixie. Who has sent me on this mission? I thought that I'm the king. I choose where I go and what I do. Is there a greater king that I am beholden to? We will see. We've been given some of the local mercenaries, as none of the troops from Spritely could be sent to these lands using the magic to get you this far. This is the first time you've visited this area. Please note this is the 4th saga for King Phixie. Please enjoy in sequence. Map designed by Tundar, Jake McGuff, inspired by Phixfox. I really appreciate having that opportunity there. That makes me happy. Thank you so much. Tavern checks will help you with this scenario. There will be reminders. Now that's important, folks. But do we have a tavern here in this bottom left corner, Spritely's northeast? This is the northeast. Oh, this is the corner. So, one sec. I'm like 2 seconds away from sneezing, I swear. I could feel it coming. I couldn't stop it. So the way that these maps have all worked to this point is that Tundar has made these maps so that they are supposed to fit together in a certain way. And so my understanding is that the very first map, Spritely, that this is now the northeast corner of that. And so we are to the northeast of our original starting position in the first map. That is really, really fun for us. Do we have a tavern? We do. The end of the world is near. Tell you what, I'm gonna have to remember to keep looking for these tavern tips, because I feel like this is gonna be pretty important for us. We can upgrade this town to a castle. This may be the first time we've been able to do this for a while. So Spritelys northeast in the bottom left, we can upgrade it to a castle. There is some sprites in a treehouse, and there's lots of resources here. If only we can get the necessary resources to make this happen. And folks, we start off with Sorcerer, Fixie, of course, 0 attack, 0 defense, 2 spell power, 3 knowledge, 30 spell points, 35 of these centaurs, 5 of these Medusa. Where are my 25 Grand Elves, my 30 Grand Elves, and 150, 175 sprites? I'm used to that at this point, and now that they're not here, I'm a little bit sad. Basic Wisdom, any spells? We got Mirror Image. Now that's an excellent spell to have right off the bat. 25 of our 30 spell points though, we're gonna have to be pretty cautious with how we use this mirror image. To the north I see centaurs, to the south I see sprites, to the east I see orcs, and to the west I see maybe just unicorn tail? Tough to tell, can't quite, oh that's peasants. That's just the sickle side of the peasants to the west. But important to note, there is a Shrine of the First Circle where those peasants are. It looks like just the bottom end of a centaur cave to the north, stables to the east, and then to the south, there's a magic well. So even though we might eat lots of damage with these lots of sprites, this might be the best first fight we could take because, hey, at the end of the day, you fight this first fight, you use your mirror image, and then every fight after this, you're going to get a new mirror image to use. That feels like a reasonable thought process to me. We will see if that turns out or not. And yeah, in general, we were just gonna have to wait and see how this goes. I have no idea. Should we go out of our way for this treasure chest? Not one, not two. Well, 2 treasure chests in a cave before we go south. I think that we ought to. So we're gonna step on this cave. A group of centaurs have a desire for greater glory in which to join us. Do we accept? We sure do. 35 centaurs up to 47. I'm going to step out of my way. I'm going to pick up 1 additional level. And folks, we're immediately going to take the archery. These 47 centaurs are going to be much better. I might as well pick up this treasure chest as well. You notice the stables, and better, you spot some shrines for spells. The army you have isn't what you're used to. But that's not really an issue. We fight on. So we're going to take this treasure chest, we'll pick up the experience instead, and now as we're fighting sprites, let's consider the best option for us. Knowing that we're going to use the mirror image in just a moment or two, I really don't know the best way of doing this fight. The problem is that you can't really cover up the centaurs because they're 2 hex creatures, and so you can't use some of the traditional kind of methods. I think that our very best thing we can do is just use centaurs first, 4-speed creatures, 4-speed with the Medusa and the centaurs. We're gonna get our first shot off with the centaurs. We might wait to cast the mirror image. Mirror image is not gonna be very useful. Let's just struggle with this fight, folks, and then go from there. Openot's in the chat. Hi Phixfox, hi chat. Nice to have you here, Openot. Always a pleasure to see you. Welcome, welcome. How are things going for you? Of course, this is a Friday stream. It always depends whether or not I'm going to get to do a Friday stream or if I'm going to get to do a Saturday stream. This week, absolutely, we are going for this Friday stream. It's just the one that worked out best for me. I've got a wedding tomorrow that my dear sweet wife would like for me to attend. It's one of the best parts about having a dear sweetheart in your life is that you get to be able to always have a buddy. You always get to have a date whenever you go to a wedding. Folks, this is going to cost us 10 centaurs. It says 5 Medusa, only because the mirror image took one of those retaliations. For 25 spell points, it was a bit of a waste, but knowing that we have the magic well right here, I still think that that's going to be fairly useful for me. Did I say hello to Openot? Yes, I did. I wanted to make sure, though. It's very important. There's a lot of wonderful people here saying that they're listening, that they're lurking, that they're spending time, and this is just a fun place to hang out. A centaur greets you and warns you that you will need to take more troops to the wizard town in the north. He tells you that giants defend it, not a scary amount, but be mindful. Okay, we will have to keep a good eye out on that, folks. We hit pick up this magic well. We are back up to full spell points. Now we're up to 40. If we do pick up 1 more bit of knowledge, then we're actually going to be in a really nice spot because then we're going to be able to have 2 mirror images. And with that, that's going to be the end of month 1, week 1, day 1. You get a message from Auntie Fixie. Fixie, Luna has gotten herself into trouble again. This time, the unicorns have gone with her. Oh dear. If you find her, please keep her safe. She still owes me a holiday. It's funny because every single time, well, not every time, but Luna tends to take some amount of our forces with her to wherever she's going to go, and then she gets captured, and then we lose those troops for some times. In the first playthrough, it was the druids, and now it's the unicorns. Very sad. Come on, Luna, do better. Scouting is actually really pretty interesting here. I don't see a jail. I don't see any opportunities to pick up new heroes. So between luck and scouting, I mean, luck is clearly my favorite choice here, but the scouting could be very useful here in the beginning. Could be very useful. So I'm torn here. I'm going to take the luck only because I think that there are some fights that are going to be pretty useful. And look, if you notice, there is a speculum just here to our west. So I'm going to hope that we can get by with this little bit of extra scouting here and go from there. In just a moment though, lots of skeletons. I think that we fight these creatures. I think that we'll take no losses. We'll grab the artifact on the way and go from there. Sante Paula says, beautiful map. I can already see. I completely agree. I think that Tundar does a really nice job with his maps and making them very varied and very interesting to look at. I have said before that whenever I'm making things, back in the day I used to make Ocotillo flutes when I lived in Arizona. I did a little bit with that, and I figured out that whether I'm making spoons out of wood carvings or whether I am making flutes or anything, I tend to struggle because I'll either make something functional or I will make something beautiful. But to make something that plays well and looks beautiful, kind of tough to do. And so I think that Tundar does a good job of doing both there. So Sante Paulus, I agree with you. It's a beautiful map already. A local Medusa approaches you. I am too old to join your forces, my king, but please accept this telescope. May it help you learn our homelands to keep us all safe. I will absolutely take it. A merchant from faraway lands trades you a new invention of his people for traveling supplies. It makes distant objects appear closer, and he calls it a telescope. So already we can see peasants. There's a cave right here. I was gonna go in this area. There's another magic well. There's a shrine of the first circle. Tell you what, there's forces here. Peasants are free forces. This is not a problem at all. They are just free experience. So we're going to fight this fight. We're going to pick up 37 up to 57 centaurs. That's 20 centaurs. And look, tree houses, pack of mummies. I didn't really plan on going in this direction. I'm kind of hoping I can come back out because I'm worried if you can go north, south, east, or west, if you pick the wrong way, as it looks like this kind of sandy cross beach makes it appear, you could go in the wrong direction and then just suffer. So I'm hoping that we are picking the right way, but sight unseen, I'm doing the very best I can with what little information I have. You realize that there are 5 factions teaming up against you. They know of the rebellion, the Demon King, and how the pirates fell to your mighty forces. It is their intention to work together. Well, shoot. Do you think I could maybe go to them and pull some interesting tactics where I bribe them and just say, hey, friends, listen. We don't have to fight. We can be the very best of friends. And if not, I will pay you in gold. Surely gold can grease the wheels of justice here and let some friends want to join us. It sounds correct. I don't know how true that's going to be, though. Opadot says, good evening, or good, everything is fine. I'm just peeking in to say hello because I cannot follow the whole streams, so you will watch them later on YouTube. Perfect. I'm so glad. I think that YouTube is the perfect sort of place that you can watch these. I turn the ads on Twitch down as far as they will go, but all the same, I'm just always trying to make sure that, I would just prefer that we can enjoy these long playthroughs uninterrupted. So Twitch actually is not my favorite for watching these streams later. I always plan on posting these to YouTube as soon as possible. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna attack this big stack here. 6 mummies down to nothing, down to ribbons, absolute nothings. I was hoping that the Medusa would be able to step up. They have failed me very, very much. I am going to assume that these mummies are going to die on a retaliation of the Medusa in just a second. I'm going to try and save these centaurs as much as possible. Geez, this is not good. We didn't have any spells. Our morale went very, very poorly once we picked up the sprites. And the enemies were able to close the gap. I do believe that we're going to win this fight, but still, I just wish I didn't have to lose as many forces as it appears that I am. I'm going to let the centaurs duke it out with these 2 royal mummies, unless there's a retaliation there. And now I've actually got a little bit of an escape route for myself. These centaurs should be able to skedoodle away, and that'll put the mummies into a bit of a position. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, the mummies are going to be able to follow me. There's nothing to be done. Just stand in and deliver. Take your losses. Do the best you can. It's going to be 11 Centaurs, 3 of the Medusa, 12 of the Sprites. So that's actually huge losses. I don't think that those 12 Sprites were worth it. I'm hoping that the rest of these Sprites will be, though. 800 gold. This is going to be up to 20 Sprites additionally. And there are ruins over here, so we are actually getting somewhere with this. But now I'm really saying to myself, look, with no spell points, maybe we ought to head back. Maybe we know that this is here. Maybe we clear out some of these other opportunities. I mean, there's going to be a stables not too far away. There's even a witch's hut. Tell you what, let's go back. Let's go back in this direction. We're going to keep with the poor morale, even though it just cost us dearly. And we're just going to see where this can take us. Oof, not my favorite thing. Openaut asks, are the undead immune to the Medusa's gaze? This is one of those ones where I don't actually know, because I know that you can petrify creatures immune to mind spells and things like that, because it's a different type of spell. And so we've theorized that Medusas are maybe grossly underrated. Yes, you can. You can absolutely petrify them, because I recall in 2 playthroughs ago, that we petrified a stack of bone dragons. So you can, in fact, petrify the undead. So pretty interesting there that there is one thing that can actually stop the undead. The scenery brings a tear to your eye. Ah, Tundar. Yep. Tundar looked at this map and said, yep, I did a good job. It brought a tear to his own eye. You never knew just how beautiful the lands of Spritely truly were. You begin to know exactly what it is you defend as you get to know the people living here. A message from your auntie. Fixie, it seems Luna got herself carving love notes all over the Rest Park area, and that's why she's been locked up. Sir Sandro's here. He bravely ran away, as he says. Another beautiful reference to, to Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Folks, we are up to note 60 spell points, so 6 knowledge, that's 2 casts of the mirror image, and then whatever spell we're going to get here in the Shrine of the First Circle. Very excited for that, but that cost us 1 full day of walking. And then another message from Auntie. You're surrounded by enemies. Our sources say that the economy of the country you are in is very low. We are still searching for ways to find the income to support our armies. Good luck. That's a nice way of putting it. It's just like, hey, this is not going to be great for you. Best of luck. Hope it works out for you. Thank you very much. You're used to not knowing so early on how this fight might go. You worry as you check what your foes are fighting with. You've always started on the back foot. In the past, lots of battle dwarves has been a problem, because if it's 20 battle dwarves, you're fine. If it's 50 battle dwarves, you'll lose. I'm going to play it pretty safe here. I think I'm just going to grab the witch's hut. I'm going to clear out all this, and then we're going to head back up north, because if resources are tough to come by, this windmill might actually be pretty useful. This witch's hut does have a tome on logistics, which I'm very happy to see. Right now, I see no reason to take experience. We're gold. Well, no gold right now, all experience. And notice that earlier, I had the opportunity between the advanced luck and the advanced wisdom. I took the advanced luck before, and yet again, I'm going to keep wisdom on the back burner, just because I think that the combat stats now from luck and archery are going to serve me best right here, right now. Who knows if wisdom could be more useful? For now, we will simply wait. And folks, freeing a virtuous maiden from the clutches of an evil overlord, you are granted a Medal of Valor by the King's Herald, +1 on the morale. Very happy for that. And then one more bit of our experience here. Navigation or wisdom. I don't think I've seen any water on this map at all. I think it's going to be time to take the wisdom. If there is tons of water on this map, I'm probably going to look back at this moment and regret this very sheepishly, in fact. So with that being said, we're going to go back up north, hit the windmill, maybe go through this magic garden for the resources, and just see where this takes us from there. And Vammy says, mummies are so easy to underestimate, but they are quite tough. Yeah, I completely agree. 100%. Yeah, those mummies are, I underestimate them every time, because they are much better than a pikeman or a veteran pikeman, because if for no other reason than the curse ability. Their ability to make your troops all of a sudden do minimal damage. Yeah, very important. And not to mention, their stats are at least as good or better than a veteran pikeman. In fact, I think that they got a little bit more attack skill than the veteran pikeman does. So yeah, mummies are excellent creatures. And then go for the artifact for the morale. Absolutely. We already saw how important that was. Tundar is driving home, so we'll see them in a few hours. Take good care. Zapixo is not a mind control spell. Petrify is a spell, so you can basically petrify anything except for dragons. Perfect, Zapixo. Thank you. I'm so glad that you added that input there. That was pretty important, so thank you very, very much. Vammy says if they didn't leave all that gold laying around in treasure chests, maybe they would have money. Yeah, wouldn't the locals actually be much better off if they could just take the gold and then hire their own mercenaries? Interesting things. Interesting things. Boreaster's in the chat. Hello, Boreaster. Nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you. And folks, we had Sasquatch Royal with the follow a second ago. Sasquatch Royal, thank you so very much for the follow. It's a pleasure having you here as we're playing this map from the FHeroes2 server. Sir Sandro used our magic portal to try and save Luna, and it seems he teleported directly in a jail somewhere in your region. Unfortunately, anyone who travels this way can't bring any troops. Are you telling me that he tunneled into the jail and they said, well, you're already here, and now you're just gonna stay here in this jail? That's such a shame, so sad. He thought he was smart, but really he was foolish. It will be up to you to save Sir Sandro and Luna. At least Luna has been here for some time. Maybe she has some troops. You wonder how many more heroes have been locked up and could redeem themselves. Okay, we're going to be on the lookout for prisons, and folks, it's time that we step on this oracle. Nestled among the trees sits a blind seer. After you explain the intent of your journey, the seer activates his crystal ball, allowing you to see the strengths and weaknesses of your opponents. So remember, this is us as the blue player against green, red, yellow, orange, and purple. These heroes are all combined against us, and this actually brings a bit of warmth to my heart, folks. The fact that all of these heroes are level 1, level 2, level 3, and then they all have base level creatures, this means that there's not some big crazy force of titans or dragons roaming the map just waiting to gobble us up. This means that we are on somewhat of equal footing, and what that means is that our little town in the bottom left, that we're actually going to have to work to get that built up quickly so that way we can match the power of our enemies. So blue, we have the only town. Nobody else has any towns, but everybody else has at least one castle. So everybody already starts off ahead of us. Nobody is going to be fighting amongst themselves. This is going to be quite a tall order, I am sure. So that tells us pretty much everything I needed to know. So we are going to head up to the windmill. +2 sulfur, not too bad, not too bad. We do have the 20 sprites. Didn't want to take these orcs before, but now with these sprites, I think that we can fight these orcs and be pretty okay with it. We're going to step on the magic garden as we do so, grab the stables, grab whatever's here, pack of wolves. I'm definitely not looking forward to that fight, and then we will see where we go from there. Okay. So for this fight, let's do a couple of splits here. Orcs are 2-speed creatures or 3-speed if they're upgraded, so it doesn't really matter where the sprites sit as far as turn order. These are all 4-speed creatures, and so we're all going to get to go before they do. Remember, we do have full spell points, and we're going to find a way to make this fight work pretty well for us. I don't feel too bad, I don't think, about using one of our mirror images. We have 2 of them. We're going to get out of this fight just by losing some sprites. Never mind. We're just going to take our losses. I don't think I can make this fight go much better than the AI is going to, but we will see. We will see. Good luck. Here and there, a little bit of luck goes an awful long way. And I'm actually going to attack here and then here, so that way these creatures, I'm probably going to end up taking a little bit of long-range damage from these bottom stacks, unless these sprites can withstand the damage from 4 orcs right here, and we will see. 2 sprites goes down, 1 full stack goes down. There you go. And that means that the centaurs are going to go to the south with their damage. That's going to kill 1 full stack. Oh no, I stepped right in front of myself, but we do have a haste. I will spend the spell points to have the haste, and we will work on this very top stack. 2 to 3. No, let's not waste the damage. Let's kill some of this bottom stack here. So 1 sprite's going to go up, 1 sprite's going to go down. Still going to be a little bit messy, not the way I prefer it, but the sprites are doing their job. This is what they're here for. Truly, losing 3 Medusa in that previous fight against the mummies, that's probably a bit of a problem. I'm probably not going to realize until later how big of a problem that was, but already I'm feeling the lack of quality ground-based troops. That's going to cost us, it looks like, 14 of these sprites for 275 experience. Was that better or worse than the AI? I do not know. I can't really tell you, but we are going to find our way through. As we approach the stables, the head groom appears, leading a fine-looking war horse. This steed will help speed you in your travels. Alas, his endurance will wane with a lot of heavy riding, and you must return for a fresh mount in a week. We also have many fine war horses which could benefit mounted soldiers, but you have none that we can help. So, could you imagine if the centaurs got a buff from the stables? Your centaurs get +1 morale for going to the stables and being like, oh geez, the stable hands like brushed me out, and so I feel much better. Like my stress levels are better. Yeah, I'm sure that the centaurs would actually really not appreciate being treated like a normal equestrian sort of creature. Anyway, moving on. These wolves are actually pretty scary, but we did save the mirror image for this fight. Like specifically, we saved the mirror image for this fight. I'm going to split the sprites into the 3 stacks. We're going to keep the main creatures alive. But if I lose all the sprites, then this fight later is going to go pretty bad. Then again, Medusa are just that good. And oh look, there are more Centaurs behind. Yeah, let's fight this fight. 2 of the Medusas go down. This is going to go much better with 1 single mirror image. Okay, so here we're going to double the damage from the Centaurs. In fact, I'm not even going to attack with the Medusas. I'm going to try and keep them a little bit, a little bit alive. So 1 sprite goes there, 1 sprite goes there, 1 sprite goes here. And then when this big stack attacks 3 to 5, we kill 1 full stack. It is only the sprites that are getting taken out. That's going to save us 2 Medusas in exchange for the 2 sprites. And we actually still have 4 sprites left for this upcoming fight there. So very good. We have found some Medusas living in the ruins. They are willing to join the army for a price. Do you want to recruit Medusa? Yes, I do. 2,500 gold. I'm glad I have the gold. I hadn't been thinking about it. I've taken experience over the gold. If there's going to be lots of these opportunities for purchasing creatures, it might be a good idea to prioritize some amount of gold in these treasure chests over what I'm doing right now. Do you see what I see? I see an opportunity. This is a new jail. This new jail is an opportunity for us to not suffer. Because with a second hero, my life gets so much better. Let's pick up the Centaurs. You see several gargoyles, and that's something we could use in our army. The missing link, as it were. They could make exploring much safer. I completely agree. Will they join? I kind of doubt it. Oh, I kind of doubt it. I think I can go here and back up before I run out of movement points. Let's just hope that they join. Please, oh please, oh please. Aw, rats. Gargoyles are awed by the power of our forces. They begin to scatter. Do we want to take the losses for the experience? I don't think so. So we're going to let them go, but we're going to pick up this jail pretty soon and hope for the very best. Mushanki Pet's in the chat. Hello, Mushanki Pet. Hi there. Welcome, welcome. For you and anyone else, we are playing Spritelys King, of course, part 4 in Tundar's epic saga. We cannot lose Sorcerer Phixie, but we are about to get a friend. And here on the beginning of day 1 in week 2, that's actually pretty important. Astrologers proclaim this to be the week of the rabbit. Kingdom tax will fall on me. Don't worry, you've got enough to worry about. We have the Mercury, all that we could ever need. Don't worry, nephew, just bring peace to the lands and come home. There will be another reminder for tavern checks after that, and you need to remember. So here on week 2, stepping somewhere that might look like nothing could be something game-breaking. Oh no. Oh no. So is this tavern tip telling me that there are hidden bubbles all over the map, and that if I step on certain tiles of the map that I will have an adventure opportunity, maybe a game-breaking artifact, maybe a game-breaking amount of resources? Does this mean I need to be very thorough in exploring? What this means to me is that if I have multiple heroes from prisons, they're never going to be stopped. They should never stop moving. They should always keep circling around the map, trying to step in new places so we can find something game-breaking. Because you know what? If the map maker wants me to find something game-breaking, trust me, I'm going to do my very best to do so. Basic Eagle Eye, Expert Wisdom, there's no choice here. This is absolutely the Expert Wisdom. We're going to pick up the jail, and let's see what we have here. You see the writing on the jail. Here's Agar, caught urinating in the rivers you drink from. Come all and familiarize yourself with the great Fowler. Should we just leave him in here? Should we just leave him in there? Just be like, you know what? No. 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 You deserve to stay in there. Or should we recognize our great need and fight him? I think that we're going to recognize our great need. And in a dazzling display of daring, we break into the local jail and free the hero imprisoned there, who in return pledges loyalty to the cause. So, Agar. He's got 3 gargoyles. It's pretty big. Any spells? Looks like no spells. Not even a curse. He does not even have a curse, but he's got the scouting and the wisdom. And again, he's got the gargoyles. I'm very happy to see him here. I'm going to send over everybody except for the 1 gargoyle, so he is super fast. And then I'm going to hope that I can keep these gargoyles alive. But I will try and go through the rest of these forces with my main Sorcerer Phixie, just to make sure that there are no problems. So let's fight here. Glorious victory, and we'll do even better than that. Sante Paula says, that jail has a hero with 6 tax liens. I'm glad I didn't see that before you said that. Oh my goodness. Whew, if I had seen that, I might have actually believed you. and that would have been the very worst thing in the world. 6 tax lanes, huh? I mean, at this point though, would you rather have the tax lanes and have the secondary hero, or would you rather just not have a secondary hero? I think that a secondary hero is actually worth 0 income, right? I think that being able to have any income is important. It's good. It stacks up over time. I think that having a second hero is actually even better than that is. So, sounds crazy, I know, but I think I would have taken him even if he did have those tax lanes in him. Mushanki Pet says, I completed it. It's a cool map. I'm pretty sure that that's a reminder for the corners. Aha, I will have to look out for that then. Of course, I go to the corners anyway, but that's an extra bit of information just to make sure that I do. And then Sante Paulus has a very sneaky he. So Sante Paulus, I see you. I see your trickery. You cannot fool me. I understand what's going on here. But I appreciate the banter all the same, all the time, every time. All the time, every time. I do want to go through these sprites. I don't want to keep these 6 centaurs on Agar the Foul, but I do want to pick up these dwarves. Let's see, do you really want a 2-speed creature? That's kind of the question. Do you want a 2-speed creature? Probably not this very second, so I'm going to fight the sprites. I'm probably going to take some losses. Now with 2 6-speed creatures, I can actually do some group formation kind of stuff here. Like this. I should be able to cover up the centaurs anyway. Oh, and look at this. We've even got some really nice... Yeah, look at this. Huh. We got some really nice terrain here. Oh no, the centaurs were actually supposed to be here. If the centaurs were here, it would be absolute cake to try and get them covered up. As it is, tell you what, 1 mirror image plus here. The centaurs are going to go down immediately, but is that going to buy me time? No, it's not going to buy me time, unfortunately. Goodbye to my mirror image trends. And then, wow, this terrain actually is going to be bad because it's going to keep the Medusas from fighting. Not good, not good. If I attack, I'm going to take damage from 2 more stacks, but you got to kill where you can. I'm going to kill. I'll probably lose 4. Yeah, 4 centaurs there, maybe a few more in a moment. Let's have 4 sprites get their free shot off with no retaliation. Doesn't hurt my feelings too bad. And yeah, Phixfox has completely blundered this fight. Absolute blunder. Every single time that you see Phixfox go, it'll be fine. Don't worry about it. It's okay. I want you to remind me of this moment right here, right now, because clearly it's not okay. We can't even get all the way around. Can't even get all the way around. 2 stacks of 9 will kill 1. Medusa are not going to get a good shot off, but at least they're mostly leaving the centaurs alone. 6 and 8 HP. We're going to let Medusa, we're going to let centaurs finish up this fight, and at least we're going to get out of the fight. Skip. Yeah, at least we're going to get out of this fight. 12 and 80. Oh my goodness. No, thankfully it's only 12 centaurs. Again, because the 80 pretend like they matter. They really don't. I know it, you know it, we know it, but we don't want to tell them because we don't want to hurt their feelings. So again, we're going to ignore the dwarves because we don't want to have problems with the speed there. An Orcish witch doctor living in a hut teaches you how to read portents and decipher the intricacies of chicken entrails for +1 knowledge. Very lovely there. And I see a graveyard. This could be an awesome artifact. This could be an awesome artifact. And with another dwarf cottage up here, I'm actually going to continue to go north. Agar, rather than go in this direction, they're going to come on up, hand off the centaurs, and then they're going to help me clear all this out. We're going to have 2 heroes working in tandem rather than send my other hero in this direction. Yeah, so 2 heroes in tandem, that's what we're going to do to make this go much better. And remember, we are looking for 20 wood and 20 ore because we can absolutely upgrade the castle here in Spritely's northeast. Yeah, so we will do that as soon as we can. Okay, moving on. I'm going to actually leave the 1 centaur here. Rather than be super fast, since we're working in tandem, I'd rather have the 3 gargoyles together up here. And then that's going to give Sorcerer Fixie some time to go for these mutant zombies. Should I pick up this treasure chest along the way? Sure, why not? 1,000 experience there. No losses against these mutant zombies. And folks, basic estates or basic eagle eye. I'm going to take the basic estates. I think that that's going to be pretty useful for me. And note that that's actually +1 defense. So very happy with the way we're building our sorcerer hero today so far. 1 attack, 2 defense, 4 spell power, 7 knowledge. That feels okay. We need to be on the lookout for a magic well. The last magic well we had was right over here. So if we can find another one, we're going to be sitting very, very pretty. So let's pick up this treasure chest here. Looks like there's a Shrine of the Second Circle. You gotta get that. I love this map for this reason. First off, the map is beautiful. Second of all, Everywhere I go, there's opportunities. I could have kept going in this direction and I would have come upon the ruins, and it looks like a Shrine of the Second Circle here. So everywhere you go, the map maker has put meaningful opportunities, and as an adventuring hero, that makes the map feel good. I feel good because this map is giving me fun stuff to play with. Up here, halflings, Shrine of the Second Circle, an obelisk? Yeah, I don't feel cheated for having gone in this direction, and I'm hoping that if I had gone in this direction, I would feel pretty much the same. There's no guarantees, but I hope that anyway. A message from your auntie. Fixie, if you can get the seas are full of natural resources. The pirates filled barrels from the south, and they have reached as far north as where you are. We will keep an eye out on that. Heathod's in the chat. Hello, Heathod. Nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Pleasure to see you there. Hope that you're doing very, very well as we pick up our Cold Ray. Yeah, I'm always happy to see you, Heathod. How have things been for you? Hope life is well. And Manny MM is also in the chat. Manny MM are no longer eligible bachelor. I'm very happy for you. I'm not going to say your news again, but very happy that you are no longer on the market. That makes me happy. So it's the little things in life you got to treasure, and I'm very happy that I get to have you here and just happy I get to touch base with you. So yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Santipala says it's nice terrain. The Medusa says, nice terrain, my ass. even with the haste, the Medusa was not able to get around that little terrain section there. And it's very sad, of course, but it worked out ultimately. It cost us 12 centaurs, but we got out of there eventually. Folks, I would love to have one of my mirror images here. I don't. That feels pretty bad, but maybe actually, watch this. So we got this little bit of terrain. We're actually going to use this to our advantage here. I am going to not waste my damage. Yeah. Do you want to try and kill 1.5 steel golems, or do you want to kill 3 iron golems? Yeah, we're going to kill that direction. But if I skip here, step the sprites up to here, then these guys all got to go down and around. Oops. All down and around rather than going up. So that should buy me just a little bit of time. We're going to kill, again, big stacks. We might be able, if we get really lucky with the damage, to kill 1 big stack. Uh-oh. Oh, there goes 4 sprites. I kind of wanted those for later. Kind of did. The enemy's good morale is coming in clutch. 2 more iron golems go down. 7 of Medusa kills 1 full stack there. Let's hope for no more good morale in this fight. 13 points of damage here from this iron golem. I'm just going to use, let's see. I'm going to use the gargoyles to fight this 1 single golem there. We'll step up here. And unless they take 1-2 steps and then get good morale, yeah, there's not going to be any problems. 1 HP left. It cost us 4 sprites simply because the steel golems got 1 bit of extra morale. And in exchange for the sprites, we now pick up the halflings. And so our morale actually stays the exact same here at neutral because of this Medal of Valor. So 3 different alignments. I kind of feel like getting rid of the sprites was actually pretty useful there. And folks, look at this. More dwarves, peasants, wood. We need wood. We know we need wood. Oh, for sure we need wood. Oh, and this is the end. I see a pack of ghosts. I'm done with the pack of ghosts. We're not going to go north any further, but I do see this graveyard, and I'm figuring to myself, look, 15 dwarves here, maybe a couple of dwarves here, and here. I think that we're going to use these dwarves to go through this graveyard, and hopefully we get a really nice artifact. Maybe we get a Battle Garb of Andrin. We've seen that happen once before on the Colossal Caverns map. Maybe we will see it again. Okay. Remember how we were offered navigation that one time and we didn't take it? Because we said, hey, there's no indication that there's even any water on this map. Now we have an indication that there is water on the map because Auntie Fixie has said, hey, Phixfox, if you can simply get into the water, there's a lot of treasure there. I think that even on a main hero, taking this navigation, I think that that's going to be more worth it to me than taking the ballistics. So far at level 10, we've got Expert Wisdom, Advanced Archery, Advanced Luck, Basic Logistics, Basic Estates, Basic Navigation. I think that this is actually a pretty good hero we're building. I'd love to see the leadership, and I would love to see maybe pathfinding. We haven't seen any really horrible terrain just yet, this one little patch of snow down here, but yeah, just maybe, even on this beach terrain, a little bit of pathfinding could actually go pretty well for us. So again, we're not going to go through these ghosts. No, we're not going to go through the ghosts. We will pick up these dwarven forces. We're going to ignore these peasants for now. And we're going to see if Agar can actually make sure that we are as fast as possible. Yes, he can. He's going to take the 2-speed dwarves and even the 3-speed halflings. Oh, tell you what, just take everybody but these gargoyles. And then that way he can be as fast as possible. I do want him to pick up the obelisk and the dwarf cottage on the way out, but let's use our slow hero here to help caddy the slow forces in other directions as often as possible. Folks, this is going to be a map with at least 15 obelisks, it looks like. Look for, well, I mean, look for a witch doctor's hut. I mean, you know, there's one witch doctor's hut nestled amongst the trees. Not quite the one we're looking for. But every time I see a witch doctor's hut from here on out, I think that we're going to have to look at this and go a little bit crazy. A pyramid. There's a pyramid. 5th level spells come from pyramids. And why do we love 5th level spells? It's because they're absolutely game breaking. Could you imagine getting Town Portal from a pyramid and then all of a sudden you get to go home to Spritely Northeast and pick up all these freebies and a sawmill? I've got a feeling, because with the FHeroes2 map editor, you can actually choose what you're going to get. I've got a feeling that Tundar is not going to allow us to break the map like that, but I would kind of like to see that happen if at all possible. I really would. I'm just saying. So for now, I think I'm actually going to keep all these slower creatures back. 4 speed, yeah, 4 speed's going to be okay. Because then we're headed to here. I'm hoping that Agar is actually going to be able to catch up. Yeah, if we go to here, is Agar going to be able to get to there? Yes, I think so. So we're going to be ready to go first thing in the morning. We're going to ignore these dwarves there because 31 dwarves should be enough. We'll take this graveyard and we will roll through some of these other forces, maybe through trolls, maybe for the hypnosis, golden watch artifact. We will see. But so far the adventure is high, but the tactical strategy feels like it's kind of low because we're getting a lot of fun adventure-y stuff, but in the meantime, if we were to step on this oracle, I got a feeling that our enemies are at least up to unicorns and cavalries and trolls and other 5th level creatures, and we are sitting here with just these random things we can find. So I'm liking the adventure, but I'm worried that strategically we are far and away behind where we ought to be. So things that I worry about. We're gonna put the dwarves here. Halflings here, and yes, the one halfling will stay with Agar, and let's just do it like this. Against 100 mutant zombies, this shouldn't be too big of an issue. Is there anything hidden in the tree line? There's not. You tentatively approach the burial ground of ancient warriors. Do you want to search the graves? Yes, I do. We will fight this fight. Vammy says, I swear golems in Heroes 2 always get good morale, and it's always the most inconvenient thing, and it makes no sense. I do like how Minotaurs are hard-coded in Heroes of Might and Magic 3 to always have good morale. Like, I think that that's just fun and cool, right? I don't think that that's the case here, but it could be. Yeah, it could be. I don't think it is, but I'm always interested in those little kind of like what-ifs. You know, what if it was? Who can say? You know, if it is, cool, great, awesome. But is it really? Like, come on, is it really? I don't know. We're probably gonna end up pasting these dwarves in a minute just so they can go down. I wanted these mutant zombies, 1, 2, 3, 4. They can all reach. I was trying to do terrain there. It's not gonna work out too well, unfortunately. But we've only got 7 spell points left, so using the hastes is actually not gonna hurt me. Let's use as many of these dwarves as possible. Let's actually try and keep the gargoyle safe. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're gonna take a step back. I don't want to lose a single gargoyle. In fact, tell you what, let's see if we can get a big shot off here. Kill 3 to 5. And kill 4. No petrify. 1 Medusa goes down. I'm gonna use the Centaurs to start doing damage here just to kind of keep the Medusa super healthy. Like that. And it looks like we don't even really need to use the dwarves to get them hasted. I think that they can just step up and actually, yeah, keep the big stack of Centaurs alive. We don't really want to lose the halflings. We're not going to try to. It might happen, but we're not going to try to. Gargoyles here. I think that 9 is still too many. I still want to save the gargoyles. In fact, I'm going to abandon these other forces, like literally abandon. I am going to haste the Centaurs so I can get that shot off before anything too crazy happens. Because there's 14 here, 14 here. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm guessing that this stack is going to go down. This stack is stuck, and this stack is probably going to also go for the halflings. So if we get good luck, we can kill 1 full stack. Let's hope for good luck, because again, we've got great luck. Yeah, baby, that feels great. Get out of my game. You don't belong here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And because these 14 mutant zombies can actually reach the Centaurs, the Medusa are obligated to peel back. What a good turn. That felt great. Can you feel the excitement on my face? It feels good. They even left the 31 halflings alone. Very surprising. Very surprising. We're going to use them to try and clean up these mutant zombies. And again, I was fine with losing dwarves. Let's let the dwarves do their damage where they can, stay alive where they can. And yeah, let's just hope we don't lose another Medusa. Yeah, no Centaurs lost. That's our new motto. No Centaurs lost. And I'm going to use my last haste. No, we might have a future fight where we need to use the haste. So let's try and save that in case there's a problem later. One more dwarf goes down, another dwarf. It's fine to lose a dwarf here and there. One more full stack goes down to 3 mutant zombies. And folks, that's going to be the fight. 8 dwarves, 1 Medusa, 2,000 experience. We're going to pick up the advanced navigation because we got so many other kind of secondary skills that are kind of meh, kind of mid-tier, and I'm really hoping for a leadership. I'm going to forego the scouting. We're going to go with the navigation. What's the artifact we get? Oh, that's sick. That is sicky tight. Folks, if you can get a +5 attack from a holy hammer in a graveyard, you're having a real good time. This graveyard, mwah, chef's kiss. Absolute wonderful. Wonderful artifact. Could not have asked for anything better. Considering that we could have gotten another speculum, that feels excellent. So +5 attack, we're up to 6 attack, 2 defense, 5 spell power, 8 knowledge. We are a pretty darn good hero, don't you think? Okay. I'm happy. I'm happy. Are you happy? I'm happy. I'm happy. Okay. We're going to have Agar kind of go in this direction. We're going to be able to slide right by. And in fact, I don't know. I don't think any of these upcoming fights are really going to rely on these dwarves. I'm going to send the 2-speed dwarves off with Agar. I'm going to keep the 3-speed halflings and everything else, but 2-speed versus 3-speed, even that 1-speed does tend to matter. Although if I give the halflings over, maybe Agar can actually defeat some foes in this area. He does have a cold ray. I'm going to do that. I'm going to leave Agar with these other troops I don't really love, and I'm going to let Sorcerer Phixie be much faster as he goes back to this main area, onto the new adventure, and Agar is going to start to go up the beach, down the beach, and see what he can find. Whew, good stuff. Good stuff. Sasquatch Royal says, hello there, everyone. Been watching your videos on YouTube, Phixfox, for some time now. Glad I could see you in action this time. Good luck. Thank you so very much. It's a pleasure to have you here. Yeah, we're having fun, and I got to tell you, I loved doing just simply YouTube videos before we came here on Twitch, but one of my favorite things is getting to interact with people during these streams. The hype is real, the fun is real, and so as much as I love to do solo YouTube videos by myself, and I'm going to continue to do those all the time, Twitch gives me an opportunity to interact with some quality folks, and so I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to get to interact with you as well. So hope I get to keep you around for a good long time, and yeah, thank you for enjoying. Really, it does help me out when people say, hey, by the way, I enjoy what you're doing. Keep it up. Like, it does help the motivation to, you know, go out and do fun things like this. Okay, Agar is in a bit of a bind. A pack of war trolls is far too much for these forces to deal with. And it looks like this limits my options here and here. A pack of royal mummies, though, I think that he can defeat a pack of royal mummies. 32 and 23, I think he can absolutely defeat this pack of royal mummies. What I'm going to do is I'm going to split like so. And then this should allow us to step up in front of the halflings before the mummies get here. It's only a pack, so I think that we got this. Yeah, 3 dwarves. Let's see if we can do even better. Bammy says, Dimension Door? Town Portal? Nope, Hypnotize. Oh, there's a gold watch. Do you think that the pyramid has Hypnotize? That would make sense, actually. That would make a lot of sense. I'm going to believe that. Did you not pick up Cold Ray? What's wrong with you? I calculated that you had Cold Ray, Mr. Agar. The foul. The no good, dirty, rotten, ugly, smelly, horrific homunculus. I don't know if I'm saying that correct. And if you're going to insult somebody, you better insult them with every fiber of your faculties. Like, you better make it a good insult, because a good insult is hard to come by, right? I've seen people that just think, you're a silly duty head, that's good enough. It's not. Nope. Words were meant to woo women, and also they were meant to curse your enemies, so that way they knew that you really didn't think that they were all that great. So I've said what I've said. I make no regrets for it. Of course, the line about language being used to woo women, that is from the wonderful movie with Robin Williams, Dead Poet Society. Just in case you were wondering if it was in the back of your mind, you're like, yeah, I know that quote. Where's he getting that from? Dead Poet Society. Good movie, all unto itself. Good movie. I've realized this has been a bad week for 80s kids, by the way. Have you noticed? Notable passings. Ozzy Osbourne. right? I think he was 78. He 2 weeks ago had his farewell concert, raised a lot of money for a lot of great charities, and he's since passed away. So rest in peace to Ozzy Osbourne. Hulk Hogan recently passed away. If you were a fan of the wrestler, right? And Chuck Mangione passed away recently. And a couple of others. This has been a bad week for people that grew up in the 80s and 90s and the 2000s, and you know, some of those staples passing on. And you know, you notice it, you know, when a famous person passes away, but man, when they all hit kind of at once, kind of interesting what it does to you as you're trying to process it. Minotaur growth +5. You were approached by a lone centaur. My king, my family were slayed defending the realm from pirates. Can you help me pay for their burial? You graciously pay what you can. 5,900 gold to help a centaur bury its family? Okay, I'm going to tell you a story that is, I don't know if I should tell it because it's not my story. So I'm not going to tell you who this was, but this is a family member who is one generation older than me. It's not my dad. It's not my dad. And what they determined is that if you are on a farm, life and death is just part of life. Like, that's just part of it. And if you have a goat that dies, you gotta bury the goat if it died in a way that you couldn't like butcher the meat and use it in that way, especially if it's a pet and you don't want to butcher it and eat it. Okay, I get it, it's fine. So if you're gonna bury a goat, you can either dig a hole for the goat or you can dig a hole that is of the outline. As if you were doing a chalk outline of a person, you can just dig that outline of the goat and then put the goat in the hole that way. That was what this family member did. And apparently it is much harder to make a hole that specifically fits the form of whatever creature you're trying to bury, as opposed to just making a circular hole. In case you're wondering, that's the case. 5,900 gold. I think that you could do either a normal hole or you could do your outline, whatever you, 5,900, come on, come on. I'm not bitter, but I am a little sad. Okay, let me get caught up on chat. Toble's in the chat. Hello, Toble. Nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Hey, Toble, I was watching recently your Phixfox shoutcasts the other day. I just want to say thank you for that, because the Phixfox shoutcasts have really been one of my favorite series, and I don't get a lot of submissions. In fact, I haven't had a submission for a couple weeks or months now, but I really liked your submission, and I watched it the other day, so thank you very much. I appreciate that you did that for me that one time. Thank you so much. Hey, Phixfox. Hey, chat. Here to watch some cozy Heroes 2. Is this the closing part of the Tundar tetralogy? Yes, it is actually. This is Spritelys Kings. We're gonna take one quick step back. Oh, we're out of gold because we just paid for Centaurs to... Anyway. And we're gonna pick up 5 gems and go from there. Vexen's in the chat. Hello, Vexen. Hagar is a fake warlock. Is he? Is he fake? How do you believe that he's fake? Help me understand. Folks, Golden Horseshoe, I'm very happy for that. We're up to Expert Luck. Now, that kind of makes the Advanced Luck even better, because now, I mean, Expert Luck, yeah, we should plan on getting lucky all the time. We never did pick up the Shrine of the first circle. Slow, that's a good spell. That's a nice pickup. We're gonna pick up this Windmill, pick up the Magic Well, and then we're gonna have to decide where we go from there. But Hagar is a fake warlock, huh, Vexen? I'm gonna need your thoughts on that. Help me understand. Okay, 1,000 experience, and we're gonna pick up a diplomacy. Oh, geez. Do you want the diplomacy on one of your heroes for sure, so you can get enemies to join you, or do you want the estate so that you have gold slowly generating? Part of getting enemy creatures to join you for diplomacy, part of that is because of the primary stats of your hero. I don't anticipate that Agar is going to get lots of great stats, so actually effectively using diplomacy is probably not going to be as easy as you would hope. Therefore, I am going to take the estates. Although I recognize that picking up the diplomacy there could be pretty useful. Lots of rangers, guard, a water summoning altar, not to mention a couple of watchtowers, Shrine of the Second Circle. This is a good pickup if we can get it, but we might have to go pick up these centaurs before we come back here and deal with lots of rangers. That's a bit of a tall order there. But yeah, Sante Paulus, very expensive burial. Whew. Whew. Yeah. Whew. That's a lot. That's a lot. 5,900. Still reeling over that fact. I just want to note one thing. So, green grass, jungle trees, nice little pond, deciduous forest, and then there's one single rock from the cracked earth right there. That is a fun little placement. That actually adds quite a bit to the beauty and the scenery of this map. Just having this one little cracked earth rock there, that was a very purposeful decision. These don't just pop up out of nowhere. I like that our map maker went out of their way to make sure that they put that in there. Have you noticed we're up to the point where we can actually use the Xanadu? I'm gonna go get the Xanadu. You dimension doored a very long way, and you have no bearings and no obvious way to the seas. That's the advice, reach the seas. But honestly, which way is the best way? I don't know. But I do know that picking up a bless spell is pretty good. And there's a sign, and therefore I must pick it up. Welcome to Spritelys Springs, the most relaxing therapy one can enjoy. Thank you for not littering. You got it. And I will not pee in your rivers like somebody I know as well. Take a historic trip down the lair and see the tale of how King Phixie slayed the Demon King. That's so cute. Oh, look, and Sandro and Luna were here. That's adorable. Of course, they are the lovebirds, and Luna became a necromancer just so she could kind of match her love. Look, there's another pyramid. So we got one pyramid up here, one pyramid down here. Thankfully, this is not going to be too far out of our way, but we did get the expert wisdom. We can't defeat 20 vampire lords yet, though, so we still got a long way before we can actually do that. But for now, I'm just kind of interested in that. We're not going to enter the demon cave. We're just going to path through. I think I am going to pick up the demon cave on the way back, though. Once we pick up these centaurs, this is going to be 30 centaurs. It does give us poor morale, but I think the range damage is still better than the alternative of not having that. I'm going to ignore centaurs here. Artifact, which one of these? I can't believe that we didn't pick up. There it was, the cold ray. We were up here. Agar was so worried about being over here that he bypassed this cold ray. That is going to cost us. You absolutely would have gone out of your way just a little bit. So a bit of an error there. And yeah, there's treasure. I mean, maybe we don't even go to the demon cave just in case the earth elementals are too strong. We're gonna go south from this point rather than go here. If we can pick up some other water elementals or anything else, we're gonna be in a better spot anyway. Observation tower, that feels like south is actually a good way of going. So Agar's actually done himself proud. Even though he's not gonna take out all this anytime soon, he's still doing himself and myself a really good job. So 2 heroes, worth the gold every time. A message from your aunt. Phixie, it seems the elementals have been locking up heroes all over the area. If you can rescue some of the more powerful heroes, you could recruit some powerful friends. I will do my best. And we catch a leprechaun foolishly sleeping amidst a cluster of magic mushrooms. In exchange for the freedom, they will guide us to a small pot filled with precious things. 500 gold, lovely. And lots of pikemen. Remember, we got full spell points, so this is not going to be too big of a fight. I'm going to put the gargoyles to the bottom. Single stacks, go. 1 centaur lost. I'm not even going to fight the fight. We're just going to accept that. That's perfectly fine. And then the butler admits you to see the master of the house. He trains you in the 4 skills a hero should know. +1 attack, +1 defense, +1 spell power, and +1 to the knowledge. Interesting to go here for the cave, but there's more interesting opportunities up here. So we're going to ignore the mutant zombies here to the west. We're going to go to the north. Finally, folks, we're going to go through this horde of centaurs. But before we do, we are going to finally use these 3 gargoyles to help this fight go even better than it otherwise could. You see centaurs and sprites enjoying each other in the water. You don't see any obvious best routes, but you certainly want to explore them all. Yeah, this is definitely an exploration map, and it's very, very fun. Okay, so let's make this happen. Santipaula says, I think it would be good to adapt the pyramid to different terrain types in the FHeroes2 editor, so that way it's not simply on the desert tile set. I think that would be a great idea because it's an adventure map object that it's the only way you can get 5th level spells, and therefore there's really no there's nothing else you can do. Like, you have to have it. It's a must-have on many maps. Recently it was actually requested from somebody, I forget who, but someone requested, they said, look, I would really appreciate it if I could have a 4th level spell shrine. And I thought that that was a great idea. Oh, it might have been Tundar, actually. It might have actually been Tundar who said, hey, I'd really like the 4th level spell shrine. Can we get that? I think that there's some opportunity for new things. Right now, I think that the FHeroes2 team is absolutely still in the position where they are trying to add just the basics back to the game. They're not trying to do too much. They're not trying to adjust the game. Breaking the game and making it simply their balance changes and their objects. It's not really the goal of the FHeroes2 project at this time, but in the future, it might be easy for them to have like an FHeroes2 edition where it says, hey, here's base level game, and then here's these other editions. I could see later editions having the addition of a 4th level spell shrine. I think that would be very interesting. Very interesting to have the opportunity to have a hero pick up a Berserk or a Chain Lightning and so on and so forth. And likewise, with the Pyramid being the only way you can get a 5th level spell, I think it would be better if it wasn't simply Desert Tile Set. So I agree with that, Sante Paulus. I think that's a great idea. You notice the 2 witches' huts. We'd better gather the skills required to get a foothold on these wonderful lands. Oh no! I've only got 2 slots left. So there's this one to the south with logistics. I think I'm gonna have to trust that our map maker doesn't want to mess me up and actually wants us to get good quality secondary skills. And so because of that, we are going to go pick up the witch's hut as soon as we can, but this could be, I mean, we could disagree on what a good secondary skill is. I hope that we don't. There's no indication that we don't. So for now, I'm just gonna continue on. I will pick up this artifact real quick. An icicle withstanding the full heat of the noonday sun attracts your attention. Intrigued, you break it off and find that it does not melt in your hand. The reason why I didn't want to pick it up is because I can't actually use it right now, and maybe I could have my other hero swing by and grab it real quick. I'm going to pick it up just in case. Just in case. Hopefully we don't lose this hero to some other enemy. That would be probably the worst thing. Lots of battle dwarves. Even if it's 50, we should still be fine. No, it's 30. 1 centaur lost seems just fine to me. A gargoyle that looked petrified starts moving on the beach. You approach the creature and ask what happened. Apparently, there are lots of angry Medusa in the area. Okay, we will ignore them. 1500 experience, we'll take it. We're going to ignore the ballistics, we're going to go for the archery, and let's see what this witch's hut has for us. Archery, perfect. I don't feel too bad then. I'm glad that we agree that archery is actually really, really good on this map. So very good. Might as well path through the magic well right now. And do we want to go for this artifact? I can't quite tell what this is, but this is the Pendant of Serenity, the Serenity Pendant. Preventing Berserks. I do want this artifact, and I might want this artifact. Is that a Dragon Sword for +3 attack? I can just barely make it out through the tree line. If that's +3 attack, that's going to go really nice with my Holy Hammer. So therefore, it's worth going through Griffins and Unicorns. Let's make this fight happen. Okay. The artifact under the unicorns is a +3 sword. Yeah, Vammy says. Okay, good. I'm glad that my eyes do not deceive me, because sometimes they absolutely do. And when they do, I'm having a real bad time. And when I'm having a real bad time, everybody's having a real bad time. Okay, I've got an opportunity. We're going to go like this. We're going to go, let's see. 1, 2, 3. And then when we mirror image, it'll mirror image over there. Hopefully it'll go... even if all it does is avoid Medusas taking 1 more round of combat, I'll do it. I just don't want to mirror image from here to here and then have the gargoyle not be able to step in front of the centaurs. So not my favorite, because we're going to lose a couple more Medusas than we otherwise would like to. I could just give 120 points of damage for 6 spell points. I guess that'll kill a whole stack of griffins anyway. What am I doing? If you cast the... Yeah, if you cast the mirror image, you're just trying to get 5 griffins to attack someone else. How about you just kill 5 griffins? Seems pretty obvious to me. So we'll do that. And then do we lose Medusa? No, we do not. They're too tough. They're too strong. They got too much oomph. They're a little too je ne sais quoi, as the kids say. There we go, folks. All the griffins are gone. 475 experience. It's going to be 700 gold, 1400 total, not to mention another 900 on top of that. And then while this fort, Freeman's Foundry, while the Freeman's Foundry is did you see that? What is that? Why does that say fort? Folks, do you see a mystical fort? Did we find a bug? There's no fort that'll give you a +1 defense. There is a Freeman's Foundry, there is a gazebo, and unless my eyes are cheated by some spell, this fort is incorrect. So I think for the first time in a long time, we've actually found a bug. Very cool. Glorious victory. I'm going to lose the 1 Medusa. No, there's a magic well right there. We're going to cast the mirror image, and that's going to save us even 1 Medusa. So let's do mirror image. Let's go full defense, full defense, full defense. And I think I can actually just hit Q to end the battle right here, but I'm just going to babysit this fight a little bit more. 4 centaurs at a time. 2 to 3 of the unicorns here. We killed 2. Take a little bit of retaliation there. Not too bad, not too bad. I'm gonna even haste the top stack of the Centaurs. Killing there. And skip, skip, skip. Dead, dead, dead. Despite our best efforts, we could not prevent losing a single Medusa. Very sad. Okay, and we will take our prize, the Dragon Sword of Dominion, for the +3 attack skill. As you are walking along a narrow path, a nearby bush suddenly bursts into flames. Before your eyes, the flames become the image of a beautiful woman. She holds out a magnificent sword to you. That's +3 attack, and that is a real good time. We're gonna go for this Pendant of Dispassion, or rather the Serenity Pendant. The sounds of combat draw you to the scene of a fight between an old barbarian and an 8-headed hydra. Your timely intervention swings the battle in favor of the man, and he rewards you with a pendant he used to calm his mind for battle. So we are now immune to the Berserk spells. That's one of my least favorite spells to be on the wrong end of, and so happy to go out of my way for that. As we go into the swamp here, Agar notices. We look at the dank swamp and think carefully before embarking on the slow, stinky mess of trek. Perhaps there's no looking back now? I mean, look at that gold on that pyramid. Hey look, a fort. Hey look, a fort. I'm so confused. Okay, we are gonna go into the swamp. 1,000 gold here. And we can actually get to the water summoning altar. That might be enough to go here, go back to here, have very poor morale, pick up orcs. Yeah, we might do that pretty soon. Again, observation tower, I do want to go there. Yeah, but that'll be after we've finished whatever we can in here. Okay, the adventure continues to expand. Santipala says we could have, for example, South American style pyramids for grass, swamp, and dirt terrain. That'd be so cool. Would the pyramids have different guardians? Would they be undead guardians every time? Because like if it's American style pyramids like with grass, swamp, and dirt, like I could see Medusas guarding that pyramid, right? That'd be super cool. That'd be really cool. Yeah, if it's cracked earth, like maybe you have like nomads, maybe like 1,000 rogues or something, you know, like something crazy. Yeah, you could do something for each tile set and they could have different guardians. That is an opportunity that I hope somebody takes in the future. So that's a great idea, Sante Paulus. Good stuff. I like that. 1,000 experience here. And the Freeman's Foundry is actually impossible to reach. Kind of impossible to reach. That's okay. We'll come back later. I will forego Magic Well for a moment there. You know what? Lots of pyramid. 100 centaurs. 100 centaurs is a lot, but that's still not good enough to defeat the undead. Even with the slow. Even with the mirror image. Yeah, still not enough. So we're going to bypass this Magic Well for now. 1,000 gold through the gargoyles. We're going to let them run because I don't want to actually have to defeat them. We will go step on these skeletons. Wow, we're going to lose some forces? I think not. Furry warriors like the fortress in Heroes 3. Yeah, I could see that. Oh, Fury? Furry? Who's the furry warrior? Like lizard warrior? I like the idea. I'm not too sure what the idea is. It'd be really actually kind of nifty if you could have the first instance of like a Gorgon from Heroes Might and Magic 3 and Heroes 2, like in a pyramid. I think that once modding gets online for FHeroes2, I think things are going to go absolutely crazy. Like absolutely insane. In fact, I think I saw the other day that somebody, they did something that I wanted and they went into the source code and they made the view all spell so you could actually zoom in close enough to actually tell what's going on. Me, with my poor eyesight, I just can't really tell what's happening. And so it's kind of rough for me. Leadership, Agar, good. And so, I struggle with that spell. I think that somebody else actually found a way to adjust the source code, or they used something from another build to put that in there. And if that can be done right now, imagine what can be done when full mod support is actually ready to go. That's gonna be sicky tight. That's gonna be super cool. I'm gonna love that. Okay, we're gonna continue north. Hope we can find some other troops and then come back for the pyramid in a little bit. Another 1,000 experience here. These dwarves should be super dead. But not at the expense of these gargoyles. That's a little too much. Oh, like the hyena warrior. Oh, yeah, the gnoll. Sante Paula says the gnoll. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I think that'd be really cool. Like some of the little pygmy friends. Right? That's kind of what I think of when I see, when I'm thinking like the South American Temple Guardians. Of course, my favorite instance of Pygmy Guardians in any media is probably from The Mummy 2, when they're going in there in the jungle and the little pygmies end up causing hate and discontent. It's kind of fun. Oh gosh, I hope that that's not like offensive. It's probably not. Sorcerer Fixies gained a level +1 knowledge. Diplomacy. First off, knowledge, not too bad because that's more spells. The diplomacy though, folks, the whole game changes when you have diplomacy. When you have diplomacy, the whole game changes because now we can get gargoyles to maybe join us. Do we have enough gold? Nearly 10,000? That might actually be enough. We might be able to get these gargoyles to join us. There's a black cat. Yeah, Vammy, I see, just with his little blinking eyes here. I don't think I need to trade luck for morale just at the moment. But that makes this golden horseshoe actually really valuable. Even if we get the expert luck, that means we're still gonna have +1 luck even after we go to a cat. So that's kind of interesting. I wonder if morale actually plays into whether or not creatures want to join you or not. What I'm gonna do is this, well, you see another shrine for magic. You could use some more spells, that's for sure. A local sprite also approaches you. Could you look after my lucky rabbit's foot? It's the least I can do for my king. Folks, at this point, the black cat's actually super useful because we're gonna have a -3 modifier, and that means that we're still gonna have plus luck, easy peasy, and we're gonna have max morale in just a moment. I'm gonna take the gold here in hopes that these lots of gargoyles are gonna wanna join us, but let's step on this black cat first. You come upon a great cat, purring as it rubs against your leg. Charmed, you reach down, but it bites you and flees. At least the laughter at your misfortune lifts your troop spirits, so we got some bad luck in exchange for some good luck, or rather good morale, and so the -2 luck is actually just fine. We still have great luck, and now we have blood morale, so pretty nice there. So yeah, let's go see if these gargoyles will join us for a price. 1 wood? We just picked up 1 wood. We now have 2 wood. That's 2 wood. I think Tundar did that on purpose. Folks, you can decide how many resources are in a pile. I think Tundar allowed us to get not 1, but 2 patches of wood so far, both for 1 wood each. That's lame. that's lame. Centaurs, math with Phixfox. I'm not good at math, but you know. Not 1, but 2. Okay, lots of gargoyles. Let's see if they'll join. Yay! A group of gargoyles have a desire for great glory, wish to join you. Do you accept? I sure do. That was 27 gargoyles that just joined. That's big. That's huge. That is massive. 30 gargoyles total. I mean, that might actually be enough to take this pyramid if you really want it. I don't know if we do, but we might give it a shot now. Another 1,000 experience. There's a town. Folks, we got a new heading. We're going to pick up a new spell. View resources. I'm actually very happy for that. We're going to cast that in a second. We're going to run to Wish Town. A couple of giants. Oh, that's right. We were told that there was giants to the north. Here is that castle with several giants. I think that we can beat them, especially when we have 53 spell points, but still very excited to take this. We're not going to take the watchtower or anything else. We're going to grab this, and with our blood morale, we're going to be very happy for this fight in just a moment. Very good. Very good. And then let's see, 1,000 gold, 500 experience. We'll take the gold. We're going to take these forces in just a moment. Whoop. Crystalline structures cast small shadows over a pool of reflective water. You peer into the pool and a face that is not your own peers back. It asks, would you like to call upon the powers of water? Yes, I do. 12 water elementals. Now, even though we're probably going to lose most of these forces, these water elementals are actually enough for me to take out these elves. That's another jail, that's another hero, and that feels pretty good. So 23 and 11. I don't think I can fight this fight any better. I don't have any spells. I'm going to accept these losses. Take the Centaurs, maybe? Oh, Centaurs? They might join us too. Although we did just spend all of our gold. 9,600 remains. We will see. But folks, in a dazzling display of daring, you break into the local jail and free the hero imprisoned there, who, in return, pledges loyalty to the cause. That's going to be a new hero. This is... there he is, Sandro. Sir Sandro the Necromancer. Look at these stats. 1 attack, 10 defense, 10 spell power, 10 knowledge. He is instantly a fantastic hero. He's got no spells on him, but he knows where a cold ray is, and with the leadership, even though he's got some of these undead troops, this guy is instantly a force for good. He's probably going to learn necromancy as we level him up. That's just fine for me. And so should he go this way? Should he go this way? Should he go this way? I think I want him to go pick up this cold ray as soon as possible. I think that he's a better hero than Agar for sure. So we are going to send all these forces over. We're just going to do a full swap. The undead can stay with Agar the Foul. the Falcor, and then I will have Sandro. Let's see. Oh, there's so many halflings. Elves, though, it's a little much to deal with. We are going to go back up. We're going to go up this direction. We're going to clear out all these forces. We're going to clear through here. Is that best, though? That's going to take many, many days. Otherwise, you could just break into this area through wolves and such. Halfling hole. I know I want Agar to go over here. I want him to get this observation tower. Maybe we'll come back for this later. I'd love to go pick up this cold ray. It's so far away. Even if you go in this direction, that's still 8 days, and then you got to go 8 days back because you don't want to go through a pack of ghosts. A pack of war trolls is a lot. Yeah, I think that there's more things over here we can do, and so therefore we're gonna go through the swamp. We're gonna get out of the swamp. Can we defeat these forces here with these wolves? Lots of wolves. It's actually a bunch. We got 10 defense though. The 10 defensive stats is actually a bunch. Let's combine the water elementals. Let's do a single stack of the dwarfs. I think I'd prefer to keep the centaurs alive as much as possible. Yeah, and let's do this fight. It's not gonna be great though. Yeah, 19, 1, and 3. I think I accept this and lose the 19 centaurs and get out of the swamp first thing in the morning. Cool. What a big turn, and yet a bigger turn on the morrow. A second town here is our goal. Month 1, week 4, day 1. It's been a month of exploring and we have still not made ourselves a castle. How did you know, Tundar? We need to decide on a direction and take a castle from our opponents. I thought I was. I guess I'm not really going anywhere fast, that's for sure. But hopefully we can upgrade Wish Town. Then again, upgrade it with what? 2 wood and 0 ore? That is a bit of a problem. Okay, on we go. Luckily, giants are exactly that, giant. That's not a large army. We have mirror image. At least that's what you tell yourself. Yes, I do. There's 15 of them. Uh-oh. This terrain is nice, but the rest of this looks pretty bad. I don't like this. We will see how this goes. Vexen says Sandro is always great. I completely agree. 1000%. And then Zarfal's back in the chat. Hello, Zarfal. Nice to have you here. Hey, thanks so much for your input, by the way, on the Phixfox Discord, talking about the value of the Sorceress faction and whether or not they could be as good or better than barbarians and knights in the early game. I thought that was a really good conversation. I appreciated you bringing that to the Phixfox Discord. Thank you very much. And Santa Paula says, by the way, I forgot to reflect on that text that centaurs and sprites are enjoying each other. I kind of tried to speed past it because I was embarrassed because I didn't know exactly what they meant by that, but yeah, I know what you're saying. That means sprites prefer... So we've got this fight with 30 gargoyles, 7 Medusa, 129 centaurs, 15 giants. Folks, my goodness. I think that the very first thing you simply must do is you gotta slow the giants. I would love to do a mirror image right off the bat. It's not gonna help anyway because the rocks are gonna jump down. The boars, the rocks, the halflings, we will deal with them when we can, but everything else right now is a big no. In fact, to tell you what, if these giants are slowed and go 1-2, I can go kill these halflings. I'll kill 5 boars. When the halflings attack, I will retaliate against them. Oh, sweet. Nice. That was just about perfect. We killed 1 to 3 giants. We killed 2. Okay, we're gonna win this fight, but man, if you didn't have that slow, this fight actually feels kind of impossible. We are gonna do the 1 mirror image. I think that's totally gonna be worth it, even though these guys are slowed down. That's gonna be 2 more giants go down there. With our mirror image, we're gonna kill another 2 to 4. That's another 2. Easy peasy, very good. And the losses are not gonna look just great, folks. These losses are flawless. The losses are flawless. 6 centaurs, okay. Flawless, maybe not flawless, but that is still pretty good. 3,000 experience, 15 giants, we will take it. And folks, our last secondary skill must unfortunately go to ballistics. I would still rather have ballistics than eagle eye, and yet here we are. So, ballistics it is. Very fun fight. Did you notice, by the way, the mirror imaged centaurs are able to get good morale? We just saw in that fight, it just proved it. So if you're wondering about the value of things like morale and luck, if you got your mirror image, there's some additional opportunities there even. So very cool to just kind of see that in action. In case you were wondering, I might have wondered that myself. It's just nice to see the answer unfold before us. Folks, we are here in Wishtown. 13 steel golems are available, not to mention 35 of the halflings. And this castle is upgradable, but again, we lack the resources. I think we don't want to mess around with our morale too much. I think that we will leave everybody else here. I mean, 13 steel golems, that's actually probably enough to take this pyramid. Let me think about that. And Vammy says, time to put those great pursuit skills to the test. Aha. By the way, yeah, if you didn't see that video, I know it was kind of long. On the second replay, you can probably finish the whole scenario in about 30 minutes if you know the tips and tricks to win each of the little puzzles. But what a fun puzzle map. I love it very, very much. So yeah, the Great Pursuit puzzle map. When you see 15 giants and you're supposed to beat them somehow, that feels like a puzzle. Vexen says, missed the opportunity to get the orcs too. There are 2 towers. So 2 towers plus the centaurs. And so yeah, actually, and then you got the black cat here. So you can actually turn your luck into the morale necessary to make this fight. I think that the opportunity for a 5th level spell is too great. Vexen, I think that you're right. I think we're gonna clear out this little area. Not to mention, maybe some more steel golems join us there. Plus these guys. We're going to do that. We're going to take the steel golems right now. They are 3 speed. They're going to slow us down a little bit. And do we take the halflings? No, because the orcs are going to join us. Let's use them for this one upcoming fight. So centaurs, do they join? 2,700 for 12 of them? I really don't like that, but it's only 2,700 gold. It's only 2,700 gold. I'll accept it. Begrudgingly, I will accept that ratio. Pick up 2,000 more gold there. 135 centaurs up to 164. That's pretty nice. Folks, is this somewhere I should step? Tundar had said that you must step in random places to find random free stuff. I was hoping that this one little area would be something fun to step on. I'm very sad that we didn't find anything, but I'm glad we tried. Okay, Agar is going for the observation tower. Sandro is back onto dirt where he likes to be. He's going to pick up the 1,500 experience. Do we take the necromancy? I think you have to. He's going to get it offered again and again and again and again because he is a necromancer. I think you have to do it. But you do take the wisdom over the advanced necromancy, I think. So basic, 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 basic. He's a pretty basic kind of guy, but he's doing okay for himself. So you spot the rocks flying around the shrines. You realize the opportunity. Some new spells to show off to your troops might distract them from petting cats. Yeah. Every single time I pet that cat, I get bit. You'd think I would know better. Another observation tower. Very, very good. I don't know if we can go through lots of zombies. I don't know if we can really go through a pack of rocks. But with these sprites, I think that we can roll through halflings. We can get centaurs. We can take all these forces and maybe get more centaurs. Yeah, we're going to make this work. But Sandro is still hoping that he can find a really nice spell. Maybe this Shrine of the Third Circle is exactly what I need to make sure life goes much better for me. So let's do that very, very soon. Zarfall says, vampires can't steal life from golems, right? Good choice. They can. They can. Vampires can absolutely steal life from golems. It's one of those things that makes no sense. Like, it shouldn't work like that, but it does. So yeah, the steel golems, they're actually still going to be able to have the life stolen off them, but they're still hardy troops. They actually pump out a reasonable amount of damage. They're actually not too bad. Not too bad. I'll lose the 1 gargoyle here. I could totally avoid losing 1 gargoyle. It's more about saving time than anything. And that feels kind of bad sometimes. Earlier, I had supposed to myself, I had a conversation, I forget who it was, but I've had the thought for a little while, should Phixfox turn off auto battle? Should I just keep it on manual battle all the time and then go to these fights and then fight them myself? So that way I can determine whether or not I ought to actually like hit Q or not. Because from this point, if I just want to accept like an auto battle, it just costs me 3 seconds to listen to the battle music and get loaded up into the battle. I can hit Q and end the battle from here. I totally could. And that way I avoid the unpleasantness of having to actually like see a little bit more information than I otherwise should. For example, every single time I fight genies, right? I get a little bit more information than I should. Do I accept the losses when I can tell that a genie stack didn't half a stack? Do I play differently when I know, oh, you're going to want to shield your stack of dwarves because the enemies are all going to key in on them? Like, there's a lot of information you get when you get that auto battle. But at this point, the trade-off is that there's an awful lot of speed, right? Being able to kind of just like speed through a map, there's some value in speed, right? So even when we saw earlier that we lost the one gargoyle and I just accepted the losses, is it worth the time to fight the full battle just to avoid that from happening? It's tough to say, right? It's really tough to say because time is money. Time is as valuable of a resource anywhere as it is here in Heroes of Might and Magic. And I've only got so much time to stream. I only get to stream 1 day a week if I'm lucky. Sometimes I don't get to stream once a week. So the time we spend here is pretty precious. And every minute of time I spend away here streaming, that's 1 extra minute I'm not with my kids. So these are things I think about. So for that reason, we are actually going to turn this back on to auto-resolve with no spells, because the negatives of being able to have more information than I ought to have is not enough to get me to stop due to the time. The time matters just that much. Folks, we went from 13 steel golems up to 30. That's 17 additional steel golems. That's awesome. I think that that's enough. We're going to go for this pyramid. We might take some losses, and I don't even care. Oh, by the way, few resources. Whoa. Enemies here. Enemies here. Enemies here. Enemies here. Enemies here. Wow, there's resources everywhere. There's some wood in this area, some wood in this area. Wood? Okay, so there's lots of wood in here. I'm guessing that this is a sawmill. I think that I want Sandro to actually go in this direction to try and find myself a sawmill. Do I see 3 patches of ore anywhere? Okay, I see lots of gold in a row here. This looks kind of nifty. Okay. 2 patches of ore together there. Sawmill probably there, gold mine maybe there. I'm trying to use this to determine if there is an ore mine anywhere nearby, because if I can find ore and wood, I'm good. This is absolutely going to inform my decision about what I do with Sandro, but everything else, we'll see from there. We will see. Okay, nothing else looks pretty obvious to me just in my immediate area, and so we shall move on. Okay, interesting stuff. Oh, Vexen. So Sandro's actually got the plus on the Necromancy. He's got the plus bonus in Necromancy. Does he? How do you mean? Help me understand. And then Bambi says, vampires can drain golems. Heroes 2 is about the only fantasy game that you find that. Yeah. Hey, and should it work that way? I don't know. You could say one way or the other. Should it work that way? Meh. Maybe. I don't know. I'm just a guy just trying to live my life in this heroes world. Okay. I think that we're not going to go for the plus. This is maybe 2 levels because we're close enough. 800 experience away from level 4. Do you care about the losses from the gargoyles? When I'm about to fight these other more meaningful fights, I think I'm going to go in this direction like this. Oh, by the way, Swordbreaker, that's an excellent artifact guarded by a red dragon, it looks like. Just the tail end of a red dragon. And then did I see... thought I saw something that made me think. I saw the artifact there and I wanted to know what it was. And I thought I saw something else that was just barely out of reach that was interesting to me. Oh, ore. I was looking at the ore. I saw 2 patches of ore there. That's about all I know, though. Okay, we're good. We're good. Moving on. Zarfall says, maybe there's a little dude in the golem controlling it. Yeah. It's magic. I don't got to explain anything. I like it very, very much. Okay, remember we do actually, before we fight this fight, we want to trade the luck for the leadership. So the cat once again bites us. We're up to +2 morale, which is actually really good considering we were going to be -1. So +2 and then +2 luck. We're going to fight this pyramid. And is there any adjustments we want to make? Probably not. This is just going to be a little bit gross. Yeah, this is going to be a little bit gross, but we're going to make this work. Yeah, we'll make this work, just like that. You come upon a pyramid of a great and ancient king. You're tempted to search it for treasure, but all the old stories warn of fearful curses and undead guardians. Will you search? Yes, I will. Glorious victory and the losses actually look really great. I'm anticipating using a slow. A slow on one of these stacks of vampires is actually going to go an awful long way for me. More so than the value of a mirror image, I do believe. So let's do the slow. Let's try to make sure that the vampire goes to here. We'll get there. We'll get there. Perfect. Blah. And then with 3 to 6, we can kill 3 to 6, and I'll take the retaliation. That's okay. We don't usually do this, but we're going to do this at this point. And with the Medusa being able to step up into this little crevasse here, that's actually going to prevent the different routes that the Royal Mummies can take. Folks, there's our example of the Petrify actually affecting the undead, something that you wouldn't really normally anticipate being a thing, but it is absolutely a thing right there. Uh-oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I did this to myself. The gargoyles are gonna have to step up to right here. That's probably just about as good anyway, though. Yeah, it's probably all right. Let's just kill here. 7 to 10, we killed a couple. And then let's, I don't know, should we mirror image? Should we cold ray? If we cold ray here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It looks like the Royal Mummies are gonna get around either way. Maybe I don't mind losing the Medusa, though. Maybe I just want to get out of this fight a little bit quicker. We'll do that. They'll be fine. Oh, look. It's going to be just fine then. A curse. Egads. 1 gargoyle goes down. We still have 7 Medusa. The good luck comes out very, very big. 10 of the Royal Mummies goes down. We shall skip with everybody else. From afar, the Vampire Lords get creamed. And that's the fight. 26 Centaurs, 1 gargoyle, 1700 experience, not too bad. Summon air elemental. Now that is a pretty good pyramid, all things considered. Folks, much like with the mirror image, summon elemental is good because those elementals that you summon are beholden to the attack and the defense skill that you can give to them. So if you have a really good, knowledgeable hero that can cast, 21 air elementals at a time, they're going to benefit from your attack and defense. Seems pretty good, right? So I like that spell. I can understand how there could be some other spells that could be nice too, but I think that that's the way to go. I think that that's the way to go. Very happy for that. Good stuff. Although we are out of spell points, we probably should go and get some and go up in this direction very, very soon. Okay, that was very much worthwhile. Oh, and Sasquatch Royal, don't forget the black cat. You selected the pyramid? Yeah, you're right. Should I go? Let's see, what do you think? Right now we have negative morale. Should we go back to the pyramid? Is it worth going back? Or rather, 1, 2, 3 steps out of our way? I think that some of these other fights, I think that our next fight against orcs, we might get these guys to join us. And I think I can deal with orc chieftains. I'm going to save the movement points, but it's probably not a bad decision to get good morale for your next fight by going back 4 diagonal steps. I'm not going to do it this time, but it's not a bad decision, that's for sure. Okay, folks, we're finding some free stuff. Look, we found the coast. Yay, does anybody have some in boat? Negative Ghost Rider, very sad. Okay, but Agar's about to hit this observation tower. Things will be good in just a moment or two. Very good. All right, so Sandro's gonna go through zombies, and the morale is atrocious. Well, he's got the +1 leadership, but it's still not good. So let's go through zombies. 22 sprites is actually too many. We probably need those in just a moment or two. 8 down to 0. And yeah, this shouldn't be a problem. In fact, really, you just gotta make sure that the sprites don't do anything crazy. Like, just stay alive, practice some level of self-preservation, and you're good. Let your ranged creatures do all the work, and you don't ever have to work a day in your life. Do something you love, and you never have to work a day in your life. Tell you what, I think that even if you do what you love, you're probably going to end up working a little bit. It's just anything that's worth doing is kind of what a labor of love is, maybe the saying that people throw around a bit. I got a feeling that lots of things are a labor of love, and that's okay. Raising kids, it's a labor of love. Don't get me wrong. It's like one of the great joys in life, but also definitely is a lot of work. It just is what it is. Pack of rocks, yeah, I think we take this fight. I think we absolutely win. I am going to get rid of these 9 halflings. We're going to go from -1 morale up to neutral morale. I think that that's worth it. 9 halflings was just not moving the needle there. I think we just got better opportunities, and now I can actually split these sprites a little bit. So let's see, 4-speed, 4-speed. All my creatures are 4-speed, and so there's a part of me that wants to like protect the Centaurs a little bit against these upcoming rocks. I don't see a good way of doing that, but I have actually got a little bit of a secret advantage here. These dwarves with 2 speed, that means I'm always going to get the opportunity to cast Mirror Image at the very end of the fight. That's actually not too bad. It's not too bad. So I'm going to put sprites here. Single stack. And let's fight this fight first thing in the morning. Okay, and that's going to take us on to month 1, week 4, day 4, on to month 1, week 4, day 5. Very good. More Centaurs and Magic Well. Good. Okay. So I'm trying to do something right now. I am fighting the urge to have hiccups right now. And the way I'm fighting this fight against myself is I'm trying to remind myself that I'm not a fish. I've seen it said before that if you have the hiccups, you merely need to remind yourself that, hey, I am not a fish. And something about hiccups is from an evolutionary standpoint where we diverged with fish and like somehow that helps fish but does not help humans. Yeah, so I'm just here to tell myself, stop having hiccups. You are not a fish. Just keep on doing what you're doing and it'll be fine. Okay, is it going to work though? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see if it works or not. And Boreaster says, make things you love your work. The fastest thing not to love that thing anymore. Yeah, I think that you're right. Oh, it feels kind of bad. Oh, we don't have mirror image. I forgot. Sandro doesn't have mirror image. Of course he doesn't. My bad. But yeah, I think that that's totally reasonable to say, right? And that's not even to say like, oh, you should stop having hobbies. Like, all these things are good things. Like, these are really important, worthwhile, good things, you know, to enjoy your hobby and to do as much as you possibly can with it. But yeah, there's a certain amount of work that just comes with it, and that's just the reality of it, and that's okay. It's fine. Not always are we going to get what we want, but I'm sure that there's people out there that love waking up every single morning at 5 in the morning to go do what they love. I'm not there yet. I've got a coworker. We've had this discussion before, and he loves getting to work at 5 in the morning. That's his favorite thing, because he's like, then I get to go home at 4 o'clock. And I'm like, I would much rather leave. I would much rather come in late than leave early. He'd rather leave early from work than come in late. Yeah, if I've got some extra time to burn, I would absolutely much rather just show up a little bit later. Just, you know, roll in at 9 or 10 o'clock into work. That actually seems like a much better time to me personally. And maybe that's just a preference thing from person to person. Oh well. Folks, we just picked up the best, question mark, best 3rd level spell in the game. Now, Sandro's got no other spells but Mass Haste. But Mass Haste, you can do some pretty nifty things with that. What are we going to get in this other shrine? Paralyze? Oh my goodness. We just picked up 2 awesome spells. No damaging spells. We are still hoping for damaging spells, but he's picked up 2 of the best status effect spells you could hope for in the game. He is pretty strong. Let's remember that, so that way we can actually try and get Phixie down to the south as well. That could be pretty useful. When we're in this area, we will have to remember that there's 2 lovely spells over there. Okay, very good. But Boreaster, has there ever been anything that you've done like that, where you were trying to make your fun thing, like you were trying to do the fun thing and it turned into work? Because I think that we were mentioning your work a couple of weeks ago, and that was, you just mentioned, you were like, yeah, you know, it's a new job, you're having a lot of fun with it. I wonder sometimes. These things we do. You see a local peasant. He's replacing the sign for his windmill. Bleeding lunatic and her skeleton of a husband. Why ruin my beautiful sign? Sorry. Sorry. Sandro, that was you. I don't know though. I've thought about this before. If I won the lottery, say that I won, I don't know, I could probably comfortably live for the rest of my life. If you gave me $2 million, I could probably comfortably retire for the rest of my life, because I don't buy anything. Like, I don't need a whole lot of stuff. I need electricity, I need a roof over my head. I need a little Japanese lunchbox kind of car, you know, something reliable that's never going to go bad for you. I need that much to get by, and I'm fine, right? Other people, I understand that they need a little bit more, but I could probably make it for the next 40-something years on 2 million, right? Yeah, I think so. I think so. But even if I were to win the lottery and I won 50 million, 100 million, I think I would need to work. I think I'm one of those people that I would actually end up being much worse off if I didn't work. So I understand that there's people out there that say, nah, dude, your life would be great. I don't know. I think that work is actually like good for the human soul. I think that if you don't have to work and for anything, it actually betrays the principles of what's ingrained into us on like a microscopic level, like on the very cellular structure of who we are. I think that we need to work, and if for some reason we're not working, I think that that's where we get levels of like depression and stuff. We talk about how that is on the rise in our modern society. I wonder if part of that is just because, sure, I mean, there's chemicals and, you know, cancer from the ocean, cancer from the sun. Yeah, sure, there's all these problems, but I wonder if there's also issues just related to our life being a little bit too easy. Maybe we actually need a certain level of struggle in our lives to be really happy. It's possible. I don't know. I've got only questions, no answers. But I hope that that's actually endearing to many of you, that I ask these questions even if I don't have the answer. Much better than pretending like I know everything. A message from Auntie Fixie. You'll need to think about resupplying at Spritelys Harbor and striking our foes before they can build up any more. You need stronger troops. So resupply at Spritelys Harbor. I don't think I've seen Spritelys Harbor just yet, but we do need stronger troops. I totally agree. This is your last reminder to check the taverns. Good luck. Ah! King Fixie should rush to the sea. Okay, I've found the sea. Now what? Well, there's a boat. I mean, it's in the wrong direction, though. I mean, all the way up over there. Should I just start rushing in this direction? There's Rest, paired with Ranlow, Discotopia. Is there something right there? I can just see on the adventure map, there's like a little white section, and I think that there's a town right here, just out of clicking range. We've taken Wishtown to the north. Should I send King Fixie to the harbor as quickly as possible? Are there other boats that I don't know about? Is there a boat that's here and closer to me than I've already seen? More questions. More questions. Chat's got some good stuff to say about that previous conversation. Topol says, I agree. If we don't work or do something meaningful, it causes deep depression. And of course, when we talk about, okay, so when we talk about depression, right, there is two main avenues that you can potentially address it, right? There is like the thinking component of depression, which a lot of people don't want to work on, right? Like if you have depression, you don't want to do the work in counseling or therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy or what have you. Most people don't want to do that because that hard work is hard work, right? And then there's the other component of depression where it's like a biological component and strictly down to neurotransmitters and chemicals in the brain, right? People are much more likely to want to work on that aspect simply because, I think, because if you're just taking a pill and then all your problems are solved, like that's much easier. Like that's way easier than the alternative, right? So, you know, when we're trying to figure out like where does work fall in all of that, I think that it's pretty obvious to me anyway that that's what you're talking about there. Without the work, there's something missing, and that causes just issues. Just major issues. We're gonna spend the one mirror image here because I want to have some damage. The Centaurs missed out once. With one mirror image, that's going to be at least 2 more shots from these Centaurs. That's going to make things go much better. So there's 1. Hey-ya! There's 2. The orcs are actually doing a pretty good job here. Steel golems, if they don't lose their turn again, they might be able to step up. Let's kill 20 here. And the mutant zombies don't really want a piece of these orcs at the moment, it looks like. We kill 15 here, 5 more there. Gargoyles finish up these final 5, no losses, 2,000 experience, and 1 crystal per day. Endless pouch of crystal, that's pretty good. Our graveyards so far have come in awesome. +5 attack from the Holy Hammer and the endless pouch of crystals. That's actually a pretty big deal. Considering that we don't have any other resource generating mines, that ability maybe to trade later for wood and ore, it's kind of nice. It's kind of nice. By the way, up to 2 wood and 6 ore. and 23 gems. So good stuff. I'm going to go a little bit further over in this direction, and then I'm going to decide if I need to go back to pick up the boat. So yeah, just a little bit further. I'll accept the 2 gargoyles. That's a matter of time. Okay. And Boreaser says, I'm not, but my family tries to convince me to change my RPG GMing to a side gig, and me being a perfectionist a bit, to get to level to go out and present and somewhat professionally. Yeah, I wouldn't have time to relax. Yeah, and so you're doing this, so you're pretty much doing like a dungeon master for Dungeons and Dragons. So you're an RPG GM, and that's what you're primarily doing. And so then other people are saying, hey, turn that into a side gig. But you're saying, if I do that, I'm going to be much less effective than I currently am. You're saying that, yeah, in order for me to be good at this thing I'm doing, this passion of mine, this thing I actually want to do, I'm worse off because I'm going to struggle and I'm not going to have the time to prepare adequately and to be in the right mindset. I think I could see that. Hopefully I'm understanding you correctly. Let me know where I'm incorrect. But yeah, it's a shame when we have to do the things that we have to do and we have to lose out on other things. I notice there's weeks where I say to myself, I don't get a stream because of my work schedule or whatever. And it sucks that I have to work in exchange for my passion and the things I'd prefer to do. That feels bad. We all got to do what we got to do, but still. I totally understand that feeling of it feels bad. Folks, another pyramid, we got to go pick that up immediately. Maybe we lose some forces. Maybe we lose some... Yeah, maybe we lose some of these Medusa, and then we pick up 2 stacks of iron golems. Let's go do that, and we'll come back. And Vexen says, people sometimes forget that humans are a collective animal and always need to be part of the work to feel not useless or underappreciated. That's so true. That's actually one of the tough things I think that a lot of older folks have to deal with as you age, is the feeling of like, wait, am I not needed anymore? I know that me as a guy, like I very strongly not just have the desire, but the need to be needed. If I'm not needed in my family or if I'm not needed in my occupation, then what's the point, right? And so maybe that's not exactly the way that you were kind of getting at that, but I completely understand that feeling of like, no, I need to be needed. And in society, that's pretty critical because there's a lot of opportunities with like social media and stuff. And you say, hey, I'm really good at this thing, but there's always somebody better. With the advent of social media, when you're comparing yourselves to millions of other people, like the top 1% at everything all the time, that's not good for your mental health either. Because in your little group of like caveman era 50 people in your tribe, man, you know what? You could absolutely be the best at something. You were the best at finding water, or you were the best at, I don't know, you were the best at hunting, you were the best at basket weaving. In a group of 50, you are the Michael Jordan at something, but in the age of social media where there's all this stuff, yeah, it's absolutely depressing because you're not the best at anything. And that feels bad. That doesn't just feel like, oh, that doesn't feel great. No, that's actually just straight up bad. So yeah, as modern society continues to go, us being part of a collective animal, right? If technology brings us all together and we're part of this bigger collective animal, what is the impact of that it has upon us, Vexen? Maybe social media is more than just, oh, hey, this guy is spending way too much time looking at his screen on his TV or his computer. Maybe the collective that we get from technology, maybe there's more issues there that we're not even aware of just yet. Who knows? Skip. And I think that I'm going to get my wish. I think that my Medusa are about to go down in meaningful stacks. Never mind. I thought that they would take all this attention. I guess not. Never mind. Boister says, and for my new job, or rather training for it. Training for it. My experiences from previous places painted it as something much different than it actually is. Oh no. There's always a fear that you think you're signing up for a certain job and it turns out to not be what you thought it was. I hope that you're not completely disillusioned. I hope that you didn't feel cheated by, hey, this new job is going to be great, and then you get into it and you realize it's not at all what you thought. I've definitely been there before. Yeah, 100%. That just kind of breaks your heart a little bit. Pack of Titans, guard the White Pearl. We might do that in a second. So hopefully you're doing okay. But I'm just going to continue to read because I feel like you're about to tell me a little bit more here. And I'm interested to find out more. Boyster says, though these mind changes can change physically your brain to the point without medicine, alternatives won't help. Yeah, like if you are so deep in this and all you've ever known is this level of brain thinking, good luck changing that. That's such a good point there. Such a good point. Because, yeah, when we talk about the cognitive restructuring or the cognitive behavioral kind of therapy, the goal is to prevent that from, you know, the way I've thought is the way I'm always going to think. But if you've got years and years of habit built into the way you think, I mean, good luck. That's a lot of change that you're trying to make there. So yeah, I definitely feel you on that as well. Yeah. Oh, it's your primary hobby. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah. But maybe like me, you feel the same way where you're saying, yeah, I've got to work and I'm trying to balance work, the thing I have to do, and my hobby, my passion, the things that I love to do. Right. So yeah, perhaps you feel the same way I do. You don't want to change that to moneymaker though, because you would lose the most relaxing factor from it. That's very true. Holy cow, that's very true. Just for me, BT dubs, like when it comes down to Heroes of Might and Magic, last night I had a moment where I thought to myself, I don't know if I want to actually play Heroes of Might and Magic 2 on stream tomorrow. I actually thought that last night, and I'm glad I'm here. Like, thankfully it was kind of like a fleeting moment. But I find Heroes of Might and Magic to be very relaxing. I find it to be very fun. But as I've said many times before, I do get a little bit of butterflies in my stomach prior to streaming every single time. Every single time I hit start stream, I get a little bit of a butterfly in my stomach, and that gives me like a little bit of anxiety. And so the little bit of relaxing that I love from Heroes kind of goes away a little bit. Thankfully, the game is still so wonderful that I'm enjoying this, and I still enjoy this, and it's a great game and fun to play, and once we get into it, the stress goes away, and that's good. But I couldn't imagine people that play like a competitive game, like all day, every day, and you're just struggling to exist with that. That would just be the worst. Just the worst. Folks, 6 Medusa are not bad. I think that the morale is more important than anything. If we're going to attack a pack of Titans, I think that we're about to cast some pretty nifty spells. I think I'd rather have 2 stacks of gargoyles so I can keep the Centaur stacks alive and healthy. I think that we want to get rid of the Medusa at this time. I know I paid for them, but I think we want to do it like this. I think we want to fight. I think it's going to say that we lose, actually. And after it says that we lose, I think that we are... I mean, there's another artifact over here that I can't really tell what it is, but the +1/+1, not to mention whatever's back here, a pack of Titans. This could be 19 Titans. Do you really want to defeat 19 Titans? I think I can. 11, 3, 8, and 10. 68 spell points. You got all of these elementals that you're going to get. We're going to fight. This is going to be close, though. This is going to be way closer than I like it to be. Okay, it says we don't just lose, it says we get obliterated. Oh gosh, 6, 9, 11, 13, 15 Titans. Just about worst case scenario. Folks, send help. Send help. Okay. Don't panic. Nobody panic. We're not panicking. That's not what we do here. We don't panic. We do lose sometimes, but we don't panic. We take it on the chin. So we'll figure out this fight in just a moment, but clearly if it's 10 or 11 Titans, that's way different than 15. That's 1,200 extra HP. That's a lot. Sante Paula says, no matter how good you are at something, there's always an Asian kid somewhere that's 100 times better. Yeah, and good for him for being better, right? Because there's a lot of practice that goes into those things. Like, I'm not mad at somebody because they practice more, right? Yeah, but it's really... I mean, do you really want your kid to be the next Tiger Woods at golf if that means that they don't get a childhood? You know, as a parent, tough to say. Do you want them to be something, or do you want them to have a childhood and be happy? You know, would you rather have a smart 1% kind of kid, or would you rather have somebody that's really kind and kind of well-rounded? You know, what do they want, right? Take you as the parent out of it. What do they want? Boyster says, but as you said, anybody is Michael Jordan in something, so we need to find a way to balance our individualism with the collectivism, because then we are nothing more than bipedal ants. Yeah. Because of course ants are just, you know, they're just chilling. for the swarm, for the hive. Vexen says, that reminds you of a quote for King of the Hill. After computer success to win a chess match against the communists, we started to be doomed. Oh, so somebody was mentioning, of course, like Deep Blue, and after America banded together to try to defeat the Russians in chess, that's when it was all the beginning of the end. Is that the quote from King of the Hill? That's pretty funny. I like that. Yeah, I wonder which character said that. I'm really interested to know. But Borgester says, no, for work I don't feel cheated. It's just is so different from what I've done before. Well, on the first look, it might be thought as similar that I need to constantly remind myself that the thought patterns that I was going by for the last 11 years are wrong here, and that's mentally taxing. Yeah, so having to relearn stuff, and it'd be nice if you could take the stuff that you already know and just move it on over to this other kind of aspect. It's frustrating when that doesn't actually work for you, so that's tough. And then, of course, the more tired you are, the more you need to remind yourself, and then that's just exhausting. And then you get caught in this loop where you don't really kind of get caught up. That'd be a problem. Bambi says, Fix, those were giants you beat last time, not titans. Yeah, extra 150 HP, and then of course ranged damage versus not ranged damage. And you know what? We don't really have a lot of opportunities here. We got maybe 50 fire elementals we could summon. It's not great, not great. Warrior says, hey, new experiences, less stressful workplace than before. So just looking for new work, much easier than before without overly investing in it. Yeah, something not possible in the earlier workplace. Pluses and minuses. No matter where you work, there's going to be some benefits and there's going to be some negatives, but you got to find the place that works for you. There's going to be something negative about it. There just has to be. Okay, to the fight here at hand. I think that even with, well, we got 11 attack, but no defense. I would actually prefer to have 11 defense and 3 attack, because 12 gargoyles are immediately going to lose to 3 titans, I think. 15 attack, 10 defense. The steel golems are actually a really good unit. You might actually want to, I think, oh geez. Part of me wants to summon fire elemental and then haste some of my other creatures, because I've got 3 hastes. I've got 3 hastes and 2 summon elementals to win this fight, because I don't think that the interactions between 68 spell points, I don't think that there's a better way of doing it. I think that mirror image is not terrible, but I don't think that the 5 spell points is going to be better than 24 additional fire elementals. And we're going to go for the fire elementals instead of the air elementals. These guys are faster, these guys are 1 speed slower, but these guys do between 2 to 8 damage, and these guys have a much more reliable damage range, and that means a lot to me. And so I feel like you got to do the summon fire elemental so they can get down the battlefield. I think you've got to put the gargoyles here. You're not going to attack. You're just going to try and slow these guys down. Okay, thankfully we take the retaliation from 2. We're going to go to here. We're going to hope that 4 titans can't kill all these gargoyles. They can't. That's great. 84 centaurs, so we're losing 18 centaurs at a time. Wherever the fire elementals are going to go, you're going to want them to do damage first. So 5 speed, so all the titans are going to get to go next. This is so bad. Okay, might as well do your damage where you can. Good luck. That's going to do 362 damage. So we don't have great morale, but we do have great luck and good attack skill. Like, that's good. That's good, but okay. There's nowhere else to really do damage to. Do you want to do another fire elemental and then haste the steel golems? If you haste the steel golems now, they're still not going to reach. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I think you're actually best off to do another summon fire elemental so they can get down the battlefield 1 turn earlier and then go from there. I think I'm gonna let these 3 titans retaliate against these gargoyles here. 37, 29, we lose most of our fighting force there. The fire elementals are officially into the fight. They're gonna kill 1 more titan here. They're gonna do between 100 to 200 damage, and we didn't lose 1, so each titan's not gonna quite kill a fire elemental each time they get attacked. 40 centaurs, let's try and just bring down the top stacks wherever we can. 50. Nice. 2 instances of good luck. Is that enough? Not quite. 116 damage. There's 116 HP left on this top stack. 29 orcs isn't going to do that. Are they? They could. Let's give it a shot. You can do it. Nice! That's actually a big deal. And remember, we still got now... I mean, this is a huge stack of HP. This is about 900 hit points worth of golem, and they've got 18 attack versus their 15 defense. Like, steel golems are actually like they're such a weird unit because they're kind of offensive because of their attack skill, but they're mostly still defensive with their tanky stats. It's just tough to... Anyway, well, we're gonna make this work. With 8 spell points left, I think it's obvious that we want to do a haste. 1, 2, 3. So this group can stack right there if we want to, or if we haste the steel golems, they'll get into here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what about this? How about we haste here? How about we send these guys as far down? No, we can't jam up everybody. So we'll have 2 stacks attack this top end. Steel golems are going to start to attack down here. And then that's actually going to keep the centaurs alive for a little bit longer, which I'm actually fine with because their damage has been fairly reliable. And then we're working on these stacks here. The summons are actually kind of a big deal. 57 to 100 damage, like 77 damage, that's actually pretty good. 2 fire elementals goes down. Remember, we would actually rather lose fire elementals than the steel golems. Steel golems, yeah, we will lose them if we have to. But these are gonna persist after the battle's over. These fire elementals are gonna be done once this fight's over. Let's do 67 to 100 points of damage there. Good luck, not too bad. That leaves 64 HP there. That means that these 24 need to start working on this stack here. Do we kill this one? We do. Perfect. Beautiful. 64 HP. Kill one more Titan there. Great. Let's try to help out the steel golem stay alive. Very good. Very good. 21 left. They're just going to brawl it out. And we will take the retaliation onto this stack of 10. Oh, never mind. It's already been done. Okay, not bad, not bad. Good luck. Another Titan goes down. 124 HP, 198. Again, let's try and keep the steel golems happy because there are MVPs, and that's going to do it, folks. So it cost us 27 orcs, which were actually free troops, to be honest. It cost us 9 of the steel golems. It cost us 24 gargoyles in 2 stacks of 12. The loss of the gargoyles is actually kind of a big deal, and not to mention the 62 centaurs. It's all going to be down to how good these artifacts were to figure out whether or not this fight was worth it or not, because these losses are pretty heavy early on. The experience, sure, is whatever. We'll take it. Logistics, great. A walk across a dry saltwater lake bed yields an unlikely prize, a white pearl amidst shattered shells and debris. +1 knowledge, +1 spell power. But then this, I don't know what this artifact is, and we're gonna have to wait until first thing in the morning to find out. But we're gonna remain with 40 centaurs, 20 orcs, and 20 steel golems. Not to mention whatever water elementals we will summon soon. Interesting fight. We will see if it's worth it. Okay. Warrior says, always look at the bright side of life. Whistles, to-do. I don't know if that's quite what you were trying to whistle, but that's what I thought of. Folks, he did it. Look. Sandro has a damaging spell. I'm so proud of him. Good job. Way to use your 11 spell power very effectively. I'm so proud of you. There are Master Swordsmen here. Look, there's an artifact that was hidden in the tree line. I did not see this until just now. Hold on. You peer into the forest and see a pair of Tundar's boots. You clean them up, wipe them off, and make your life so much better. Wait, but there's another artifact here. A leprechaun offers you the Traveler's Boots of Mobility for a small price of 2,000 gold. Do you wish to buy this artifact? Absolutely, I do. Folks, Sandar... You just became so fast. So even with 2-speed dwarves, he's now got 1,900 movement points a day to play with. Sandro is fantastic. He's just turned into an awesome force for good. Maybe we even have him... Lots of ghosts? That seems like a lot, but geez. I'm so glad I saw that artifact. That was huge. Big moment there. Big moment there. Good for it. Very good moment for it. Boreaster does, by the way, prefer Dire Straits. I love Dire Straits. I love Dire Straits. Why worry? There should be laughter after pain. There should be sunshine after rain. These things have always been the same, so why worry now? Why worry now? Yeah. I tell you what, I don't think I appreciated Dire Straits as much as I should have. You know, you hear Sultan's a Swing as a kid and you think, oh, that's like the coolest song in the world, and you don't appreciate an artist's other songs. Not always is it the song that everybody loves the most that is maybe the song that they should really have their notoriety for. So I think that Dire Straits is that kind of band. A brief stop at an improbable rural inn yields an exchange of money, tails, and accidentally luggage. You find a new magical skull cap in your backpack. Folks, this was not worth it. This was not worth it. Until we get down to here and we pick up a Paralyze, this skull cap that we just took off of these Titans is not worth it. What a sad moment for Phixfox. Now, we're still going to survive. It's going to be okay. Maybe even these Centaurs join us, who can say, but this was overall not my idea of a good time. Ouch. Ouch. Santepala says, go Titans, you can beat them. Hey. Were you really rooting for the Titans? I think that Santepala was rooting for the Titans after he realized that I had the fight well in hand. I can take a little bit of gentle ribbing. My poor little heart can't take all of it. I'm not the kind of person that can take like aggressive banter and then dish it back out. So I don't dish out the banter. I don't like say stuff that is antagonistic because I can't take it back. But I can definitely handle you rooting for the Titans. I'm okay with that. Yeah, I'm definitely okay with that. Elemental patrols in this area. Please enjoy the resting areas peacefully. Report all misbehavior here and water elementals will respond. Kind regards, the Elemental Enforcement. We're going to pick up gold. There's an artifact there, but there's Orc Chieftains guarding it. Interesting, you can't reach there, but they're just kind of hidden. Maybe they join us for free. Nice, 27 Orc Chieftains. We're going to pick up this artifact in a moment. Agar is, I don't know. I mean, there's Magic Gardens and there's a windmill up there. Maybe he just needs to stay up there. And then we're going to go through these lots of swordsmen with Sir Sandro. Monty Python, Life of Brian? Which part? Wait, was that what you was... Which part was Life of Brian? Help me understand. It's been a long time since I saw Monty Python Life of Brian. Like a long time. So you made the reference, or there was the reference, and I just missed it. So any help is appreciated. Water elementals, they're going to take a little bit of a hit. That's fine, that's their job. And then I'm really thinking about these 18 dwarves. I would like to lose them as soon as possible. Their speed issues are just a little bit too much. Oh, always look at the bright side of life. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. All right. I wasn't sure. I thought that it was the band Dire Straits that had those. I thought that those were song lyrics. My bad. Here you go, thinking I know stuff yet again. Diplomacy on Sandro. We've seen how valuable it is. Advanced wisdom, though, if there's a pyramid, I do want to have the expert wisdom. I'm going to go for the wisdom over the diplomacy. I've already got a hero that does diplomacy, and he's not really doing it very well. So Sandro's going to continue on his way. 1,000 gold. Can I steal this artifact? I cannot, therefore we shall go south. I mean, it's lots of ghosts. There's no way. That's a bad idea. You don't want to go through there. By the way, I didn't mention this, but a pack of red dragons guards stone liths, and liches guard this other bit of lith. I'm a little bit scared about that. I suppose I could go with Sandro rather than go south. I could go back in this direction through these liths, and then if I don't like that, I just go south more until I eventually get to the boat. Let's actually do that. I'll go down here. Your men report that Pheelix the cat, the same cat you allowed the men to bring along, has ran off into the woods chasing butterflies. Your men begin to weep and moan about their missing cat. Oh, poor Pheelix. I like that it's spelled with a Phixfox sort of a way. Well, let's be real. I'm pretty sure we all agree that Phixfox should not be spelled F-I-X, Phixfox should absolutely be spelled P-H-I-X, F-O-X. Wouldn't you say? Oh, look at this. Look. There's an artifact. What is it? You know what it is? There's a Cyclops. I don't care. Endless cord of wood. Folks, we did it. That is a huge deal. 1 extra wood per day. Remember, we are still trying to upgrade these stupid towns into castles. The fact that we just spotted this, I didn't spot that at first, but this endless cord of wood being right there is half of a sawmill. That changes everything drastically. Oh, this was a big deal. That was a huge reason to go out of our way. Very excited for that, because now we just have to potentially trade at this trading post for ore. And with as much gold as we have, I mean, we can do that sooner rather than later. We just have to get somebody to go through battle dwarves, maybe even Agar. Yeah, maybe he can grab, I don't know, somebody. There's Medusa, there's at least a couple of stacks of dwarves. Let's have him go the long way so Agar can grab some forces, and then he's going to go to the trading post. By that time, we should have about 10, 15 units of wood, and we'll see where that takes us from there. A quick and deadly battle with the Necromancer wins you his magical pendant. Later, a wizard tells you that the pendant protects the undead from your control, under your control from holy word spells. So, not too bad for Sandro the Necromancer for that artifact, actually. And I gotta be careful. I don't want to pick up every artifact I see because I don't know when I'm gonna find another hero again. If there was a jail somewhere nearby, I'd be in a really good spot. I don't really know if that's likely. Goblins want to run. We're gonna take them for experience. And gold from the treasure chest. Observation tower is actually a big deal. I'd like to pick that up pretty soon. And then I talked about wanting to get iron golems to join me. I'm keeping the water elementals because they're really good. Because remember, I can always upgrade these creatures later at Wishtown if I really want to. Tell you what, we're going to go through the archers. We're going to step on the observation tower. Maybe there's going to be another jail. I think that this map is chock full of jails. And so my hope is that that's actually going to help us out a lot. Glorious victory here. I'm going to accept these losses because that actually makes it easier if I need to dismiss orc chieftains. That actually doesn't hurt my feelings too bad. So we'll see about this. Wolves, and then we'll go from there. Santipala says, nah, I knew you were going to win. The Titans needed some support. That's very thoughtful of you. I'm very glad that you were trying to help the little guy in that fight do well. I am something of a, you know, I got a soft spot for anybody that is the underdog. That is, in fact, my favorite person to root for. Look no further than my involvement with the American college football team, Boise State. Of course, I'm from the state of Idaho, and so Boise State is, of course, my local team, and they never get the love and appreciation that they deserve. And in fact, if they ever became like national champions in their sport or something, I think I would actually be a little bit sad because I really enjoy rooting for the underdog. So I'm glad that in this case that the Titans were the underdog and not me. Opportunities abound. We're still picking up gold over the experience. But look, ore, that's 1 unit of ore. Tundar, what have you done? And then we are out of secondary skill slots. I wonder what this witch's hut was. Did I miss out on a really important opportunity? We're gonna wait and find out first thing in the morning. And then folks, a pack of liches. If we didn't have these 41 sprites, I would really hate my chances. Well, I think we would still definitely win, but still. The sprites actually make this fight go much better. Let's use a few spells to win even better. Boyster says, okay, now time for a fun fact. Why do koi fish travel in groups of 4? Of course, koi fish are the ones that you find in ponds, not to be confused simply with like goldfish, right? Koi are very, very different than gigantic goldfish, but why do they travel in groups of 4? I don't know. Boyster, please tell me why. I'm interested to know. I feel like I'm about to hear a really funny joke, and I'm excited to find out what it is. Please let me know. We're gonna kill here. We're gonna kill here. Sprites are gonna go down there. If they get their chance to go. Last time they lost their turn due to poor morale. We'll call that a day. Perfect. Mass haste for the win. 25 centaurs, not too bad. To protect the group from predators, when attacked, kois A, B, and C will go in one direction, leaving the decoy... leaving the decoy behind. That's a great joke. That's such a good joke that I'm gonna have to steal that from you. You do realize that, right? Of course, the decoy being not the real thing that is actually happening, but the thing that you're trying to get people to use to leave you alone. The decoy. Oh, that's hilarious. Good stuff. I wish I had, honestly, this is a time where I wish I could reciprocate with another equally high quality joke. I just can't think of one. I wish I could though. I think all of our problems have been solved. I think all of our resource problems have been solved. Look at this. Agar, you've got a job. You need to go south to this point. I was gonna have him set up shop here, here, and here. No. No, he's got way more important stuff to do. Although he's way far enough over here that getting to here, I mean, he's probably gonna be 2 weeks anyway. Day 5, probably 3 weeks. Oh, I'm gonna use Sandro to go through as much of these as possible. Taking losses where, there's a boat here. Taking losses wherever acceptable. But wow, 6 windmills, that's crazy. Huh, my day just got much better. Okay, let's see. We're gonna take tons of losses here because War Trolls are speed 5, and even with the mass haste, we're gonna have to mass haste first thing in the morning, but geez, oof. Ooh, Warrior says no problem, I already stole it from somebody. That's kind of how good jokes go. If it's a good joke, you probably stole it from somebody. I'm really appreciative of the people that come up with like really funny stuff at the drop of the hat. And every now and again, I will do that to my dear sweet wife. I'm hoping I can remember the joke I told her last night. It actually worked out really well. For a second, I actually thought that I was funny. And she was nice and gave her, haha, good stuff, good stuff. But if Phixfox wife can hear the sound of my voice, then she will have to let you know what the joke was, because I don't remember. That's the thing about being naturally funny. There's some people that are very quick-witted. Occasionally I'll surprise you. Occasionally you'll be like, wow, I didn't realize Phixfox was funny. But other times, it's a little bit of a slow burn, and that's okay. That's okay. I get by with being a happy, fun personality kind of person, even if I'm not naturally super funny. Okay, 840 experience, 32 centaurs, 3 skeletons. We get 2 back, and folks, it's gonna be 2 gems. There's another traveler's boots. That's gonna be for somebody else, not for me, but geez. Oh my gosh, and all these forces, hordes of nomads. Thankfully we can defeat all this, but geez. Glorious victory, let's fight this fight again. Good luck finding wood in those mills. Yeah, that's true. But I still like, you know, I mean, precious resources. We can trade precious resources for other stuff. So there's still some value there. I'm gonna cast mass haste every single fight to clear out all these mills, because it's just gonna be super good for me. 6 to 9, not too bad, not too bad. 18 dwarves are gonna go right across there. 41 sprites are gonna help out up here. And there. Boop. Centaurs are gonna retaliate with no problems. 5, 10, let's kill the 10 here. Oh, I guess I should have killed the 7. That's okay. Skeletons, we lose another 1. And then with only 7 nomads left, this shouldn't be too big of a problem. We'll get out of this fight. Yeah, 5 and 3, these are totally acceptable losses. We'll even take the advanced necromancy, so from here on out, we're gonna be even better. Steel golems, hydras, greater druids. Yeah, the fights get a little bit tougher as you go along, but folks, if we got boats here, maybe Sandro should actually go into the boats? I mean, if our goal was to go in this direction to pick up a boat, wouldn't it be better if you just go into the boat now? Because there's wood in the boat, or there's wood in the ground. There's wood in the ocean. I think we're gonna go into the ocean as soon as possible. So I will clear out all these enemies so that Agar can get in here and not have any problems. But after I do, Sandro's gonna get into the boat. And we're gonna have a real good time. Lovely, lovely. Tundar says he's home now and hope you're having fun. Yay, we're having much fun. Lots of fun. Although, oh, we did pick up the diplomacy, thankfully. Whew. Very good, very good. So diplomacy and archery, we did pick these skills up naturally. I'm glad that our map maker gave us an opportunity to pick these up just in case we weren't lucky. Because heaven knows that sometimes we are simply not lucky around here, and that's okay. I don't even see these goblins. Where are the goblins? Is there something behind the goblins? Oh, hey Tundar, did you notice this? It says that there's a fort here near this Freeman's Foundry and this gazebo. If you right click, it just says fort. It's kind of weird. Sante Paulus, there's wood in the walls. There's wood in the walls. Yeah, there's wood in the trees. I would rather spend a full day just cutting those down rather than waiting for wood to come naturally. Nope, you go back. Your job is to go north, pick up troops, and go south. Although, we're not going to use these zombies. They're 2-speed creatures. They're just slowing you down. Wish I'd gotten rid of them forever ago. Gonna pick up these nomads real quick. This fight will go even better with the haste. And then we're gonna get out of here. Yeah, so far, good scenario. Having a lot of fun. We're about 2.5 hours in, so we are about due for a break. Every now and again, it's nice for me to take a break. I do think that I play better after I take a break. And I actually don't get worse as the game goes on. That's actually something that happens. That's a verified, documentable phenomenon that Phixfox gets tired. And so it's actually really, really good for me and for you as well, in order to play the game at a high level, for me to take a break. So by the end of this week, we will take a break. We are almost to the end of this week. We'll pick up 2 crystal there. I'll go out of my way real quick. 500 gold, sure. We've been to this windmill. We'll go to that one in a second. Remember, we are going to just clear out all these creatures. Ooh, day 6, we'll go here. Can't go through the trees. We'll pick up those, go south, pick up those, go south, pick up those. Maybe we'll be here for a whole nother week. I don't know. But yeah, there's definitely wood in the walls. Decoy. Okay, goblins want to run. We don't let them. They're a free experience. Could you imagine that's the decision behind somebody absolutely ruining your life, is whether or not you're worth experience? Why did you destroy my whole family? They were worth experience. Aw. Like, really? Absolutely horribly sad. Horribly sad. I'm sorry to say that I am that warlord, though, that's kind of where my mind goes to when I'm making these decisions. Okay, we're gonna probably fight these enemies without a haste. I just don't want to lose the sprites. We're gonna keep them back. We're gonna see if the dwarves can take any aggression. It looks like everybody wants to go towards the centaurs, but let's see if the dwarves can actually do some of that. Another stack goes down here. Skip, skip, skip. No good morale because there's not iron golems and steel golems. There's just steel golems here. And they're stacked there. Whoop. And looks like my wish is granted. The dwarves are going to take some damage. 3 down to 2. 1 full stack here. Skeletons will clean this up. Bada bing, bada boom. No losses. 700 experience. And, oh, it looks like Sandro better pick up the navigation, don't you think? If we're about to get into the water, I think navigation is probably the best thing that we can do here. So let's go make that happen. Okay, pack of liches, and then we shall just simply soldier on and continue to do that. Tundar, thank you for the subscription. That is subscribed from you to me yet again. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'll tell you what, I feel like I should be doing everything I can to say thank you to you. The whole Spritely series, of course, this being part 4 in the tetralogy, is really fun. This has been an excellent example of excellent quality map making, fun storylines, and also, as many people have already pointed out, these maps are not simply functional and like play well, they're also very beautiful. So thank you for making a beautiful map. The pleasure to play these is really, truly, honestly mine. So thank you very much. It's nice having you here, and it's a pleasure to have you here in the chat as well. We're going to pick up this windmill here for 2 mercury. And yeah, we're not going to get to these greater druids before this new week. I'm hoping that this pack of Crusaders doesn't turn into lots. But we are getting, stuff is happening. Week of the Gopher. It's going to be month 2, week 2, day 1. Pack of Crusaders, lots of Hydras. Jeez, lots of Hydras, lots of greater druids, lots of griffins. There's still much to be done here. I am going to grab all these forces. So 17 dwarves. I'm even going to grab the peasants. No. Maybe an enemy will pick them up and then I can use them to do damage to somebody else. 27 halflings. We need to pick up the cold ray. That's very important because Agar still hasn't done it. These losses are not acceptable, but we have only 4-speed creatures, so we're going to take whatever damage these guys want to pump out. Ouch. 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 Oh, and poor morale. Huh. It's lame. It's not cool. In fact, that's the opposite of cool. Sprites want to go up here because 6-speed, and then all these creatures are now 6-speed, except for these guys. So this way we can actually make sure that we get our turn before these guys get to go again. Yeah, so 8 sprites goes down there. We will... Skeletons are going to get to go next, so I'm actually going to attack this bottom stack because skeletons are going to slot right into there. And then water elementals are going to get their turn because they're not beholden to morale. We're going to kill this bottom stack of 4. 4 down to 2. And sprites, just stay alive, my dears. As best as you can, please, just stay alive. 9 greater druids down to 5. Skeletons are going to bop this group of 5 here. And it might actually be about time to let the sprites go. With only 17 left, they're good. The only reason to really keep them around is that letting them go is not going to really impact your morale. Because if you're going to have the dwarves anyway, then you're already going to have some sorceresses in your forces. we could potentially get rid of them. I'm not going to worry about it just yet. And then rather than pick up these boots, we are going to leave them here because you can't get the bonus movement if you've already got one artifact of that kind. And so we're going to leave the Traveler's Boots right here so that Agar can come pick those up when he has a chance, because Sandro is going on vacation. Sandro is going sailing very, very soon. Should I go back and pick up these windmills? I think I ought to. It's so far out of my way, but I think I ought to. And then I'll hop into the boat and then we'll go from there. Tundar, I don't know if month 2, week 2, day 1 is as fast as you hoped that would get into the boat, but this is where I'm at. And then Sorcerer Phixie is going to do one more there. One more there. Iron Golems, I talked about trying to get rid of some of these forces. These Orc Chieftains were free. Do you want the 3-speed or the 2-speed creatures? I don't think it matters. Let's keep more forces. If they join me for free, great. They don't, but they are free experience. 1,000 gold, +1 attack. 2 mercury. Bada bing, bada boom. And folks, with that being said, I said I was going to take a break at the new week. We are at a new week, and we're going to take our break now. It's a jail. Oh no, it was so close. We were so close. I didn't know there was a jail there. We were so close. We'll have to pick that up first thing as soon as we can. Oh, and there's a cloak behind it. Yeah, so you actually need to leave yourself 1 artifact slot because it looks like you have to get the cloak if you're going to get to the jail. It's kind of scary. So let's not pick up 2 more artifacts if we can help it. Let's plan on taking a 5-minute break and we will go from there. So folks, let me get caught up on chat and then we'll see where we're at. Santipala says, yeah, I'm experienced in war crimes, says the Heroes player. Could you imagine putting that on your LinkedIn or putting that on your resume? It's like, look. Business is a very cutthroat sort of an experience, and you need somebody that's willing to do anything to win. Through my experience with Heroes of Might and Magic, I have absolutely become that cutthroat person that you were hoping for. So that's just kind of where we're at, and that is what it is. Oh my gosh, folks, holy kittens. LiquidYetti is raiding with a party of 52. LiquidYetti, thank you so very, very much. How was your playthrough for you today, sir? I saw that you were playing some Heroes of Might and Magic, and I didn't want to try to compete with your time slot. I always love watching you and spending time with your stream, and I love the things that you do, but I was happy to get started because we're playing Spritelys King, which I know that you have already been able to complete. Spritelys King, of course, 6-player. Expert difficulty map, impossible difficulty. We're playing as the sorceresses. We cannot lose the Sorcerer Phixie. We are only month 2, week 2, day 1 in, and there's still an awful lot more to go. So LiquidYetti, I'm far behind you in this series. There's much I need to do to catch up, but it's a pleasure to have you here. Welcome to you, and welcome to all of the many wonderful people from LiquidYetti's streams. Tundar says, I like that I've had no input. Would like to keep it that way. You're doing fine. Perfect. No worries there. Hello, Phixfox, Master of Heroes 2. LiquidYetti, that is high praise coming from you. Welcome. It is a pleasure to have you. Thank you so very much for the kind words. Yippee-ki-yay, hello, nice to have you there. Giga Pudding, hi people, welcome to you, welcome to you. Marino, hello. Savora, hello. And on this map, no, it's a crazy Tundar map. LiquidYetti says, oh, it looks like it's gonna have to come down to some sort of dimension door. Is that my understanding, LiquidYetti? I will look forward to picking up a dimension door at some point, but we still have much of this map to go if I am going to be making that happen. So hola to everybody there. Welcome. Pleasure to have you here. So hello, Sir Bama. Nice to have you here. Welcome. And congrats on the video about the portraits. Thank you. Yeah, I loved the video on the portraits. I love being able to look at those individual portraits to find some really fun stuff. In the most recent portrait video, we had talked about Sandro and about how this is such a classic portrait. We had talked about, we talked about Agar, about how he's got such a deep lore, how I didn't realize that Agar is actually the grandfather to Agar the Warlock, and how he is therefore also the uncle or the grandfather to Karlana the Sorceress. Very interesting when you get into the portraits, how you can find some really interesting lore bits from Heroes of Might and Magic. So very cool to have you there. Phixfox Wife's in the chat. Hello there. Backstory 3.0. Nice to have you there. Hi dude. Hi Tundar. Wow, it's funny. Everybody in the Heroes of Might and Magic community knows each other, because it's such a great community. So welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here. Philo Devento, hi everyone. Hello to you as well. So, all right, folks, we're going to continue on. I was about to take a break, but since we just got raided by a huge group of people, we're going to continue on. So let us continue on and have tons of fun with that. LiquidYetti says, you're making very good content on YouTube, very interesting videos about Heroes 2. Thank you very much. I really did enjoy, you did a video recently about the 5 reasons to play Heroes of Might and Magic 2, I enjoyed that one as well. I really enjoy YouTube because then I get to watch you and it's got the auto translate because I don't speak Spanish very well, so it gives me the opportunity to read and follow along. And so on YouTube, I love the stuff you're doing there as well, LiquidYetti. So thank you very much. Again, high praise coming from you. Centaur Park, reserved rest zone. Luna was here. Luna, do you think that maybe that's the reason why you keep getting locked up? Is because you keep making people very upset at you for the horrible things you do? There's not a lot we can say about somebody that's willing to deface a natural monument, but there are people who will occasionally go to places like Utah and Moab and such, and they will take spray paint and they will say that whoever this is, we were here at this time. Gotta tell you, there's only one nature. We better keep it just the way it is. That would be like taking dynamite and trying to blow up part of Stonehenge. Like, you just don't do that. It just doesn't make sense, right? So wherever we possibly can, we're trying to keep this beautiful Spritelys King map unadulterated, and therefore, Luna, that's why you're in prison. Don't at me. Folks, we could actually really use a good 3rd level spell here. Something, I don't know, damaging, or maybe a haste or a slow. Teleport will work. Teleport will actually work. Given that we've got these 20 steel golems, very happy for that. That actually goes an awful long way for me. The zombies, I'm not going to let them join. They are simply experience. 600 experience. More zombies to come. Yeah, yet again, I'm not made out of money, and therefore I simply must fight them for the experience. We read the information at the jail. Jailed for making fun of water elementals. You decide to recruit this criminal instead of letting them rot. I shall do so. And this is going to be Mandigal the Wizard with 6 halflings, 3 boars. Does he have any spells? He's got a summon boat. Folks, we've done it. We have found a way to get onto the high seas. Mandigal can summon as many boats as we need. This is perfect. This is exactly what we needed. I'm glad I checked. Summon boat? Okay, so first off, I'm going to have Mandigal pick up some of these artifacts I don't really need. So this Pendant of Death, for now, I'm going to hold on to that. The Speculum, for now, I'm going to hold on to that. I am going to hold on to the Endless Patch of Crystal. I've got the Advanced Luck, so I don't need 2 instants of luck. I'm going to just plan on picking up, just the Golden Horseshoe, and here and here. For now, this is good, but before we had talked about the issue where if we were to pick up this jail, that this artifact would actually stand in our way. This makes me feel much better about the Sorceress Fixie and continuing on their way. By the way, 12 attack, 3 defense, 10 spell power, 11 knowledge. We picked up the Holy Hammer for the +5 attack from a graveyard, and then we also picked up another great artifact. I forget which one it was. Excellent artifact all the same. And then Agar's just doing some good stuff for us. Double boots on Sir Sandro, and then these extra artifacts here on Mandigal. So lots of good things going on with our heroes. Let's see. I want there to be a break in the trees so I can pick up this hero as well and increase my ability to move on through this map. So I'm going to just see if Mandigal can find a way. No, it looks like we have to go all the way around to do this. Maybe I can use Mandigal to borrow some of these forces and beat mummies, wolves, maybe skeletons. If Mandigal can pick up a nice damaging spell from the Shrine of the Second Circle, he's actually going to be very effective. So for now, we're going to just use him to hold on to the slowest troops. We're going to use a 2-hero tandem maneuver where our primary hero is going to fight all these fights for themselves, take the experience, take the luck, and then when we are out of movement points, as we are now, we're going to use our slower hero to send these 6-speed boars onto the hero. That's going to give us maximum movement points at the very beginning of the new week, or new day. 1800 movement versus 1100. That actually goes a long way. So Mandigal, even though he's not as effective as you might hope he is, he's going to still do a pretty good job for us there. Let's see, windmills here. This one's already been taken. We're clearing all this out for Agar when he comes back. We're going to do the mass haste and just see where this takes us from there. Let's see. Is Luna British? Sante Paulus asks Tundar. Is he? Or is she? Of course, Tundar is from the UK, and so I would imagine that most of your people, most of your characters in your Heroes of Might and Magic games, that they do, they talk as you would expect them. Tundar, maybe, maybe not. Tundar says maybe yes. Yeah. LiquidYetti says, oh, thank you for watching my video. I hope you two put the subtitles right. As far as I'm aware, I put some right. So I like the way you think about the game, and I like the way that you share the game with other people. I think that that's perfect. So I really enjoyed that video. Yeah, and that's just actually my favorite way when I'm watching Zapixo or Winimaru. I tend to just have the subtitles on, so it's really helpful for me, given if there's a language barrier. I'm so glad that YouTube just automatically does that. Is there an option here on Twitch to auto-translate for those of us who are not native speakers? If there is, I'd be interested to know about that as well. Did Agar pick up the Cold Ray? He did. Perfect. Okay. So everybody is where they need to be. And folks, we are almost to the point actually where Agar can clear here and get to the trading post. Pretty soon, I think we're going to have the opportunity to upgrade either Spritely Northeast or Wishtown. Let's see, the corners. Only 3? There's only 3 corners, but we ought to go to all 3 of our corners, whichever 3 they may be. Is this a corner? If we get the opportunity, remember, we have to go to the corners because Phixfox always goes to the corners, and I've always seen that be very effective for me. I've never seen that go wrong. So if someday it goes wrong, we'll feel bad, but until that time, not going to worry about it. These forces should be enough to clear out wolves. With some spells, we'll be fine. Boreaster says to Phixfox wife, or yeah, hey Fix, was there something about some joke I remember? Yeah, last night I had said that there was a joke that I had told Phixfox wife, and I can't remember what it was, but I'm sure it was good. I thought I was funny at the time. She will have to let you know if she thinks I'm still funny or not. I really don't remember, but hopefully she does. Dear sweet Phixfox wife, do you remember what the joke was last night I told? I'm trying to convince people that I'm funny, and you're the only one that can actually help me convince people. So please, any help is good. What? I didn't think that the wolves were going to get to go. Oops, 14 Centaurs, 980 experience. So be it. We'll pick up the treasure chest in case the experience looks right. It does not. Unicorns, we'll fight this fight. We are really low on spell points. We could totally use a magic well. But when you have over 100, or rather 10 knowledge like we do, we just need a little bit of knowledge to go an awful long way for us. These are 5-speed creatures, so the haste is actually going to work here, whereas before it just didn't really help too much. 1 unicorn, we'll leave that alone. Big stack here, big stack here. And then this group of water elementals is going to attack down, so we're going to work on the stack of 2. We will tank the damage onto our centaurs there. 43 down to 39. We'll get out of this fight for 4 centaurs, not too bad. Horde skeletons as well. Not going to let them join. But we will pick up the standing stones for the +1 spell power. And I gotta have this Shrine of the Second Circle. Oh, look. That's 2 lucky rabbit's foots. Don't worry, there's still 2 rabbit feet out there somewhere. Based off of what I know about rabbit anatomy, there's still 2 more rabbit feet out there. Then again, maybe if you talk to a rabbit, the rabbit will tell you that only 2 of its 4 feet are lucky. So, I don't know, we will see. Lightning Bolt, very happy for that. So now we got the Cold Ray and the Lightning Bolt. If we find like a Lightning Rod, that is much more attractive to us than it otherwise would have been. And we're gonna fight these Earth Elementals. It looks like we're gonna go all the way around. And hopefully, maybe there's some coastline up in this direction. Because remember, we've got a summon boat now. If we can get into the water going to the north, I'll feel pretty good. Let's see if we can make that happen. So 1 more step here. The losses look much worse because, again, we're running low on spell points. Our forces are getting somewhat exhausted. And these are actually pretty reasonable fights we have to fight here. By the way, Earth Elementals, they do take double damage from Meteor Shower. They are immune to Lightning Bolt and Elemental Storm. We're not going to consider that to be a problem here today, but I am going to slow this top group. I'm just going to try and deal with 2 stacks at a time instead of 3. And LiquidYetti says to Tundar, I've had to play Puppet soon, my friend. Wonderful, wonderful. Tundar says, she's Sprite-ish, isn't it? Is that like Scottish or Welsh? She's, whatever she is, she's the best at being whatever she is. I'm sure that's great for her. Yeah, and LiquidYetti will let Tundar know when they get to play that new adventure. If you did not know, Tundar is actually a very prolific map maker. I am actually amazed. I think I actually had a conversation with Mushanki Pet about it. Mushanki Pet and myself both said, wow, I can't believe how often Tundar is able to put out a map. And these are good, high quality maps. Like, these are excellent maps that Tundar is able to put out. Pretty impressive, if you ask me, because for me, there's a lot of nuance to creating a good and functional map. I would probably take 6 months to a year to make a map of this size and of this quality. Very nice to know that there are people out there that can do it much quicker than that. Let's see. I've got only 5 spell points left. I want to save those for a future fight, even though I'm blocked off here. I considered using the haste onto the steel golems, so that way I could get the water elementals out a little bit quicker. But with 6 more turns on this slow, it's going to be okay. We're going to make sure we don't take any additional losses. 8 down to 6, 6 down to 4. And the water elementals will finish off this fight. 2300 experience, one of the steel golems goes down. And we are into this brand new area. Let me make sure that Mandigal can reach, so that way he can take the slowest of all these troops and provide the max speed possible for the next day. So we'll do it just like this. We're fairly close to a new level, level 17. Yeah, about 3,500 experience away. So we're gonna do this for now. And then Sandro is close. He's very close to getting into the boat. And one of these boats I want to keep around. I don't want to summon all these boats away. Pack of Crusaders. This is actually a pretty big fight. 44 spell points. Magic arrows, paralyzes. We still definitely win, but this feels pretty bad. Skeletons are not beholden to morale, neither are water elementals. Let's hope that the Centaurs get a couple of good turns and make this fight go well. Oh, and lest we forget, Crusaders actually do double damage to one of my big stacks here. Whoops, not good. Okay, best thing I can do, I think, is actually going to be the Paralyze. You can kill not quite 2 Crusaders with the magic arrow. I think that removing 4 Crusaders from the fight is actually the very best thing we can do. We get 1 nice shot off there. We'll kill 1 to 2 here. Hopefully we kill 2. We take the retaliation from 2 Crusaders. 15 skeletons goes down. Not great. 2 Crusaders are going to get into the Centaurs. I can't help it. I needed to be offensive with my forces. I can't just simply crowd around the Centaurs. That's just not going to work for me. We lose the Sprite's turn. That feels bad. We're about to take a bunch of damage onto the Centaurs. We're about to take a bunch of damage onto the skeletons. Okay, that feels bad. We're going to paralyze this big stack of 4. So there's a stack of 4 here, stack of 1 here, and then 2 paralyzed stacks of 4. Let's just finish off this 1 Crusader with the skeletons. Let's work on this big stack of 4 here. Let's hope that dwarves and sprites both get their turn so that the Centaurs can go. 3 Crusaders. Good luck onto the dwarves. That sends it down to just 1 Crusader left. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. And there's 10 turns remaining on these paralyzes, so I think that we're just going to put ourselves in a position where we can, let's see, we're going to back off sort of to here. Sprites to here. We're going to have the dwarves step up. And then we're going to attack and hope that all these creatures get to go, minus the skeletons. So we're going to kill 1 to 4. You know what? I can make this work, actually. There's not going to be a retaliation, so it doesn't matter if we use the skeletons or not. Down to 2 of these Crusaders left. Down to here. And we are going to surround them. We're not going to be able to kill them unless we use the magic arrow. Do we want to? There's still a fight with Hydras coming up. And the Hydras you might actually want the spell points for, so you can kill 1.5 to 2 at a time. Maybe we leave the Hydras. That's too big of a fight. Let's just get out of this fight. We're gonna do it just like this. And so now let's re-surround this big stack of 4. We want to kill them in one fell swoop. Here to here to here. Skip on the dwarves. Okay, we will break the paralyze. 18 skeletons go. And then with the good luck, I think that we don't need to use the magic arrow again. 29 HP, yeah. So long, sir. 5 water elementals, 40 of the skeletons, 1 dwarf. Overall, these losses look just fine to me. 1,000 experience, I'm okay with it. Definitely okay with it. So we've met the challenge. We've cleared out all but one of these windmills. I think I'm gonna forego this one final windmill just to defeat Hydras. Just doesn't feel worth it to me. And as soon as Agar can get into this area, he shall. We are gonna pick up this boat here because I don't know if either of them really matter. And then folks, it feels good. It only took 2 months, but we are finally in the water. Feeling great. Very good, very good. Alrighty. More dwarves. Did you notice? We're up to 71. That's a lot of dwarves. I don't care where you're from, that's a lot of dwarves. Just think about the sheer amount of hit points that is. That's about 1,400 hit points worth of dwarves. Oof. And then backed up by this cold ray doing 100 points of damage. I think that we're in a spot where we actually don't even care about these skeletons. We're going to dismiss the skeletons. They are our fastest creature, but I don't think it's worth the negative morale. We're not going to go here. That's not going to really help us. But we will pick up these centaurs and such. That's going to put us down to neutral morale, and then if we do pick up the Medusa, that's going to put us to -1. Medusa are pretty good though. Given that we want to get to this trading post, we're going to have everybody join us that we can. Let's do that. So it's going to be 9 Medusa. We'll pick up the stables first thing in the morning. Sandro's officially in the water. Pick up all the wood you can for me, sir. Okay, there's got to be some wood in this flotsam. Finally, 5 wood, 200 gold. We do see an island with the Tree of Knowledge. Let's see, 10 wood, perfect. Please find me some ore in these barrels, that would be lovely. And it's time to do our annual swap. So we're gonna make sure our morale isn't worse than it is with these halflings. Well, I guess it's not worse because of the poor morale there. But I'm gonna keep the halflings over here just because we don't need all this luck. We've already got max luck anyway. And let's see, the sorcerer Phixie is going to continue on up their way. We're going to pick up 1,500 more experience there. Lots of royal mummies here. But behind it's going to be the +1 attack. In the previous playthrough of Spritely's Pirates, we saw that you had to be very, very greedy by picking up every single primary stat that you could. You had to pick up every instance of +1 attack, every instance of +1 defense, because Darlena the Necromancer, or Darlena the Pirate, depending on how you look at it, they were just way too hot to handle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Either way, unless I haste here, they're going to get to the Centaurs. Let's just step right there. And so you had to be very selfish. You had to pick up every instance of plus stats that you could. In this scenario, I don't know if you have to so much, but it's still probably a good idea. It's probably a good idea. So we're going to still pretend like that's the best thing for us. Note that these creatures, they kind of bypass the steel golems. I guess if that tells you where their priorities really are. The water elementals should finish off the stack of 4. And then actually the good luck from the 19 orcs brings us down to only 2 royal mummies remaining. Pretty good fight, 1,400 experience. We will pick up this +1 attack. You've come upon the mercenary camp, practicing their tactics. The mercenaries welcome you and your troops and invite you to train with them. +1 attack skill. And folks, this observation tower is important because while there is water here that Mandigal could use to summon a boat, I don't think it would be very much worth our time. And so maybe the observation tower can help us find the thing that is worth our time. Pouch of sulfur, +1 sulfur per day. I'd really like that. I'd really like that. Sasquatch Royale says, I think that there was some ore southwest from the giant village. So ore southwest. There was a big patch here. I did pick that up. Let's cast the view resources. Gold, gold. Looks like there was some gold hiding in the tree line there that I didn't really see. But you're thinking southwest. There's some wood there that I didn't quite pick up. Ore. Ore and ore. You know, this whole time, if we'd just gone south, there was a Necromancer town there. Maybe we would have been better off going south, and we're just not going to know it until later. But as I mentioned earlier, I think that this map is really, really nice because ore. I think that there's lots of opportunities where whether you go north, south, east, or west, I do believe that you have reasonable opportunities. All this adventuring we've done, none of it has felt like a waste. At no point have I said to myself, I wish I'd gone the other direction. So that works out pretty well. Oh, we picked that up? Okay, but I'm glad that we picked that up Because yeah, if we are looking for 7 more units of ore, that's kind of a big deal because we are that close to picking up a new castle. The question will be, do we go to Spritely Northeast where we can put a hero over here, or do we upgrade Wish Town? And I don't know the answer. We will have to wait and see. Pack of War Trolls, I do want to go through them. We only have 3 spell points though. If I wait one more day... Oh, there's a patch of ore right there. And we found water. Folks, we did it. We're going to go through this horde of halflings. We're going to win, I'm sure. That's too expensive. We're going to lose actually a lot of forces. I can't make this go any better. It's just going to be shoot, shoot, run, run. Yeah, it's... I'm going to pick up the expert navigation. Going to go to here. Mandigal is going to be too far away from the water anyway. So we're going to go to here. We're going to do this big troop swap so we can have max speed first thing in the morning for our sorceress here. Yeah, and we're going to pick up whatever we can here in just a moment. We're going to get into the water. Maybe we just send Mandigal. Maybe we just send Mandigal. And then we'll have 3 spell points so we can cast a Haste and we can take out these War Trolls a little bit better. We are getting to the point where my forces are very much exhausted. They are struggling to keep up with these fights, and so therefore we're going to take more losses as things go on. It may be time to start to turn around and look for some more resupplies later. It really might be worth that. We will see. But month 2, week 2, day 5, we're going to move on to a new day here and just see where things go from there. So first things first, let's go and summon a boat. Boop. Let us drop off these forces. Just to make sure I can get back into the boat, I'm going to do it like this real quick. I'll use a little bit of my movement points. And I will send the boars with... Yeah, I will send the boars with Mandigal. But I am going to keep this pouch of crystal just in case Mandigal runs into some enemies. I don't want to lose Mandigal. That would be maybe the worst thing. Because this +1 crystal per day is actually doing really well for myself. We will pick up gold. Free peasants, and then actually we will eliminate the sprites, or rather the halflings from this army, just so we have room for the sprites. Is that the best maneuver? Our morale is going to be atrocious, absolutely atrocious, but there's 2 tree houses here. I'm going to pick up the sprites, even though it makes our morale absolutely horrible. That's going to be 44 sprites there. We'll fight the goblins for free. These additional sprites, that's up to 94 sprites. I think that 94 sprites is worth the negative morale. But I don't know if that's going to be enough to take out these vampires. Either way, Mandigal's got to get into the boat. I'll think about this decision while I have Agar do some Agar things like +1 to the speed, +5 on the gems, another +2 on the gems there. And more important than going to this magic garden, we are so very, very close to this trading post. Let's go and grab that. Haste spell, very good. Logistics, can't go wrong with that. Sandro's in the water, +4 to the sulfur, +5 to the wood. And there's going to be a shipwreck survivor. A golden watch. The gold watch doubles the effectiveness of the hero's hypnotized spells. So we've pulled this shipwreck survivor from the certain death in the unforgiving ocean, and they are grateful enough to hand us whatever loose change is in their pockets. Very good. 10 more wood. And Sandro hasn't found... Oh no, folks. There's a Sphinx. There's a Sphinx. There's a Sphinx. Tundar, you beat me to it. Tundar with the playable. Okay, I think Sandro's gonna land for the Sphinx. It's a bad idea, but I'm gonna assume that with the map maker here that we're actually gonna be able to figure out what's going on there. There's ore here. There's 2 more units of ore. We're up to 16. We are so close. I need 4 more units of ore. Maybe this barrel, maybe a sea chest. We're so close. Sasquatch Royale. By the way, do creature dwellings in vanilla Heroes 2 stack from week to week as in FHeroes2? That's actually a good question. I'm so familiar and so comfortable with FHeroes2 at this point that I don't even remember anymore. Like, you think I would know? but I've played just regular Heroes of Might and Magic 2 once in the last year and a half, and that was when we did Colossal Caverns. I just find FHeroes2 to be superior. So like you're saying here with these tree houses, the fact that we picked up 94 sprites and 2 tree houses, is that the way it works in regular Heroes of Might and Magic 2? I don't know. I'm guessing it does because FHeroes2 is meant to not change the game, but to keep it the way it was originally intended. Tundar says that they absolutely do. There you go. I would believe Tundar on that. Lots of vampires. I'm guessing that there's 1 stack of vampire lords, but if I go in this direction, I should be able to pick up all this. Maybe I find some more nifty stuff over here, folks. Let's continue to go down the coastline and just hope that we can survive with only 3 spell points. Okay, glorious victory. Let's make it happen. Bammy says, yeah, it works the same. Okay, there you go. There you go. Oh, look, bad morale. Who could have predicted that? Not me. Not me, not Phixfox. I did not foresee that happening. Okay, so this is kind of bad. We're gonna kill 5 to 6 here. I think that the sprites are gonna get surrounded. We want to keep the sprites on this end of the battlefield, which feels kind of bad. But this way, steel golems can reach, orcs can reach. Yeah, we're gonna do it like this. Just feels bad. Down to 23 sprites. Ugh. Ugh. Losing all these creatures. 5 to 6 of the 6 vampires goes down. Not even a problem. And whichever group I want the Centaurs to attack, I'm going to try and do it like this. So good morale goes onto this back stack of 6. That takes it down to 3. Another 1 goes down, retaliates, no losses. 6 here. The 6 hasn't even gone yet. So we actually did that perfectly. Without even trying, we perfectly were able to manage our turn order and juggle the damage to make sure that we got out of that without too horrible of losses. Centaurs are absolutely frozen in fear. Don't worry, I get it. You're going up against some of the creatures of the night, and I don't mean... Never mind, I can't make that joke. Creatures of the night. They're in the red light district. Anyway, wherever we can find a witch's hut next to a stream. This water is interesting. Do you see this? I think that our ultimate artifact is actually going to be with coast here and coast here, unless this is like an island on the west side. I'm guessing that this is to the north or over here. That just makes the most sense, because I'm guessing at this point that this is like a big island. Where we are at in the center is probably a large continent, and that just changes the way I feel about these things. Not a lot, but a little bit. So if we can find an ultimate artifact, life is going to be good. Let's hope for that very, very soon. Okay. And then Sasquatch Royale says, thanks. That's cool, because that's really annoying in vanilla Heroes 3 that they don't stack. I agree. My dad loves it. I've mentioned many times that my dad is an avid Heroes of Might and Magic 3. Shoot. My dad is an avid Heroes of Might and Magic 3 player. Oh gosh. And he really enjoys being able to play in a way where he uses lots of heroes. He is exceptionally good at using multiple heroes to logistically fight these fights very, very easily for himself. I am not nearly so good as my dad, right? Ooh, they've got the Pendant of Dispassion. Ector of the Night, 5 attack, 9 defense, 9 spell power, 9 knowledge, blood morale, good luck, 18 spell points left, but they have the Serenity Pendant, so the Paralyze does not actually do anything to them. Magic Arrow it is. And so for the people that love the logistics of using those individual secondary and tertiary heroes to kind of win the day, that's maybe a little bit of a loss if it stacks up without you picking things up. But for the rest of us, we kind of like it. And I don't really mind. I don't mind if you don't mind. How about that? Looks like the archers are going to pick up the shield spell. We do lose the turn for the 62 centaurs. Thankfully, the magic arrow is going to continue to do damage. Down to 153. I'll skip. Goodbye to the centaurs. Unless these guys get good morale with these archers, I think that we're going to be able to probably run away first thing next turn after we cast one more magic arrow. I'm not even going down the battlefield. I just don't think it's worth it. Here. We're down to 141 archers. We are causing them some damage, but we have to run. We're going to take damage here. We're going to get one more chance. We're going to do one more chance to do magic arrow, and then we have to run, because if archers attack here and I get bad morale, I just lose. if the archers attack here and they get good morale and they kill 2 stacks, I just lose. So even though you could say, Phixfox, stay around for 1 more magic arrow, the answer I say, 3,200 gold. The answer I say to you is no, it's not worth it. So with that, we shall depart in shame. And here's why this is a problem, folks. Yeah, sure, we killed 60 archers, we lost a boat, we lost a Sphinx, and we don't have a castle. It's day 7. We have to get the ore necessary from a barrel or something. Unless you can reach. Can you reach Agar? If Agar can reach the trading post, or if Mandigal can get 4 units of ore, we can upgrade a castle and we can put Sandro back somewhere on the map. He is too good of a hero to lose. But we might have just lost him. Because if it goes to day 1, we're just going to lose him. Well, let's see how this goes. Let's see how this goes. Okay, so let's start with the obvious choice first. Let's just pick up barrels. I'm really glad that the game didn't make me wait to find out if we were going to lose Sandro or not. I do appreciate a little bit of, you know, call it excitement, a tense moment. I do appreciate a tense moment every now and again. But for the 6 ore, I'm happy that we have it, so that way we can simply upgrade one of these castles. Wishtown or Spritely Northeast. There was an enemy, by the way. Where were they? They were over here. Purple Roxana is over here. There's some water over here. There's a sawmill. The sawmill alone probably makes it worth it for me to get Spritely Northeast, because then I can use those resources to go to Wishtown. I'm going to upgrade Spritely Northeast. And I'm immediately going to hire Sandro, who's going to hire sprites. The corners, the corners. We're going to go to a corner. Tundar. I found one of the 3 corners that's not really a corner. And I think that with these 48 sprites, do we beat lots of elves? I actually think that we do. I think that we do. We might hire another hero. Tell you what, there's no reason not to hire another hero. Rebecca the Sorceress, she's going to come with some other free troops of her own. And now we have 2 heroes in this upper corner. So she's going to just help clear out some of the stuff. Like so. Gold, resources. Pack of Phoenix's guards a Lith. It's kind of interesting and very scary. Red Dragons guard a trunk of gold for 750 gold per day. We are going to be able to pick up a watchtower to help us take the sawmill. There's even another boat over here with some stuff. It's good. Mandigal, you crazy critter, you done it again. Good job. Very proud. Oh, look, and we can actually land for this trading post and use that if we wanted to. We don't want to right now, I don't think. But nifty to know that we could do that. What a cool turn. And so then Agar's going to go out of his way to pick up the logistics because we don't have to rush to the trading post. We're going to just kind of meander our way over there. We're just going to mosey on in this direction. Through the dwarves. Lots of dwarves. Yes, we definitely beat them. Let's do it like that. Group of battle dwarves have a desire for greater glory and wish to join. Do we accept? We sure do. That's 45. 45 battle dwarves just joined us. Agar, nice job. Your powers of persuasion are very exceptional. Oh no. Do we pick up Necromancy with Agar? I don't think so. I think that the advanced leadership is actually super good, given that he's got such a hodgepodge of troops. We're going to pick up the wood in just a second. Oh man. Might have been worth it to try and save room to get gargoyles to join us. We're not going to fight them because we don't want to take the losses, but next thing in the morning we can get to the trading post and then we can actually get this castle upgraded much sooner than we otherwise thought. So folks, we're in a good spot. I thought that things were going to be bad. They're not great, but I've seen worse. 340 experience from these archers. And there's a sign. What is this sign going to tell us? Pixie Seafront. Sticks of rocks available. Just ask a sprite or climb the treehouse. Sandro loves Luna. That's so cute. If you did not know, every time you see a sign that says something like that, it's because Sandro and Luna, the lunatic, are deeply in love, and everywhere they go, they carve their name and initials and cute little messages into the trees to just tell people how much they love each other. And it's absolutely sickening. It's sickly sweet. It's adorable, don't get me wrong, but it's definitely against the laws of the park. We have one haste. You have a choice. You can haste the water elementals so that they can get down the battlefield in 2 turns, or you can haste the steel golems so they can get up like in 2 turns, 3 turns. I think you gotta haste these water elementals. I think that you will attack at the bottom here. The sprites are gonna help attack at the bottom here. Thankfully, we're now 6 speed, so we're gonna slot right into there this upcoming fight. We're gonna kill 1 to 2 of these trolls here. We kill 1, 7 HP. Very sad. I think I'm even gonna use these 5 orcs to try and do that final 7 HP worth of damage. They do. Okay, cool. They killed 2. Orcs, no, they killed 1. Yeah, they did the best they could. Okay. And then actually I think, hold on, if I attack here, then I'll retaliate up there and finish him off. That worked fine. And now the losses go from terrible to, okay. No, hold on. The losses are still absolutely horrendous because we had like 70 sprites and all the war trolls beat down my stack of sprites until there was just this many left. Like, that's really not good. It's really not good. 5 orcs with good luck, by the way, are doing 82 damage. Like that, like that. And then from here, it's pretty obvious how this fight's gonna go. 7 damage goes on to this final war troll, and yeah, it cost us 70 sprites, but when there is 3 more tree houses to be had very, very quickly, I feel much better, my life feels great, and I will accept my issues as I see them here. I did not notice. Oh no. I did not notice that Flint the Wizard is in the water. I should have given Mandigal more forces. I can hire him in Spritely Northeast. He's got Summon Boat. I think you're going to want to keep him in Wishtown. Yeah, I think I'm going to want him in Wishtown just so that way I can get him back to either this coast or this coast. Looks like there's lots of resources here. Tell you what, I think that we're going to try and upgrade Wishtown and then upgrade it first before we even upgrade Spritely Northeast. And then once we do, we'll go from there. Hold on, can I upgrade this today? I picked up so much wood and so much ore in one day. That was insane. Holy kittens. Well, we are about to lose him, so let's get Troyan the Sorceress right now. She's gonna be a little bit faster, and she's gonna just start to explore because I need somebody to explore. There's a prison here, jail there, so we're gonna have to keep an eye out on that. Let's see where else she can go. And folks, that's gonna take us to month 2, week 2, day 7. I had talked about doing a break a week ago, and then we stopped because we had a beautiful raid with lots of wonderful people, and I didn't want to disappoint them and say, hey, too bad. I'm gonna do what I want to do even though you just got here. So we're gonna take a 5-minute break here. We're gonna hit intern. We're gonna lose Mandigal. We're gonna watch Green take off many of our mini opportunities in the water. Mandigal did not fight us. Look at that. Mandigal stays alive. Flint left us alone. I think that means that Mandigal actually wants to keep the boat alive. I think Mandigal wants to land. Where to land? Right there? Yeah, I think he wants to land. Because we could go north and just run away. If we need to, we can always rehire him. So try and save the boat, go north. Look, there's free stuff in the water. This might be the last time I get the opportunity to have a hero in the water. It looks like there's multiple enemies in the water, and so you gotta do what you gotta do while you can. What did I just say? I was going to take a break and then I started playing because something exciting happened, but I will come back to this in a moment. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and when we come back, we're going to continue to enjoy Spritelys King and have a really nice time with it. So, folks, do me a huge favor and just take it easy for a little bit, and we'll be right back. Okay. Bye. Why, hello. We are back. Wonderful. So, couple things. Number one, we had Kima-san with the follow. Thank you so much. Right as we were going into the break, saw that we had the follow from you. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have you here. For you and for anybody else, if you are just tuning in right now, folks, we are here on Spritelys King. This is the expert difficulty impossible level map, extra large. We are one blue player against green, red, yellow, orange, and purple. I am playing as the sorceresses because at this point, this being the fourth in the saga from Tundar, it just makes sense. We are the Sorcerer Fixie. We cannot lose our main hero, who we cannot see on this main page here just yet. But if we are to win this game, we must defeat green, red, yellow, orange, and purple. And we are very far behind. It's already month 2, week 3, day 1. And we just finally picked up 2 castles. A Spritelys Northeast castle for our sprites, and Wishtown, a wizard castle. So we got a long road ahead of us, and I'm guessing that our enemies are at least up to 6th level creatures by now. They have to be. And so we've got an awful long way to go if we are going to win this game. So Kima-san, thank you for the follow, and hopefully that's a good update for everybody else. Perfect. And then let's see, Tundar says, I won't assist beyond this singular tip. There's a secret spot that is going to make your life much easier somewhere in your starting town location. An invisible event. Ooh. There's quite a lot throughout the map. Quite a few. Each might seem obvious once you've stood there. I will not assist any further as I'm having a great deal of fun watching you explore what I feel is a just map to end the Spritelys campaign. Perfect. I'm happy to hear that. Yep, I'm excited to find all the secrets you have, but that means that if you've played this scenario once or twice before, that you might have some additional insights, and so that's pretty interesting. So I will look for those secret spots, places that are invisible to the unseen eye. So thank you. Sandro the Peasant Killer. Hello, Sandro the Peasant Killer. Nice to have you here. Welcome to the real Phixfox. Hello, mister. Doing another adventure with a huge map today. I am. This is the 4th one in the series, and on these XL maps, it's a lot of fun, but it does take a little bit of time. So we will see if we can get out of here in the next 4 to 5 hours. We will see. So hope we're doing great so far. Not too bad. I've done worse. How about that? And Boreaster says, great break. Managed to mop your floors. Good. I'm happy to hear that. I forget. Somebody told me, I had said, oh, you know, I'd like to just keep going without any breaks. And they said, Phixfox, we need a break. Take a break, not for you. Take a break for us. So I'm glad in that meantime that you were able to mop the floor. Good stuff. Okay. So is there something here unseen, maybe right here, where I should step to find a game-breaking opportunity? Not there. Maybe these dragons guard something. Maybe right here. Maybe right here. Maybe there's like a little spit of land here in the water. If there's a boat here, hold on. If there's a boat here, there's got to be like a little spit of land right here that you're supposed to get into the boat on and then sail to pick up whatever you need there. So I'm guessing whatever your game-breaking artifact is, I'm guessing it's right there. Or you said to check your corners. Maybe the corner's not here. Maybe it's right here. Ooh, interesting. Phixfox wife says to Tundar, by the way, that she hopes that you made it very difficult. So Tundar says he's still not convinced me that this is the play he wins on. We will see. Well, if we do have to restart, we will restart knowing that we gave it our best shot. But unfortunately, the game is not always that we win. Sometimes the game is that we do our very best and we have a lot of fun, and that's simply good enough. So it's actually not a bad thing that we lose. So if it comes to that, that'll be acceptable. Perfectly. Okay, 800 gold, crystal, or treasure chest. That's going to be, pathfinding or luck. Given that we are in the snow right now, but knowing that we have some fights coming up, I'm going to take the luck. I'm going to be a little bit slower, but I will take the luck. But seriously, when you're on snow, that's a pretty good time to take the pathfinding. 26 orcs join us, and I'm going to wait to fight these elves until I get this resupply. 9 extra sprites actually might matter. Horde of skeletons. I think we can beat a horde of skeletons. I'm going to get rid of all these other forces, though. Just the negative morale I don't feel like is worth it. And then we will do single stacks of the sprites to kind of help things go correctly here. So let's fight this fight real quick. 1 sprite goes down, not a problem. And I'd wondered about stepping there. It looks like we can't really step there, so bit sad there. We are not going to go through these red dragons anytime soon, although that'd be pretty nice. Okay, by the time Rebecca gets back up to us, we should be ready to go. Before I do anything else, let's make sure that we start to upgrade this other castle as well. So we just picked up the pen for our boars here in Wishtown. And Agar is finally going to be able to step on this trading post, although at this point, I don't really know exactly what we need to trade for. So let's consider. We have some amount of wood coming in. We need mercury, and we need gems. We have 55 gems, 42 crystal, 30 sulfur, 24 mercury. So actually, we might want to end up trading for ore. We might want to end up trading for mercury. Let's actually keep Agar just kind of in this area and purchase another hero that we can send south. Yeah, Agar's actually too good of a hero to just, oh geez, to go to here. So I did something. This orange hero, Thundax, they have access to this little island, and I didn't realize it. If I'd known that, I would have picked up these Traveler's Boots. I figured that this was just a one-way and a one-way. It's not the case. It's not freaking true. So I think that we go and defeat him before anything else happens, and then we'll send another hero up to this trading post, and it'll be their job just to sit there. So let's hire one more hero. Let's make it be Charity, because I don't really care who it is. I don't care about these zombies so much that I'm just going to dismiss them right off the bat. And let's send her south. Let's have her go pet the cat, because everybody likes petting the cat. Of course, we are charmed as we reach down and get bitten. And then, yeah, so she can be on this trading post, and she can pick up this and this. I mean, there's a couple of things for a hero to grab in this little area anyway. And then whenever we need her to, she can help us with trading for resources. So all good things, all good things. I thought I would have more room to run here. A horde of halflings, 2 months in. This is actually a little bit too much for me to deal with. So we're gonna have to wait for another hero to really help us out, or at least for us to get probably up to Magi. We could probably get Watchtower, Caves. Maybe we can go through these champions. View resources, that's not it. Cold Ray's too far away. Magic Arrow, it's really pretty close. We will see what's best, but I do want to be effective with my turns. This is definitely a game where you want to use all of your heroes very effectively. We're up to 47 sprites, up to 102, up to 166. Don't tell me that was not worth it, because that was absolutely worth it. And our main hero is now just kind of scaling through the coastline here on the west hand, on the west of this continent. Just in case I need to bring a resupply, I'm going to defeat these swordsmen, just so that way I can come through here. 113 sprites? No, we're not going to lose any sprites. I refuse. I refuse. Tundar does say, by the way, it's also not convinced that I'm going to lose either. It's a 50-50. Okay. Okay, that's pretty good. I'll take a 50-50. I mean, I'm the guy that will say, so you're telling me there's a chance, right? So if you're telling me that there's a better chance than that, I am doing super good. No problems at all. No problems. Vammy says, here's an addition that could be made to FHeroes2 that would help map making and not interfere with the game. Trading post on water. Now that'd be nifty. Yeah, some way that you could trade resources when you're adventuring and you're out on the big blue wet thing. That would be perfect, actually. I would like to see that someday. Again, probably it'll be at least after the FHeroes2 campaign comes out, because that does take precedence. But no, I think that that's the exact right kind of thing that we as the players want, and we recognize as an opportunity. We had talked a little bit earlier about the, let's see, we talked about the pyramids being able to be placed on water in the original FHeroes2, or rather original map editor for Heroes Might and Magic. Now at this point, you know, you might as well. Might as well. Add some fun stuff for me. Let me see what the technical limitations are of a modern computer in this modern era, because I really believe that a lot of the reasons why Heroes Might and Magic 2 ended up the way it was, I'm sure that there were many decisions that were made simply because of the technical limitations at the time. You look at maps like Colossal Caverns, as we've mentioned earlier today, and Charles Watkins lamented the fact that there was more that he would like to have done with that map, but he couldn't, because he's like, hey, you're gonna have to save an awful lot of times. The game is going to crash. It's not maybe gonna crash, it's going to crash. And when it crashes, I'm gonna feel bad about that. Sorry, it is what it is. In this modern era, you can make a game that doesn't have these technical limitations, and you're feeling pretty good, right? So, you know, I mean, I would like to see what can be done with the most modern technology to make Heroes Might and Magic 2 be the best it could ever be. It's not required, but it is fun. Flint is just watching us clear out these enemies one by one. Ooh, that's the best way of clearing out enemies. 35 veteran pikemen join me. The morale is atrocious. I don't care. I will continue to soldier on, and eventually I'm sure I'm going to find what I'm looking for, which is actually a magic well. A magi asks you to care for his staff before crashing to the ground. His legs broken? Did they just break all of a sudden? Did his legs just snap? Oh dear. His breathing stopped. I guess he won't be needing it, and he simply means for you to keep it. Okay, brilliant. Evercold Icicle, that's going to be a free artifact. We do have the Cold Ray, so 330 points of damage per. Again, still looking for... Ooh. Still looking for Magic Well. Dragon Slayer, not too bad. There's an Obelisk over here. Folks, I have to do it. So this Elemental Ring, combined with the fact that we have Summon Air Elemental and Summon Fire Elemental, is too good. It halves the cost. It takes you from 15, or rather 30 spell points down to 15. This is too good of an artifact. I will take whatever losses it takes in order to get this. The only thing... Oh, and there's... Jeez, and that's there. The only thing that worries me is that Flint could then land. There's some reefs here that prevent people from landing right there. What? Do you need to summon a boat there and step in? Tundar, what have you done? But even if he can get through, I'm still going to be able to beat him if he does want to land. So we're going to take some crazy losses here. This is not going to feel good. This is going to hurt. Lots of ouch. Yeah, bring the pain, baby. Bring the pain. But we are going to make it there. Bammy says, do you really need those 5 orcs? They've been with me the whole time. You're right. I don't need the 5 orcs. I really don't. Yeah, you're correct. I don't. I feel bad. I probably should have gotten rid of them a while ago because, as you can tell, our morale is super bad. And who knows, maybe these genies actually would have joined me. Highly unlikely. But if they do join you, that's a game-changing sort of a moment. So, yeah, my bad. Oh, the orcs are going to prove their use. Yay, they killed 1 genie. Perfect. So, we couldn't have made this fight go much better, but we did get through the genies, and we are going to pick up this artifact first thing in the morning. Tundar says, did you choose to ignore the archer huts? These ones? I don't know about chose to. I just recognized that I wanted to go up this way. Because I was looking for I had Mandigal, who's got Summon Boat. So I was looking for a way that he could get to the water. And I figured if I went far enough in one direction, I figured that this was probably like an island or like a continent. So that's why I did what I did. But I did not stop for the archers. It seems that you, as the map maker, think that that was a mistake. Tell me you think that that was a mistake without telling me that you think that that was a mistake. Okay, Agar is continuing to go south. Remember, we got Thundax here, just being annoying. We'll stop for the Centaurs real quick. We won't stop for the tree house. Ooh, we would love to get these 3rd level spells. Thundax has probably explored right about there. Let's see where he goes from here, and then we'll decide what to do. Not just those, LOL. Well, here's the thing, Tundar. You keep hiding archers' houses in weird places, and then when I don't see them, it's hard for me to decide to take them. So, what do you want me to do, Mr. Mapmaker? Mr. Mapmaker, do you want me to to not see things and make them invisible, or do you want me to see things and just tell me where they are? Either way, as I've mentioned many times, so when a map maker does what Tundar does, and like for example hides a treehouse behind something, or like this archer's house, and you kind of hide it. Oh, look, these ones. If you hide them in places like really hard for me to see, then it really goes down to the point of Heroes of Might and Magic, that Heroes of Might and Magic is an information game, right? And so if I don't have the best information to play, like, you're gonna play suboptimally. I think that we all know that. There's no question about that. We all understand that. We get that. But sometimes I fail even harder than I otherwise should because I think I know what's happening, and then I fail anyway. Like, I don't realize how bad I'm messing up. So this is probably one of those cases where there's probably plenty of opportunities for me to do better than I am, but I just don't see them, and so therefore I'm missing them. And that does feel pretty bad, but it is what it is. Lots of elves. We're gonna win this fight, but it's gonna be a bit of a struggle. Let's actually make sure we put all of our sprites to the top. Yeah, 4-speed creatures, 4-speed creatures. This will actually make this fight go much better. And yeah, Sandro the Peasant Killer, Tundar is the author of this map, and it's a beautiful map. It's a great map. So my little conversation about Tundar, what do you want from me? That's just playful banter at this point. Here Phixfox was saying earlier that I don't dish it out because I can't take it in return, and now I'm dishing it out. I'm sorry. My apologies. Bammy says, all those sprites that just joined you immediately went to fight beings of pure energy that decimated them all with the raw lightning. I guess that's the reality of war. We'll fight for Lordaeron. Get your swords, boys. Instantly dead. Yeah. Reality of war. That makes me very, very sad to say, but possibly. I would be the last person to know anything about it, to be honest. Okay, still this fight continues to go pretty okay, all things considered. Like all things considered, this will go okay. Big stack here. 26 are probably going to finish them off, actually. That leaves one stack of 2. Good. 9, 4, 3. AI might have even thought that fight better than me, but with 2 extra wood per day, even if I lost to these boars somehow, I would still be in a good spot. I do want to go in this direction, though. It looks like you can actually get to this boat without fighting black dragons. There is no spit of land here. It's got to be over here, right? Tundar, like it's got to be right there. Because unless it's behind the boars or right behind the castle, like we'll have Rebecca go in that direction. This is the only other place. It's the only place that makes sense with a boat. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to that area. I might have Rebecca be the one to do that after Horde of Steel Golems. That's a little bit too many. Let's go back. Let's wait right here. We'll defeat the boars. We might even get full spell points because we got some damaging spells. Yeah, let's go back. We'll stay a night in the Mage Guild that we're about to build. And then we'll settle on from there and continue to let Spritelys Northeast be a place of peace and prosperity. 6 orcs. 10 centaurs. And remember, charity is going for the trading post. Okay, all of our heroes have gone. We are building up 2 castles at the same time. That's not really advisable. We are not going to pick up statues just yet because we only have 10 ore and we don't have an ore mine. So we're going to wait on that. But eventually, we're going to be able to pick those up and get gold. Look at the green player. Purposely ignore that Sphinx for me. That's very generous of them. Very thoughtful. Oh, and look at this. Wow, that orange player actually did a bunch. I didn't think that Thundax would be able to get through there. They must have, yeah, they picked up this archer's house, and then that was enough to clear out all of this. Crazy. I feel bad. This was all supposed to be mine. Huh, okay. While pausing to rest, you notice a bobcat climbing a short tree to get at a crow's nest. On impulse, you climb the tree yourself and scare off the cat. When you look in the nest, you find a collection of shiny stones and a ring. Again, this halves the cost of all summoning spells. These spells now cost 15 spell points. This is kind of a big deal. Those pyramids have absolutely paid off. And folks, a little leprechaun is dancing gleefully around a magic sack. Seeing us approach, he stops mid-stride. The little man screams and stamps his foot ferociously, vanishing into thin air. We remember the old leprechaun saying, finders keepers. And so we will grab this sack for 1,000 extra gold per day, and we shall leave. We could not have gotten that at a better time. But I am worried. Tyro, and then there was a hero up here. I think that we could probably continue on in this direction, but I'd like to prevent Tyro from just taking some free stuff over here. And there's some danger if Wishtown ever becomes under attack. Then again, this might be my only opportunity to come in this direction. Like before, where we said that we were on this side of the map, and we wanted to go to the southeast to here with the boat, and we instead sent the Sorcerer Phix this direction, simply because we were closer. I think that we do the same thing today. I think that we send ourselves where it's closest and unexplored, rather than going way out of our way several days just to fight or take one hero. It just doesn't feel very good in the economy of Heroes Might and Magic to do that. So we will ignore that for now and go from there. Looks like they didn't pick up sprites. If there are sprites here, I think that we picked them up. I really want to take this guy out. Maybe he goes into the stone liths. We'll see about that in a second. Ambrose has got a couple of whoever's. Let's explore. We could land. I don't see the point in doing that. Is there something over here we need to land for? Trunk of Gold, Mercury, but you'll have to fight either or. So I think we go back. And in fact, maybe we land over here. Now since Tyro's gone this direction and this other yellow hero went south, maybe we land on here and we explore this a bit more. Castle of Cracked Earth. Gotcha. That's what I would call it too. It's very on the nose, but very good all the same. So we're up to the Stonehenge. That took all of our ore. We're down to 0 ore. That means that this ivory tower is actually really, really far away. So we're gonna pick up a marketplace just so we have the ability to trade for future times. But we are gonna still hope that Charity can get here. It's gonna be 3 days. It's gonna be 3 days. I'm gonna send her up to this windmill then. It's gonna be like 5 days now. No, it still says 3 days. Okay, we'll do that. And 14 orcs and 10 centaurs is not enough for lots of champions, but it might be enough for lots of rogues. Let's take the view resources. We'll take the experience not once, but twice. 3 times, and then all of a sudden Troyan's a pretty good hero. So that feels pretty good. And then Rebecca's just kind of hanging out, doesn't really have anywhere to be, and doesn't have a lot to do. As Sandro waits for full spell points. And he picked up the Bless and the View Mines. Let's do that actually. Holy crap, folks, this is a big deal. We needed View Mines like forever ago. Okay, so there's Sulfur here, Sulfur just barely out of reach here. We almost saw the Sulfur Mine there. Sulfur, gems, wood. It looks like yellow's in the upper left corner, orange is due north, purple is to the east, red is to the southeast, green is to the southeast and south by southeast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's where our enemies are. And so actually this land over here, we might actually want to kind of head towards this dirt because it looks like nobody's really been there. And it's got sulfur, crystal, gold, crystal, wood, ore. This might be the place to go. Yeah, there's even a wood sawmill right there. Let's continue to work our way with our main hero to the south along this coastline. If we can dive into this area, maybe we can resupply with troops along the way. If we can pick up one single magic well, we're golden. We're golden. Sasquatch Royale says, may I ask what the victory condition is for this map? Yes, absolutely. So we cannot lose our main hero. That is going to be Sorcerer Fixie. Cannot lose. Cannot lose. And then we must defeat a green knight, a red barbarian, yellow wizard, orange warlock, purple wizard. Wizard, 2 wizards. Okay. So they are all allied against us and we must defeat them. So we got an awful lot to do here still as we move on to the new day. Yellow being annoying. Of course. Oh. You are so annoying. Lots of water elementals now. He is so annoying. I've got over 100 dwarves though. I'm still gonna kill you. I don't even care. Tundar says, no. If you don't see them, that's fine. I've hidden them well, but it's a trait to remember. Wink. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, but defeat all 5 ally lords. Okay, gotcha. Let's see. Steeson. Hello, Steeson. Nice to have you here. Welcome. Always a pleasure to have you, Steeson. Steeson says, a necro hero with a sorceress army? Despicable. Yes. But he is the man. He's the myth. He's the legend. Are you going to be the person, Steeson, to tell Sandro that he can't field this force? Good luck. Let me know how that goes. This guy scares me, and I've got nerves of steel. I hope. I will pretend that I have nerves of steel, just so that way I don't regret my folly when I accidentally underestimate my guys. But yeah, he's a good hero. But we do have the sorceresses in the bottom left here, and we got the wizards up here. I am trying to build these armies pretty equally, which is probably going to be a mistake that's going to cost me. But until that time, we're just going to continue on. 14 sprites. I'm going to accept this. That's fine. Pick up the standing stones +1. The group of druids worship at one of their strange stone edifices, and silently they teach us new ways to cast spells. Has anybody ever actually been to Stonehenge, by the way? I'm sure it's a good tourist attraction if you are anywhere in the area. I just want to know if you've ever been there. I think that'd be really, really cool. So hoping to find somebody that has been to Stonehenge. Is it everything that you heard it was cracked up to be? Please let me know. Okay, on we go. We've already got the haste, don't really need that. We will go through the Oracle and we will see just how far behind we are. Mandigal, again, he's gonna try and land. He can't quite land there. We're gonna go right here and we're gonna waste some movement points so we can land first thing in the morning. Agar is still chasing this guy down. I'm gonna chase him down. I am gonna beat him. He is gonna hate me and I will not care. And then I do want this obelisk because I think we're picking up enough to make it actually worth my time. Lots of water elementals. I got 5 spell points. For lots of water elementals, I think I win because my stats are good, but let me think about that fight. Tundar says, I just hope you don't need Dimension Door. Aha, I think you can land at least. Okay, I will try my best. I will try my best. But you're 90% sure you checked it out and it was happy? It was good? Okay. Perfect. Sandro the Peasant Killer says, seems pretty good looking. I've heard that there would be an entire campaign with those sprightly maps all put together, so yes. Yeah, my favorite thing perhaps is that here in the bottom left, this is Spritely's northeast corner, so all the maps, if you put them together, are stitched together to make one gigantic land from map to map to map. So this is actually supposed to be somewhat connected to the other maps, and I think that's a really cool design choice. If you're going to do like a series like that, it adds some continuity from playthrough to playthrough, I think. But yeah, the 4 maps, and then there's the version of the map you play as one of the lords in an alternative timeline to the campaign. Very cool. Tundar is one of the good guys in the FHeroes2 community. Will he continue to produce beautiful maps like this one? I hope so. Steeson, those are kind words, and Tundar deserves them. Thank you. Wonderful. And Sandro the Peasant Killer continues with, it's a huge amount of dedicated work you have to deal with, so respect for that. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see, I'm gonna breeze through some of the conversation about how long the maps take, but I do want to point out that Tundar says it took about 48 hours to put this map together. So the feedback is fun, and you're developing the experience other people want to give you. So when people give you feedback, you like to take that so you can make the map even better. I really like that. And I'm sure that encourages people to want to give you feedback. So good to know. If you have feedback for Tundar, please play the map and let him know what you think. And Steeson says, I wonder if there are cameo heroes from the community in this map, other than our man, our guy, our Fixmeister. Appreciate it. Oh, and Tundar, you have driven past Stonehenge. Very cool. Stone's on a hill next to a motorway. Well, there you go. Does it disappoint you that it's right next to a motorway? Because I'm sure that there's people that are like, oh man, the pyramids of Giza, you know? And they just go, yeah, but there's like a whole city built around them and it's not as picturesque as you once thought. I've heard that like the Eiffel Tower in Paris, it's a little bit similar where, oh, I'm thinking it's going to be this one thing and it turns out to be a different experience. Interesting. I don't know. Sante Paulus, you've read scary stories about Stonehenge. Is it because it lies on certain ley lines and these axis of power? And so it was a strange stone edifice where druids once worshipped? Perhaps, maybe. LeVar John's in the chat. Hello, LeVar John. Nice to have you here. Welcome back. It's a pleasure to have you here. Stonehenge is pretty amazing. The size and heft of the rocks in the middle are literally nowhere. It's trippy. Middle of literally nowhere. Yeah, they're in the middle of nowhere. So why were they there? Why was Stonehenge brought there? Because we don't really have the technology today, right? I don't think that we actually have the technology in today's world to make that work. Like, I don't think that we can actually make Stonehenge even if we tried. We have all this modern machinery and technology, and even so, we can't actually replicate what they did. As far as I'm aware, that's the case. If I'm wrong, let me know, but I just think that that is absolutely amazing and really, really cool and terrific to be able to say that ancient humans probably had a lot of technology that's just been lost to time. Oftentimes we think that because they were older humans, early humans, that they were somehow stupid. They were not. Early humans are very, very smart, surely, and I don't think that we give them enough credit in our modern era for just how smart they were. So anyway, that's not really a hot take. I think lots of people agree with that take, but still worth saying anyway. Okay, we had talked about picking this ivory tower. I just need 5 ore. That's all I need. I just need 5 ore. But I don't want to trade any of these resources because I think I'm going to need it all. Just to trade for 5 mercury, it literally costs you 25 crystal. Is that going to be worth it to do this one day sooner? I don't think so. I think that we just hold on. Tell you what, I will even purchase the moat just in case we're ever under attack. It's almost free, and we'll come back at that another day. But yeah, technology, how did they do it? Where did they do it? Why did they do it? Ooh, all good questions. All good questions. Tundar says that you can't touch them anymore, probably because people have been a little bit too willing to harm them, right? So they're protected in some way, shape, or form. That's probably good. Yeah, I'm sure that somebody just thinks it's a good idea to take some dynamite up there and try to blow it up for whatever reason. You know, just stupid stuff. I've got a lot of faith in humanity, but I also recognize there's a lot of human nature that says that with enough alcohol, a lot of really bad ideas appear to some people to be good ideas. And that's not too good. Really not. Do we want to spend 5,000 gold on 25 halflings? Not really, but I do kind of want to avoid this fight a little bit. And 25 halflings actually makes these upcoming fights much easier. So I'm going to do that for now. Once we get the observation tower, we'll figure out where we're at, and we'll see if we actually keep those creatures alive for any further length of time. Folks, Ector's landed. Remember, this guy was actually pretty tough. He had blood morale. I think he had like 8 attack, 8 defense. A throng of the archers. It was like 140 archers. And Agar's got 41 spell points. Haste into Cold Ray. Cold Ray's doing 120 points of damage. We got 2 stacks of dwarves, 71 and 45. We don't have the haste. Well, we do have the haste. Well, we do have the haste. We don't have any flying creatures, though, that would actually make that fight go much better. And so I want these boots so bad. Can you defeat him, though? They've also got lots of dwarves. I've got a horde of dwarves. I've got lots of battle dwarves. I've got Medusa. I've got these extra creatures. I could, right off the bat, I could curse the archers, which is going to take them from 2 to 3 damage down to 2. That would help. I wish I'd stopped by to pick up Mass Haste and Paralyze. 1 Paralyze actually makes this whole fight go much better. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to step on the lith, because that's going to take me to the end of my movement points. I'm going to hit spacebar a couple times, just to right there. And he's going to go get the boots. I'm going to attack him. I'm going to steal the boots back. And in the meantime, I'm going to go up here, get the Paralyze. I'll come back. And then I'm instantly going to be more than a match for this puny guy. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. Perfect. Okay. Alrighty. Let's see. Watchtower. Nobody there. Horde of Steel Golems. I don't know about this fight. Full spell points. You can paralyze them if you want. A horde? You will win, but it'll be a very frustrating, annoying fight. You will win. I will win. So, alright, we'll do it. Oh, LeVar John says people keep disappearing when they touch them? Like because the government makes them disappear? Is that what's going on? I need answers. I need answers now. We're going to be doing good morale and tons of damage. We're going to paralyze probably 1 more stack of these steel golems, probably this one right here. So let's continue to pour damage onto this one and this one. And then we'll magic arrow until the cows come home. Wait. Yeah, this one. We kill this one, paralyze that one. Hey-ya. Yeah, you could do a lot of things with 120 spell points. My word. 18 to 32 damage. Skip, 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 skip. Actually, maybe we paralyze 1 more time. Oh, let's just paralyze 1 more time. We'll paralyze this group here, so that way we can just focus up. Because these paralyzes are lasting 11 more turns. It'll be fine. It'll be so totally okay. Bada bing, bada boom. Down to 5. With the unicorns and the sprites, we will kill this guy, no problem. I was wrong, but we made it out anyway. And then we do have a little bit of time for this magic arrow. I'm going to cast it here. Down to 8. down to 4. And in fact, we might even run out of shots before we actually kill this guy. Okay, I'm gonna do the magic arrow here. Dead. Skippity skip skip. Kind of interesting that the Paralyze works on steel golems. I don't know. I almost feel like it shouldn't, just because they're not really beholden to the normal rules of what I would expect a Paralyze to do. When I think of a Paralyze, I think of being paralyzed by poison, right? And if you're not really like an alive creature, how are you paralyzing them? You're not shutting down their nervous system somehow. I'm out of shots. You're not, I don't know. You're not, how else do you paralyze somebody? You're not severing the muscles or like the electrical pathways between the neurons. If you're already a dead creature or like a not living creature, how do you paralyze somebody? I don't know. I'm just recognizing that this works anyway. We'll take the necromancy. No, we're going to be using sorceress forces. We're going to take the luck. We'll pick up necromancy later. And we got plenty of artifact slots. Let's pick up a skull cap for 2,000 gold. 7 ore, 4 gems, 9 ore, 15 gold. And if Rebecca could reach the boat first thing in the morning, I'll let her do this. I am searching for something that Tundar might have left. Never mind. I guess Sandro will get in the boat, unless he's going to go fight dragons really soon, or phoenixes. He's doing what he needs to do anyway. Okay, 1,000 experience here. 1,000 experience over here. Charity. Okay, black dragons, red dragons, titans. Here and here. Okay, but 10 attack, 6 defense, 4 attack, 10 defense. Like, we're going to be good. Folks, we can do this. I think that this, holy shoot. Orange has 11 power, 21 knowledge, and black dragons. But, look. I would much rather you have 2 attack, 2 defense, and black dragons than have 10 attack, 6 defense, and black dragons. I think I can handle this. This is fine for me. We'll be okay. Yeah, I'm okay with this. As far as income goes, we are blast. So we're still behind in pretty much everything, although we have 2 castles, and that actually makes us better than purple. So sucks to be purple. So Charity actually taught us an awful lot there. And remember, we were going to this trading post to trade for ore, but then we did it anyway. Here we are. Okay. All right. Well, we made it. Red Tower. We need 30 ore. Never mind. We're going to be trading for the ore. We still need lots of ore. Lots and lots and lots of ore. We will find it soon, I'm sure. And then Tundar says, there's many stone circles in the UK made from those stones. Stonehenge is just the largest. Oh, I did not know that. Did not know that. I thought it was just incredibly unique. I mean, surely it's unique because of its size. I think we all agree that that makes it absolutely unique. But I thought that maybe it was more unique simply because there was nothing like it, right? So interesting, very cool there. Bambi says Paris is in its entirety I thought it was a way different than it actually is sort of a deal. I'm gonna wait to hear from our French phenoms so they can let me know, because it's their home country. I want them to let me know what they think about Paris and how it is currently. Because my French teacher, she was like, yeah, Paris is not the way I wish it was at one point. Apparently there's just issues, you know, issues that plague a big city. So yeah, makes you sad. I know that there was a lot of people that they watched the Avatar movies of all things, right? You know, Avatar with the blue people and space aliens and stuff. The Avatar movies were beautifully done by James Cameron, and I know that there was a lot of people that actually were very disappointed to learn that there was no place on Earth that was anything like what you saw in that movie. And they even got depressed because they wanted to visit it so bad and they couldn't, right? I suppose that in many ways Paris could be something similar, or like Mount Fuji in Japan, or the steppes of Mongolia, you know, Madagascar, you know, there's places I would love to go, and you hope it lives up to this vision that you have in your mind of it. But that's not always a reality. That just can't always be the way you think it is. Although I'm guessing that Mount Fuji is just as cool as you think it is, to be honest. After freeing a princess of a neighboring kingdom from the evil clutches of despicable slavers, she awards you the Medal of Courage. Very nice. We've been needing that for a minute. Notice that we dismissed the 25 halflings just to get the 47 dwarves, and that feels pretty okay. Don't really have room for centaurs, but this observation tower lets me know. What is that artifact? Is that the frozen heart? I think that's the frozen heart. We don't really need that. Gold mine. Hey, that's worth it. Badge of Courage. Fort. Shrine of the Third Circle. Trunk of... That's pretty good. Ooh. A hole in a map. Where to go and what to do. I've needed spell points forever now. We are going to work our way back through this direction till we can get to this magic well, and then we will figure out where to go from there. Nothing else really matters. Like, it'd be cool to go up in this direction. It'd be cool to grab all this. If I lose this hero, everything sucks. And if somebody lands right on top of me and I can't get away, I just lose the game. So that's not what I want to do. So we're going to ignore that for now. We're going to go pick up these great spells for Agar. I think he can still, again, I think he can beat Hector if we can actually get these really high quality spells. But until that time, we're in a bad spot. This is allegedly the birthplace of Crag Hack. Crag Hack was born in Cracked Earth. Crag Hack, Cracked Earth. Makes too much sense. I have to believe it. It looks like we landed for no good reason because we can't actually get anywhere. So we're going to get back into the boat. We're going to hope that we can get over to here. Maybe we can find more stuff. Sandro's in the boat. Rebecca is still trying to find these nifty spaces that Tundar told us about. 1,000 experience there. Troyan is getting to be a pretty okay hero. She's doing pretty good. Charity's going to pick up the experience because, of course, navigation seems like it could be pretty okay. And what does this sign say? Welcome to the Wise Tree. Luna was here. Is she Scouse? Sandro hearts Luna. You see the carvings? Yes, I do. And still, it's young love, so I will excuse their foolishness. It's very cute. Okay. Alrighty. We do still need to make some purchases. Folks, that's going to be the Ivory Tower. We picked up enough of these other resources. What's the likelihood? Oh gosh, it's day 6. We are 25 ore away from picking up a red tower. We are to the Cloud Castle. If we can get 30 ore, we can get a Cloud Castle and a red tower this week. I think that there's nothing more important than us doing that. So thankfully, Charity is able to reach this trading post. She's going to go back. We're going to trade for lots and lots of ore. It's going to be very expensive, but it's going to be very worth it. So the people that made Stonehenge, they didn't have a trading post to get the stones that they needed. We're going to be in a much better spot. Oh no! I thought we could escape. 126 archers. Let's see if this can go pretty well. And then, yeah, but 50 plus sites that are very similar to Stonehenge. Interesting. I did not know that. Bambi says, we absolutely have the technology. We just don't have the reason to. Okay. So we got enough cranes and stuff like that. We could do it. We just choose not to. I mean, yeah, there's no reason to it. Like, I love the fact that we could desalinate water, but it's like so expensive to do it. It's like, yeah, but why would you? That makes sense to me. 5 attack, 10 defense, 1 attack, 0 defense. We're going to get obliterated. Oh my goodness. I don't think I mind using these forces though. I think I'm going to counteract the bless with the curse. I think we're going to rush down the battlefield. We'll see how much damage we take. I think we're going to take a bunch of damage. Centaurs are killing 2 to 5. That's not enough. Halflings are going to kill 2 to 4. That's not enough. Ooh. 335 damage to, I believe that Medusa are like a 8 defense creature. Maybe more. That's not good. Even cursed. Even cursed. Okay, there's the bless again. Well, we have a choice. You can either take the full damage from this 2 to 3, or you can bless, or rather haste the dwarves. I'm actually going to haste the dwarves in this point. I actually think that that's just going to be more worth it. So that way they can actually get down the battlefield quick enough to do something. I think I actually want to get swordsman out of the way. Oh, look how little damage I'm doing though. 11 to 22. You might as well kill 3 to 5. Might as well. Because these 2 creatures together couldn't do it. So what's the point? Very, very, very nice. Archers killed 32 dwarves. That's a lot. But we survived just long enough. Hopefully we can kill 3. Wow, I guess I should have put a little bit of damage onto these guys. And then the battle dwarves could have snuck up, huh? Oof. Oof. Not good. Well, you can either curse. How you want to do this? Swordsmen have already gone. I don't think that they cast another spell. You can kill just 12 archers. You can haste the battle dwarves and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, you can haste the battle dwarves. How you just do that? Yeah, that's way better actually. Whatever I was gonna do, that's just better. So 6 to 12. If nothing else, it just prevents all this damage from coming down, and then I can use Cold Ray like a billion times. So I'm gonna ignore dwarves. I'm gonna let dwarves kill dwarves, battle dwarves kill archers. Just because I'm so upset at these bottom archers, I'm gonna kill them with the halflings because get out of my game, right? It's not like a logical reason, but just get out of my game. Down to 85 of the archers. By the way, we are losing, it looks like 8 battle dwarves on these retaliations. Oof. But we do have greater access into these archers. I think that with the cold rays, we're actually gonna do this fight. Like I really do. Let's see, with 4 attack, I think you gotta kill the creatures with the lowest defense. So I think you're still working on these archers at 2 to 5. Like, look, these halflings are, I got 9 shots left. I'm gonna kill the archers because I wanna make sure I don't take crazy losses there. That would just be the worst. So we're gonna cold ray here. Down to 59, we're gonna skip on the dwarves. And just use our cold rays. We got 3 more cold rays. Cold rays are killing 12 at a time. We're gonna kill 1 to 2 here. Kill 1, nice. How many shots left? We got 4. Shield here, so you don't want any part of that. 3 HP, yeah. We'll use a shot there to just clean those up. 10 to 32, let's do that. Yeah, just keep these creatures alive. Just keep cold raying. And they've got 17 spell points, but nothing to cast them on. Keep the battle dwarves alive. They're doing fine. 14, I think you do want to kill these single dwarves though. Then again, what's the retaliation? 18, and then we lose 2. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, just let these guys brawl. That's perfectly fine. 2 more cold rays. We are going to eventually have to attack these archers, and when we do, we are going to lose this fight, but they are not going to have much left over. That's going to feel pretty okay to me. Okay, dwarves goes down. Regular dwarves remain. Down to 35 the archers, 13 attacking 8, down to 7. There's 2. Still not attacking the shielded creatures. 7, 5. Dwarves down to 8. Down to 6. Final cold ray, 120 points of damage. That's going to kill 12 more archers. We're down to 21 archers. The shield is going to last for 15 more turns. I'm going to continue with my final bits of shots. That might have been my last shot with my centaurs. It was. With 5 more shots here from these halflings, we're going to be very happy with the job we did in clearing out over 100 archers. The enemy is going to be just devastated. I would be so sad, but we are going to run. We're not going to keep any of these troops. Maybe we keep the centaurs. Maybe we let the archers shoot either this stack or that stack. No, you can't do that because they got the blood morale. So when they do get an opportunity to shoot, you're just going to be, you just can't accept that. 21, yeah, let's kill 1 to 2. Dwarves are dead. You're out of movement points. 21 archers though. 21 archers can't kill 1 defense centaurs. Yeah, they can. They can kill, 21 archers can definitely kill both stacks here. And so here, we curse you. Goodbye. And sayonara. Agar the Foul actually did a good job. 105 archers, 20 dwarves. It cost us a bunch of good forces, but he actually did a good job. I'm very impressed with him. Not too bad. Not too bad. Okay. And Vammy says, they didn't have some crazy inventions we don't have, but they were a lot smarter than they are sometimes depicted. They understood arithmetic, physics, engineering, and were able to use what they had at their disposal to complete their goals. I personally feel like there is some technology, like there's some of the stones that fit together in South America, some of the stones that fit together in some other places of the world. It almost looks like the stone was melted. I feel like there's some chemistry at play with like sandstone and some other things that we don't really know how it works, like how they were able to get some of these stones to fit together, more than just tons and tons and tons of slave labor to cut the stones inch by inch and chip by chip. There's some indications of like rocks that look like they were folded in. And so I think that there's some technology out there, but there's absolutely the physics and the arithmetic, yeah, the engineering, like they knew what they were doing, and it's pretty impressive. And lest we forget, slave labor actually gets a lot of stuff done. So when people say there's no way you could have, you know, you would need 1 million people to do this working round the clock for years, it's like, yeah, they had that. Maybe not 1 million people, but yeah, they had. Just saying. You see an observation tower, but even the trees around here have Luna and Sandro markings cut into the trees. Truly, the wonder is, how could they do so much damage before being caught? Yeah, it's a wonder. With a wonder and a wild desire, we shall continue to listen to them. Welcome to Spritely's Crossroads. North is the Pixie Forest, east is Spritelys Springs, south is Spritelys Rest, and west is Volcania and Desert Springs. Volcania, is there a town or a castle over in this direction? Probably, but we're not going to go back for that until later. There's an artifact. It looks like an Evercold icicle right there. We're going to ignore that for now. Remember, everything we're doing right now is all about the ore. So if there was ore, I might consider doing that. Because there's not, I'm going to ignore it. There's a gold mine. I know I've just walked in this direction. I mean, it'll take you 4 days out of your way. And if somebody lands, you absolutely just lose. It's worth the time. I hate to say it, but it's worth the time, especially after I make a decision. I hate to rethink the decision, but I think one gold mine is just that good. It won't be that good if an enemy takes it immediately after, but we're gonna have to just hope that that doesn't happen. Okay, before I do anything else, we're gonna step on the trading post, so we're there. We're gonna rehire Agar here. Okay. So he's just gonna stay put for now. He does need to get full spell points, so he's just gonna stay overnight rather than go south. There's magic wells along the way though, so how about this? How about he makes a break for this magic well with just the gargoyles, and then Troyan's gonna hand off these troops that she's already got. She's just gonna try and give him whatever she has, and then maybe he can go stop the enemy from heading north too much further. Troyan thought that she was the main hero. She thought that this was her hero arc. Psych, it's not. It's totally not. Nope, it's not your time to shine. Oh, resources. Let's hope for ore, gold, mercury, sulfur, shipwreck survivor, spade of necromancy. Interesting. For a necromancer, having the spade of necromancy is actually pretty good. And then I think we decided that we want to land here. Oh, looks like we can't land there. Never mind. So I guess we're gonna go back. Let's see. Do we want to land here? Or do we want to land closer? Can we land anywhere over here? I don't know. We'll see. And then Sasquatch Royale says, I think that hero had pretty high attack and defense and Paralyze immunity. Yeah, they did have the Paralyze immunity. Oh, I forgot about the Paralyze immunity. So the Paralyze actually wouldn't have helped us. Getting the mass haste was absolutely going to help us, but the Paralyze wasn't going to help us. Sasquatch Royale, thank you. I forgot about that until you said that. Interesting. Very interesting. And Tundar says, I think that that's a reference to the Outlander. You're going to have to remind me which one that was. I forget. Bambi says, I guess Paralyze is a mind spell since Titans and Giants are immune to it. Golems should have a similar thing. Talking about Paralyze being in their bones and their connective tissues and their nerves. Yeah, perhaps. Xenoexcite says, maybe this was answered numerous times, but why did you curse at the end of the fight? I curse at the end of the fight because it's my way of shaking my fist at the enemy. It means nothing. It's completely symbolic. And in fact, it might even hurt you when you hire your hero at a new tavern. They will start off with 3 less spell points than they otherwise had. But I do it just because I'm just, flicking my nose. I bite my thumb at you, sir. I am telling the enemy that I don't like them. No reason. Yes, Sante Paulus understands. No reason. By the way, elementals are so lazily designed. At least they did it better in Heroes 3. Yeah, I thought that was not... yeah, because they are they basically are the exact same from playthrough to playthrough. I agree with that. Like, they just look the same. Although, I would be very wrong if I did not mention the fact that in Heroes of Might and Magic 2, the air elementals have some really interesting color cycling things. More than that, I can't really say because I don't understand it well enough myself. But if you talk with Zents will point out that there's some very interesting color cycling aspects that you get when you're dealing with those elementals. I feel like I should be able to land here. I feel like I should be, but I just can't. I'm sad. Oh well. In Outlander, the main character travels 200 years into the past by touching stones. Gotcha. Okay, understand. Very nice. Very nice. Alrighty. Well, we shall continue on our way. And alright, I thought it was some deeper meaning that you're missing. Yeah, it was just all about spite. I'm not a very spiteful person, except I kind of am. Hey, I'm just a guy playing a game, and the computer's the one that makes me do what I do. So I'm not to blame for the way I am. I blame the computer. Okay, folks, first things first, pick up the Cloud Castle because of course you do, right? And then in order to pick up our red tower, we do need 29 units of ore. If we can reasonably trade for it here, we shall. So leave this, probably get rid of the crystal. I mean, oh boy. 15 units remaining for Mage Guild levels. Save all the gems, because you're going to want them. That gets you up to 15. We got gold. We can trade. You're going to want to save all that gold. All that gold you're going to want to save. This will get you up to 15, and then this will get you up to 22. I don't think that in good faith I can get the red tower. I just don't have enough ore. It feels really bad. This feels really bad to have this opportunity and not pull the trigger. But as good as 3 additional Phoenixes could be if I got this on day 1, I just don't think it's going to be worth it. We got the one that matters the most. We won't forget that spells matter a lot because trading all those other resources means that we don't have the opportunity to pick up some nice spells later. So feels bad. Feels bad. Roman's in the chat. Hello, Roman. Yeah, elementals in Heroes 3 were looking much better. However, no idea why. I remember the sound of the air elemental moving. I loved it as a child. I do love that. That is pretty good, isn't it? Pretty good. Oh, there he goes north. He's trying to track down Charity. We will not let him. The yellow player, Flint, has landed. This yellow player continues to go up the coast and annoy me. Orange is being cray-cray. Absolutely crazy. Week of the Aardvark, so month 2, week 4, day 1. But remember, we got giants. And we're going to hold on to them until we can get titans. Again, we're going to go out of our way for the gold mine. Oh, I don't know if I love this choice, but we're going to do this all the same. We're going to pick up the experience. We only need like 1,200 experience for level 19. It's pretty good. And yeah, we've already landed here. Let's explore as best as we can. Oh, look, there's nowhere to explore. We just lose Flint. Do we summon the... Do we get back into the boat so that way they can't take the boat? I don't think so. I think that we... See if the tree is for free. It is. We'll take the leadership because it's pretty good. And we are going to lose graciously, and then we will rehire somewhere else. Thundax. We found Thundax. Very cool. Okay. Alrighty. Not much to do over here at the moment. Sandro is just going to sit and wait. Spend the night in the Mage Guild, as it were. Rebecca's going to grab the +2 to the gems. A couple of orcs, because sure, why not? So Mandigal's going down. Troyan does still want to pick up some freebies over here. This is going to be plus on the archery. 2 ore. Very good. Wanted that the other day. And then Agar, if you recall, he's still heading south. He's going to ignore this magic well because there's another one right along the way. Charity's going to leave this area. Trying to keep her alive. No sense in losing a hero for free. She does pick up the basic logistics, so that's pretty good. In fact, we're going to go to here. I think Hector might even be able to reach if he tries, but I don't know if he's going to know that he ought to. Probably time to pick up a Thieves Guild. just so that way I can see some of these other castles, like over here, up to vampires, over here. There we go. Trolls, over here. Hydras, yeah, here. Crag Hack's birthplace. Rocks, golems, magi. Okay, okay. Starting to feel a little bit of pressure from the enemies, but not too bad. But remember, I do want to go into this area because I think that there was multiple mines over there, and that's going to be important for me to get. So there he comes. Oh my gosh, I didn't think he would just reach out and grab me. Maybe he's got like expert scouting or something. That's crazy. Do we have spells? Rats. I'm just going to run. Whatever, I don't even care. Boreaster says that they need to go. So see you all next time. Goodbye, Boreaster. Thank you so much for being here. It's always a pleasure to have you. So goodbye. Take good care. And Roman says, see ya. Peace. See ya. Arrivederci. Ciao. Later. Take good care. Goodbye. Okay. There's another orange hero who is actually giving a lot of pressure from the south. Don't really love that. Maybe these dwarves will join for free. Let's see about this. Up to 112 dwarves. They're very slow, but golly, that's a lot of dwarves. So we're gonna, let's see, for that amount of gold, 14k gold for 11 steel golems. No, I don't want to have to lose these forces. I would love to take them into my army, but I just haven't hit advanced diplomacy yet. It's just the worst thing in the world. At this point, the ballistics is better than the gold. So we're gonna take the ballistics. We're gonna pick up gold on the beginning of next day. We might go just a little bit further to go get this fort, and then we will skedoodle back. If I could find another hero to go grab those other things, the gold treasure chests up here, I will. Because this guy just keeps coming on south. Where is he? Here. Tyro is like, he's gonna wander right into me. In fact, he's gonna pick up this observation tower. Yeah, just annoying. Just annoying. Okay, so Ector's here. Remember though, we don't actually have spell points yet. I plan to pick up this magic well. I'm gonna go straight here because I'm worried I'm gonna be just barely out of movement points if I don't, and I am. So that's 50 spell points. I think I can beat you. I think that he thinks I can beat him. But until we know for sure, we're going to continue on our way. I don't think that it's bad for me to pick up these 20-something Centaurs. In fact, we'll try and get those on in just a moment. Everybody's going to wait. Before the beginning of the new week, we will again get those Phoenixes. How far away are we from Titans? We just need a little bit of ore. So we're actually going to get Titans coming up from this area fairly quickly. Mandigal is going to stay the night so we can pick up full spell points. And then maybe first thing in the morning, he's actually going to leave and clear out all of this with 4 Titans. That'd be pretty sick, actually. That'd be a big pickup. If I was really worried about it, I could potentially use Sandro, my second best hero. 5-speed red dragons. Do I want to go through lots of Phoenixes? How much do I want to go through Phoenixes? How much do I want to go through this stone lith? Because here's what I could do. I can just take Sandro. Now that he's cleared all this out, I can go through this dragon patch with some 5-speed creatures, 1 single unicorn, and then he can actually lead my forces up there. So as cool as it is to have Mandigal here, it's actually much better if it's not him leading the forces. So let's see, let's make sure this is correct. We are attacking with a 5-speed creature. These are all 5-speed creatures. Yeah, unless there's 1 black dragon. I can't guarantee that there's not 1 black dragon. If there's 1 stack of black dragons, then we lose. So we actually need to wait a second. So let's actually have Rebecca go back and pick up a second unicorn just in case there's a problem. The assumption is that we can use these creatures to lose to and fast travel. That's actually not a fair assumption. There's a lot that can go wrong there. And if there's 1 single stack of black dragons and you just lose, that feels bad. Okay, so green actually went a couple of steps out of their way before they saw me and realized that they were in trouble. That's fine by me. But it does make me a little bit sad because I think that they can get all the way away now. Yeah, orange is taking that town. They've taken genies. Foremost scroll of knowledge for the +5 on the knowledge. I can reach Tyro now. Can I reach him still? I can. I'm gonna ignore this. Somebody else is gonna come back later. And we're gonna defeat this guy. Let's see if we can keep him from running though. Because if I can, I'd like to. Poor morale, that's gonna factor into my plans. Oh look, we even have some spell points now. 110 at a time. That means we can't kill 1 full stack of peasants for free, but that means that we can prevent some losses here. That kills half the stack of Centaurs, so that feels pretty good. Mass Bless, okay. Weird flex, but okay. 112 dwarves. Weird flex, but okay. We'll kill the creatures that are blessed. And the enemy runs. Okay, whatever. Whatever. They knew I had a magic arrow, so they didn't want to keep fighting me there. Somebody else will come back for this. I don't have time. I've got stuff to do. Things to do, places to be. Okay, we do need this second unicorn. We're gonna get it as far back as possible. Ugh. This feels so very inefficient. I don't love this. And the whole point of me doing this with this 1 extra unicorn is just to make sure that if there's a black dragon stack that I don't die immediately. Oh no, we lose. Aha! See? I'm a genius. The problems with fast traveling, if you're not prepared for a 6-speed upgraded creature, we would have lost there with just the 1 unicorn, and then we would have lost our Sandro, one of the best heroes that we have. As it is, we get to attack, fail, we get to take Mandigal, and just send him on his way anywhere he wants to go. And we get to take this awesome level 12 hero, and we get to provide him with the means to take some Titans for a walk. Absolutely beautiful. Perfecto. Good. Only 6 gems though. So do we want to trade for the gems? Or the 1 additional Titan? I think we do. Because we got all the other resources we need. Let's just trade here, 1 and 2. Oof, very expensive. But that might be the difference between him winning against some other forces and not. So let's do that right now. 7 rocks just for supporting creatures, and he's gonna go up in this direction. There's another hero in this jail. Let's see who this is. And let's have Mandigal actually hand over these forces just so they're nice. Let's make sure we have got the best artifacts here. So purse, good, good. Don't need luck. Keep the cord, keep this, keep these. Sure, why not? Skull cap, sure, why not? I guess this is actually it. I guess this is all we need. So Sandro is going to attack these champions in just a moment, and we're going to be very happy for it. Okay, good. Magic Well, we've already visited that. Troyan needs to step here. Slot over. And then she can pick up her precious gems. Oh. Didn't we just trade for gems? Order of operations matters. Have you noticed? Okay, we've already got the haste. Already got the logistics. I guess I can go south. He's probably going to run in this direction. How about I just go south as well? And defeat some of these other creatures along the way. That actually should be pretty okay for me. Here and here. Maybe split here. The way we beat these creatures is just by cold raying them into the ground. Unless I can go around them. I prefer to fight boars than gargoyles. So let's actually fight the boars to go around them. And then we'll go from there. And Centaurs, poor unicorn. Yeah, that poor unicorn. Did the best he could, but... oh boy. It's not easy being a unicorn, that's for sure. You don't get the respect that you truly deserve. I don't think the unicorns get the respect that they deserve. Like, they're a really good creature. Who was it? Somebody, I was talking to somebody. This is probably Vammy. We were talking about the differences between the unicorns and like where they fall as far as how good they are. If you think about it, they're better than Minotaurs, and that's got to count for something. Surely it does. Let's make sure we don't spend all of our spell points in case we have to attack that one guy pretty soon. If we can do 9 points of damage here, we can. So Centaurs are not going to get their turn unless we got good luck. or good morale. Let's try it. Let's see if we can get lucky. We can't. Oh. Sprites are folding like a wet paper bag. Absolutely getting demolished. Cold Ray is going to go on to there. 10 HP, 3 HP, 13. Let's go here. One more Cold Ray. Boop. Are you going to go all the way around? You dastardly bit of mutton. Okay. And we deal with lamb chops and go from there. Yeah, and we could go through the elves. Oh no, we actually still have to go through the gargoyles. I didn't think I'd have to. I thought I was being clever. Could go through centaurs. And if I go through centaurs and I got this treehouse here I can go to. Let's go through the centaurs and then we'll double back around. Once we got a couple of extra sprites, these fights actually go much better. And then maybe Ector's foolish and gets like a little bit too close. If they defeat these gargoyles for me, maybe I come on through. Send Mandigal to the treasure south maybe? Which treasure? This treasure? These treasures? Treasure to the south? I don't know. We never had the unicorn talk, I don't think. That's the problem. I know so many wonderful people that I keep confusing where I hear certain conversations from. If I can, I try to go back and find the conversations if it was written down. But more often than not, I just, can't find it. Makes me sad. Mandigal's once again going to be a caddy here, I just realized. On to a new day. Oh, there he goes. Oh, really? You think you can beat me? Whoa, that was close. Very close. But we survived. Whew. All right, Troyan, earlier I said that you weren't the main character. I've changed my mind. You're the main character. This is the time where like, oh, what's the guy from Attack on Titan? Captain Levi. You're the main character, but this is going to be Captain Levi coming up here to save you. So you're still the main character, but you're definitely getting your butt saved. Okay, we're gonna do single gargoyle here, and with 30-something spell points, I could maybe step out of the way, but I'd be worried that I would run out of spell points, or rather movement points just barely. Oh no, we lose. No, we're not gonna lose. If you do want my opinion on them, they're like glass cannons, just like every other sorceress unit. Yeah, I completely agree. If you have 40 HP, for as expensive as they are, it's just not gonna move the needle for me. But they're much better than I give them credit for. Because if you can do max damage, and remember, sorceresses love mass bless because all their creatures benefit from the bless spell so very much. If you can get them blessed, then yeah, they actually work really, really well as a glass cannon. My one thing I struggle with is that I want them to be something that they're just not. I want them to be a big tanky creature. I wish that the Hydra was actually a part of the Sorceress faction. That would actually be really cool in a lot of ways, because then you have the option to have this really cool tanky option. It's not. They never will be. I need to accept that that's just not the way that the game works. But still, they actually fit really well into the forces of the sorceresses. They really do. Ooh, Wizard's Hat. Superior Scroll of Knowledge, Black Pearl, Endless Cord of Wood, Lightning Helm, Seeing Eye Pendant, Kinetic Pendant, Armored Gauntlets, Traveler's Boots Mobility. Agar, look what you just did. Agar, you just took out a major enemy player. Good job. Troyan, you're the perfect bait. I'm very proud of you. Well done. I will never disparagingly say anything about you again. She's like, wait, were you saying bad things about me behind my back? I'm like, me? No. Never. No. Would I do that? Nah. I do tell people fairly frequently. I tell people that I do say things about people, right? I tell my coworkers, I'm like, yeah, I talk about people. I don't say nothing behind people's backs. But usually what I do is I'll say things to people to their face, and then I will also tell other people, I'm like, I've already told them to their face. They know that I've said this. I'm not like saying mean things about them. But I will admit, I'll be like, yeah, this person's not very good at this, right? The other day, what was it? Oh, it was personal. It was not personal boundaries. It's like the level of personal boundaries that you get in social work, where you are trying to make sure that you don't have like a bleeding heart for every single client. The idea when it comes down to like social work and like supporting people, if you are not careful, you will absolutely get wrapped up in people's lives. And that's actually probably not the best thing for you, and it's probably not the best thing for them. Like, they would probably benefit most if you're able to be very professional and keep appropriate boundaries, where you don't say, I wish I could adopt this kid that's being abused at their house. Like, it's a noble thing to say, and like, absolutely, we all wish that we could like help every person out of this tough situation, but not always can you actually do that. So I told a client or a coworker the other day, I'm like, yeah, you just want to adopt every single kid that's going through the worst times. And she's like, yes, I do. And she understands that she can't do that. And I understand why she wants to do that. But I also don't want her to take work home with her and get completely and utterly burned out. You know, you can't sacrifice your own personal life. You can't sacrifice your family and go home exhausted at the end of the day just for somebody else's family. You want to. It's your job in a lot of ways, but it's also your job to make sure that you can do the job for however long before you burn out and get sad. So that's an example of Phixfox telling people something to their face. And then I told that to another coworker. I was like, yeah, you know, we have this talk about trying to make sure that we're taking care of each other and taking care of ourselves. You know, it's important stuff. Responding to the panic cries of a damsel in distress, you discover a young woman fleeing from a hungry bear. You slay the beast in the nick of time, and the grateful sorceress weaves a magic cloak from the bear's hide. By the way, if it sounds like I'm being very like dismissive of a absolute horrible thing happening to somebody, Celia, why, you've had a bit of a glow up here, Celia. Very nifty to see you here. Truly, I probably am that same person that needs to do a better job of making sure that I'm not. I probably need to keep much better boundaries, because I take a lot of work home with me when I ought not to. And it's not required, and so I probably shouldn't. So, anyway. We lost the boar, but we picked up 15 skeletons. Celia is going to just follow behind Sandro and take care of all these extra little goodies and suches. So Sandro, take one more step forward, please. Do I need this artifact? Not really. I did pick up the kinetic pendant from somebody else as well. I'm not going to worry about it too much. So long as Mandigal can actually go up and support to take some of the slow creatures away, just barely, then I'll be happy to just say, you go here, take the gold. And we come upon a golem wearing a glowing pendant and blocking our way. Acting on a hunch, we cut the pendant from its neck. Deprived of its power source, the golem breaks down, leaving us with the magical pendant. This kinetic pendant makes us immune to paralyzed spells. Very good. And then Sir Sandro is going to just do this little swap here to make sure that we are 6-speed creatures. And so by the time that we figure out where we actually want to go, we're going to be okay with our speed for this upcoming day. Elemental Enforcement Zone, Dwarven Litter Police, Inquiries Post, 2. 3 Dwarven Palps, Elemental Rest Park, Spritelys Rest, and Spritelys. Very good. 30 additional skeletons. Man, Sandro's actually doing a great job. Good job, Sandro. Well done. I'm very impressed. I didn't think you had it in you, sir. I probably don't want to kill these trolls because I've seen enemies over here. Unless I'm ready to go up and attack. I don't know if I am or I'm not. If I'm ready to attack, it's not a problem to go up that direction. If I'm not, though, it's probably a bad idea. Okay. So Rebecca's just going to sit here and wait because she's got nothing better to do. Hang out with some orcs at the Orc Tower. And actually, maybe I should have her snoop around and try to find... I don't know. It'd be nice if I could find the thing that Tundar wanted me to find. Water Summoning Altar. I got to go through these elves anyway. Maybe I don't. How many spell points? 6? It's 2 hastes. Or 1 cold ray. It's 2 magic arrows. I'll go through these enemies. I'll accept these losses. No, I won't. It felt like just a few too many dwarves to lose. Never mind. I can't stop it. I can't stop it. Bambi says also, aside from the dwarves, yeah, dwarves being a tanky unit, we were talking about the unicorns, right? So aside from the dwarves, who are kind of tanky, the sorceresses don't have really a lot of tanky kind of units, and that kind of hurts. Oh, the treasure in the volcano area. Oh. I think think I missed some of that though. Though it seems further than I realized maybe. I don't know. I think that you're right. I think that I want to go left. I want to continue to go left into this treasure area over here. I mean, it was right there. It was right there. But I feel like I can send another hero later. I don't know. It wasn't until after I purchased all of the Titans I realized how little gold I actually have, which is why I'm glad I went and picked up that one gold mine over there. I don't know when I'm going to be able to send a hero back in that direction though. Probably fairly soon. Don't you think? Fairly soon I'll be able to do that? But like, look here, I can't even purchase 30 water elementals, so I'm not going to try. Cold Ray, already got it, no worries. Iron Golems, Going back here, going back there. And actually remember, Agar's got all these really nice artifacts. Let's make sure that we get this Superior Scroll of Knowledge and this Black Pearl actually onto my main hero, plus the Traveler's Boots. Let's give them some really awesome units pretty quickly. And we'll have a good time in just a moment or two. Okay, let me check a look at this. It's 4:30. Or we're 4.5 hours in. Let's see. Vammy says, it's an interesting thematic talk, a more neutral, nature-aligned Hydra, rather than a more common depiction of them being evil creatures. Yeah, Hydras kind of get a little bit of a bad rep, don't they? They're not bad, they're just misunderstood, right? But they are nature units. They are naturally occurring, they're snaky. Yeah, sure, they might be kind of swampy, but just because you're in the swamp doesn't mean that you're bad. Is a wyvern a bad creature? I don't think so, you know? Is a gorgon a bad creature? Okay, maybe. But yeah, I think I feel you there. Yeah, would they be more interesting if they were just a neutral sort of creature? Maybe just more neutral in alignment, so they were not actually evil, just kind of neutral-ish. Tough to say. Okay, we're gonna use this hero. I was kind of saving her to pick up these little bits. There's stuff to do over there. Let's have her go grab all that. Let's have Agar send the best heroes, or rather the best forces. First off, Traveler's Boots goes here. I don't have leadership, so I'm actually gonna keep this Badge of Courage. I'm gonna send over the +4. I'm gonna let go of this Endless Patch of Crystal. I'm gonna send that over. So keep the morale, because our morale is horrible. You gotta keep the Elemental Ring, it's awesome. Serenity Pendant, plus the... Jeez. You can't be berserked, you can't be blinded, you can't be paralyzed. 3 of the worst disabling spells. The fact that you can find this trifecta and keep it on you at all times is actually kind of nifty. I don't know if it's a good idea to do it, but geez, I'd like to. Skullcap, Paralyze. All right, could be useful. But then the fact that you also have to put 2 Medals of Valor onto you because you don't have leadership, that just feels so bad. Once I get Titans, I'm not gonna have to worry about blinds and paralyzes. And then I got room for a +3 attack. Gotta keep the Elemental Ring. I think you might next want to get rid of the Pearl for the +1/+1. Lightning Helm is actually really stupid good. We got 3 resource generating artifacts on Agar. We're gonna leave the +1 gauntlets on him and the Wizard's Hat. We don't really have a Barbarian might-based hero, and that's okay for me. That doesn't hurt my feelings too bad. 93 Dwarves are just too slow. In fact, all these creatures are just so bad in a lot of ways that in fact you might as well just keep the Dwarves. With full spell points, the forces don't matter because you can just summon units from the ground or from the fire or the air, depending on who they are. I think that we keep it just like this. Agar is going to go north, so maybe he can get Titans and bring them from the north to the south. But then once we get Phix here to the Magic Well, like we're good to just head south. We'll pick up these artifacts. You know, we might even send Troyan down with us. I don't know. We will see. Tell you what, let's do this fight first. 24 skeletons, artifact. A quick and deadly battle with the Necromancer wins you the magical pendant. Later, the wizard tells you that the pendant protects undead under your control from holy word spells. That's our second one, have you noticed? And then there's another 26 water elementals there. There's maybe 100 water elementals out on this adventure map, as yet unclaimed, which is kind of a lot. So slow creatures have got to go here. I'm going to get rid of some of these artifacts that just are bad. 2 boots. Probably don't really want those there. And I'm just going to go in this direction. We're going to have Mandigal take 1 step out. So Sandro's going to continue on up in this direction. There's a jail. And remember, Mandigal's actually got the summoned boat. So there's actually, oh, I didn't even see it, but there's water right here. So let's actually have him get back into the water fairly quickly. We'll send Celia, who's not really Celia, up in this direction. Do we have room for one more hero? I kind of want to like let go of Rebecca because she's just not doing it for me here. She's got 28 orcs. First thing in the morning, I'm going to let her go. And then I'm going to hire another hero here in Wishtown. And then I'm going to send them south or into this area to pick up all this. Yeah, I'm just lacking enough heroes to do what I want to do. That feels kind of bad. But I do need Titans on my main hero as soon as possible. 3 would be lovely. Absolutely lovely. Okay. Because my stats, I think, are far superior to any enemy that we've seen so far. So, max spell points. Hello. Very good. That fight looks bad. Let's adjust that. Okay. So, oh, send Mandigal down to the volcano area to pick up the treasure. Yeah, we'll send somebody over there. That's for sure, Vammy. We will absolutely do that. Let's see. Roman says, is there a reason why FHeroes team added new stone liths? I mean, it looks cool. I'm just curious why they thought that 3 is not enough and we need another one. I don't know. I don't know. You would have to ask them on that one. I do like the idea of having those additional liths because it does add some additional flexibility, right? You know, now you have 4 liths that you can have from place to place. I could see a map maker running out of lith space. In fact, Tundar might be able to talk to you a bit more about that than I can. I think at this point I'm just gonna hit Q. Just getting the battle dwarves up there. Yeah, it saved a ton of troops. So yeah, maybe ask Tundar or one of the other map makers. Like, so it looks cool, but do we need another one? Good question. You and your men see the elemental police capturing another hero. You wonder what they could have done to break the rules around here. You also wonder if you, a king, could be arrested. I don't actually see another jail. I don't see another jail, but I'm interested to see if I can find it. Send over the gold pouch. You did the moment I wrote it. Ah, perfect. I'm so glad. I'm glad that we were on the same page with that. Good stuff. Very good stuff. Let's drop here. Step here. I'll wait to dismiss because I might not need to at this point. Troyan's going to go south to help our logistics out over here. Oh no, we were 1 turn away from getting the 2-speed dwarves off. Whoops, my bad. And then Agar's again going up to get Titans for the new week. Sandro, I don't know, do you fight dragons? Okay, we've got to get rid of Rebecca because we're going to hire a new hero in just a second here. You see the jail, the familiar jail Luna always seems to find herself in during these adventures. She'll make this scenario much easier. Luna. Oh, Luna. Level 6. Expert Necromancy. So look at this. So she's a sorceress, but she does have the Expert Necromancy. Very interesting. 15 unicorns, 75 skeletons, and Chain Lightning. Yeah. Okay. All right. She's pretty good. I like her. We'll keep her. We'll keep her, I guess. But does Sir Sandro have enough to defeat lots of black dragons? I don't think so. Mandigal, though, definitely has enough to let Sandro go north. Fight a shipwreck. Pick up an observation tower and look at all this treasure. Folks, Mandigal is going to go into the water right now, today. There's no ocean adjacent. Oh, I thought that there was no more boats left. That's not an adjacent ocean? Oh, maybe right there? Maybe right there? Tundar! Tundar! I'm trying to get into the water. Help! Okay. Well, Sandro's going to continue on his way. I guess I could defeat Ambrose. Let's go defeat Ambrose. We can, so we shall. Leave the trolls? Nah, we'll take out the trolls. Since we're right here, we're going to take out the trolls. +1 here. And that means that Celia is actually way far behind in their retainer duties to try and prevent their lord and liege from being too slow. What are these dragons guarding? I don't know. Will I find it out soon? I don't know. Mushanki Pet says, oh, hello, Mushanki Pet. Nice to have you there. There's a map maker that could tell you their opinion on the multiple lists. Personally, I think even 4 is not enough for some maps. There you go. It's simply a matter of having enough to let the map maker deliver the experience that they want you to have. Because yeah, if all the liths go to the same spot, like we all agree that one set of liths is too few, right? If there was just this one lith, that's too few. And so then you have 2, and then you have 3, and then you have 4. Like where is the line, you know? On an XL map, maybe you need 10. I don't know. You could deliver a very interesting and unique experience with 10, but as a player, it'd be very frustrating to try and keep track of. That's how I feel about it. Okay. Mammy says, base Shadow of Death has a ton of liths, and Horn of the Abyss adds even more. Oh, okay. I did not know that. Did not know that. Goodbye, rocks. And hello to the compass. An old man claiming to be an inventor asks you to try his latest invention. He hands you the compass. Trunk of gold for $7.50. A noble woman separated from her traveling companions asks you for help. After escorting her home, she rewards you with a bag filled with gold. That means we're going to take Troyan and just make sure that there's no artifacts here that we need to take off. For example, this trunk, it's nice, but not necessary. Skull cap, we just don't have even a Paralyze at the moment. White pearl for +1/+1 is just not good enough. So we got 3 artifact slots available at the moment. Very good. And yeah, I think we're just gonna go south. Now that we got this other artifact, I think we're just gonna go south. 6 wood, zombies are dead. And Troyan's gonna take the slowest creature, so everybody but the 5 speed, let's do it just like this. 5 speed veteran pikeman, and now we are as fast as possible for the beginning of the new day. Almost home to Titans. Mandigal is gonna see, can they summon a boat? Nope, looks like no. How about here? Aha! If we summon a boat here though, are we gonna be in a spot that we can't actually sail from? Let's see. Yeah, nope, we're in the water. That works. Perfect. That's gotta be pretty frustrating as a map maker, trying to prevent people from breaking your map by sailing where you don't want them to go. I'm sure that happens a lot, actually. Sure it does. We're going to take the defense here. We enter into an arena and face a pack of vicious lions. You handily defeat them to the wild cheers of the crowd. Impressed by your skill, the aged trainer of gladiators agrees to train you in the skill of your choice. I will take the defense. Keep them alive? Maybe I should have gone for attack since I already had so much defense. Oh well. Standing stones. Attack skill. I'm going to pick up all these stats. +1 of these stats. +1 up here. I'm not going to stop into the Centaurs. Even if there are some, I'm actually getting rid of these 4-speed skeletons. It just hurts me more than anything. And then I can get Mercenary Camp, Witch Doctor's Hut. We can go up north. Maybe we even, I don't know, maybe we find the enemy. Maybe they're not ready for me. Maybe their main fighting force is way too far away. Who can say? Okay. These dwarves have never been gotten. 40 dwarves. Oof, it's a bunch. You know, I just realized. Do you know what this artifact does? I only just realized, like, I've been playing this map for like 5 hours. I just realized that these bone dragons have the ability to double your summoned creatures. So we have an artifact already that halves the cost of all summoning spells. Right now, we can summon up to 36 fire or air elementals. And now you want to make it so I can double that just by fighting bone dragons? How many? Lots? Too many. Well, there's a water summoning altar right here. Maybe not too many. Let's fight this fight. 1 chain lightning is going to make this fight go even better. And then maybe actually with the water elementals, like that's... We'll see. We'll see. I am probably going to cast 1 more chain lightning in just a second. Dwarves aren't even going to walk forward. There's just no purpose for it. Here and here. And I'm just gonna hit Q right now. 4 and 8, that seems okay to me. Not the best, but okay. Basic wisdom, cool, we'll take it. How many? 25? Is 25 enough to win this fight? You can cast the chain lightning 1 more time. It'll kill 1 bone dragon, that's not really a lot. Hmm. 1 and 0? No way. We're not going to fight that fight. We're going to need some other forces to really do something nifty there, but we can clear out all this, probably kill trolls. Maybe we pick up this lighthouse. Yeah, that looks pretty nice. Let's plan on doing that. And then that's going to take us to the end of month 2, week 4, day 7. Okay, I'm going to do one more week and then I'm going to take a break. And I'm actually like debating in my head whether or not I should keep playing or whether I can't. There's no way I can clean up this map today. We are just about 5 hours into the stream, and I would hate to go longer than I should and make a very poor decision just because of fatigue. So because this is probably going to be like a 8 to 10 hour map and I can't do it all in one day, I'm almost wondering if I ought to do it in 2 reasonably bite-sized portions, if that makes any sense. What are you doing? There you go, Troyan. So I'm going to go for 1 more week. I'm going to kind of gauge how I feel at that time, and we will either take a break or we will call it for the day. So we got about 1 more week left before we are going to move on to that little bit of decision making. Goblins are out of the fight. That way they can better morale. And go. Okay, perfect. Boop. Nope. Dead. Good. Fine. Gold. Free sprites. And we have got to take this pyramid today. Even if our forces look bad, even if it says that we lose, we're still going to win because we're going to be casting Summon Fire Elemental. Probably, yeah, as soon as we can, we're going to cast Summon Fire Elemental because all these creatures are going to be faster than ours. 4-speed Water Elementals, and then we're going to have the 5-speed Fire Elementals for the first round of this upcoming bit of combat. So that's going to be 36 Fire Elementals. Whew. That's great. Let's do that again. And we're going to move out of the way so that way these Steel Golems can step up and work on the stack of 7. With the good luck, do we kill 7 Vampire Lords? We do. Beautiful. And then we actually want to try and prevent losses onto these dwarves because they're going to persist to the next fight. These Fire Elementals will not. So I'm just going to step to here. Skip. Skip. Perfect. Could not expect any better. 58 sprites goes down. A small cost to pay to learn the ancient art of Summon Fire Elemental. I used the stones to destroy the stones. At least nobody else can get it now. That's actually not completely worthless. So I don't feel too bad. Okay. We fight here. No, we can't take these poor exchanges. The cost is too expensive. When there's potentially Titans out there, we got to be pretty careful about what we do or don't take. There's an artifact guarded by a paladin. Oh, Serenity Pendant again. Okay, we're going to see if Troyan can grab that here today. We're out of movement points. We'll just do a full swap. 4-speed, 3-speed. We lost the Veteran Pikeman, so we'll just do it like this. I will take the Serenity Pendant for now. Agar is ready to go with these new Titans that we're going to bring up. And I think I'm actually going to do it like this. I think I'm going to... Yeah, we're just going to bring just these forces. I'm going to leave the Magi. Rocks are really good, but I'm going to save them for now. And we're going to send these creatures back to the south. Is there anywhere else I ought to go with some Titans? I mean, I think I might be able to defeat the Bone Dragons with the Titans. If I send these Titans up, we could actually go back and defeat Bone Dragons and get this awesome artifact. I just don't think it's as worth it to me as going south is. So we're going to go south first and go from there. Mushanky Pet says, some vanilla maps like Surf and Turf are absolutely annoying to play because they only have 3 big portals. Tell you what I just realized. We stopped streaming a little while ago, didn't we? Cool. Well, we made it back. I think that we stopped streaming for like 30 seconds. It used to be that I had I'm using a second screen. It's really kind of cool. I've got a second monitor now. And I know for you all, that might not be like the coolest thing in the world, but for me, this is like a big technological upgrade. And it actually allows me to play games I otherwise couldn't play before. But it does have the unintended consequence that whenever I accidentally disconnect, because the library internet kicks me off every 6 hours, whenever I disconnect, I actually have a problem because I don't see the little message pop up like I used to before because it's on a whole separate screen. So I did notice, but that was probably like 2 minutes that I was just talking to dead air. So if you are slowly filtering back in from Twitch, welcome, welcome. No, we did not call it a day. We just simply ran out of internet, but we're back. So for those of you who are watching this on YouTube though, you're gonna be like, Phixfox, that was weird. You were just recording and then you just took a break as if something horrible happened. I wouldn't say something horrible, but something did happen. So anyway, but we are back one way or the other. And so I'm going to get caught back up on chat. Mentioning Mushanki Pet saying that some vanilla maps like Surf and Turf are absolutely annoying to play because they only have the 3 big networks of portals, whereas having more portals would be much better. And I agree with that. That does make a lot of sense. Like having additional portals actually goes an awful long way towards being able to deliver the experience that you as the map maker want people to have. So makes perfect sense to me. Oh boy. I don't want to fight this fight, so I'm going to say goodbye. I do want to know if there's another place I can go, though. Aha. Aha. We're going to catch these guys in just a moment or two. And yeah, it's just good to, I don't know. I like the idea of at least having flexibility as a map maker. You can have as many portals as you want if you're a map maker, and if you can do some pretty cool things, I'm sure. Okay. Let's see. I said I was going to fight these trolls. I'm going to, for the +2, that's actually a pretty good artifact. Let's see, 150 points of damage onto 1 big stack of trolls. That should do 160. That's 4 trolls there. I think we win. Yeah, I think we're going to win. I think it'll be fine. It's going to be a lot of damage, but we're still going to have like 2 unicorns left. Way more. We're going to have 8 unicorns left by the beginning of round 1. Yeah, that one chain lightning actually did a lot for us. So then we're going to kill... Oh, let's just kill here. It's probably going to be here for 2 turns. Yeah, 4 HP. Wow, there's 4 left? That's crazy. The reason why that's weird that there's 4 is because I was trying to make sure that I could retaliate and clean up creatures. With 6, I'm going to kill 1 to 3. I kill 1 again. I get low into damage, and then there you go. And then you just obliterate them. Oof. Hello. 6. I probably should have attacked this top stack. You'll do more damage before the enemies rejuvenate their forces. So that was actually a mistake. You actually want to attack the top stack of trolls rather than the bottom stack. Like we attack here, we killed 1, and then when we retaliate, we killed a full another troll with 23 HP left. That way we're not spreading the damage around. With trolls, you want to just stick onto 1 stack of creatures and kill them dead. That's the goal anyway. Alright, from here I'm just going to skip 4 bits of damage there. And then I'm going to put the dwarves here so the unicorns can go around actually. And from here, we call it a day. 6 unicorns, 88 skeletons, 9 back. We will take the navigation. And more importantly, our artifact for the +2 in the defense. Okay. Celia, I don't know. Celia's going to walk up and maybe get attacked. It's possible that... Hold on. Connect pendant. It's possible that Kastore is going to turn right around and come and kill Celia. If that's the case, so be it. I just want to make sure that Sir Sandro has access to this whole area. And kills all these guys before we get attacked by somebody else. We might end up doing an accidental fast travel where we have to surrender. If that happens, I'll be very sad. Oh no, folks, it's month 3, week 1, day 1. You know what that means? That means that we didn't purchase our Phoenixes. Dang it. Now, we still would have had to trade for 30 ore. I'm like, do you really want to trade for 30 ore? No. You don't. Ore mine. Ore. Wood. Sulfur. Mercury. Or to the south. We might go to the south and take Green's ore in just a second or 2, but we'll see. Okay, let me get caught up on chat because we are back. We are back on Twitch. Roman says, I am pretty sure you'll be able to make use of 10 networks and make them perfect trap trial tasks by using them. Tell you what, the less liths you have, the better it is if you can't press spacebar. Being able to use spacebar to go through liths as many times as possible, I think it's actually best if you don't have that option available to you. If you're going to have multiple stacks of liths. It's just my 2 cents. I could be wrong. I might not realize some of the unintended consequences of that, but you know, things I think about. Oh no, we lose. Oh, we still win. Jeez. And you also like the idea of one-ways. I like the ideas of one-ways, but I don't like map makers that become completely dependent on them. It's the most frustrating part about Heroes of Might and Magic 4, which is very sad for me to say because I like Heroes 4. I like Heroes 4, but I hate it when you use one-way liths just to annoy the crap out of me and prevent me from going places that you don't want me to go. It's just the worst when the map maker made it so the enemy can come right to your main castle at any time, but you can't attack them. That's not good map design. It's frustrating. I don't think that players here would use those powers for evil like others would, but I'm just saying what I'm saying. Your troops are a might force to be reckoned with. Until the kittens come out, I guess it takes a true soldier to be able to take a moment to adore adorable animals. Yep. We will say hello to the kitten just because it's adorable. What can I say? It is what it is. A sophisticated vampire flies to your gates. Your Majesty, Luna has been captured and is being held north of Spritelys Springs. Sir Sandro sent me to inform you. Sir Sandro, you are way slow on the uptake, as is everybody else. We're going to take paired with Ranlow. I'm actually going to fight this fight just to cast one summon air elemental, and then I'm going to leave. A little bit of damage there, not too bad. Air elemental, Q to end the battle. Perfect. One dwarf lost, not too bad. Wow, this has actually got some stuff in it. Very cool, including a statue, which I don't have many of. Not going to upgrade this castle anytime soon, just because we don't have the ore for it. There's another jail, though. That could be interesting. Who was my hero that was following me? Troyan. Let's have her pick up as much of this treasure as possible. Statesman's Quill, not too bad. And then after I defeat the pikemen, summoning another air elemental, I might hand over the most important artifacts, just so that way I can have her go do important stuff, like make room for this hero in this jail. So, boars, that's fine. It's acceptable. Tree of Knowledge, free knowledge, we'll take it. 15k, that's going to be expert ballistics over the estates, which feels fine to me. So we're going to go south because I think that we saw some mines to the south. Let's go grab those. Agar is coming as far south as it can with these artifacts. Kastore is going to separate me from my main fighting force. That's a little bit concerning. I might not be able to reach there in time before bad things happen. Oh, I might not be able to reach there in time. We will see. Zarfall says, I always love the flavor texts on artifacts, windmills, etc., even though I've probably read them 100 times by now. It is my favorite thing. I don't know. I don't think that every Heroes player has to read every single windmill and artifact, but I try to read every single one of them at least once per game. It just makes me happy, first of all, and second of all, I think it really adds to the viewing experience. So I'm very glad that you enjoy it because I'm going to keep doing it. I'm not going to stop. I refuse. Can't stop, won't stop. My skeleton is going to go before their centaurs. So we're going to kill the genie. We're going to let the rest of their forces go. Cold Ray did 70 damage, that's fine. We're going to end up paralyzing the one stack of centaurs because 94 damage is a little bit more than I want to handle. But they've already cast their spell, so they can't remove that. And now from here, with 207, let's see, I'm going to kill one full stack here. Perfect. So we're going to paralyze. Kill. Perfect. Skip. Do I kill 11? Perfect. Skip. Do I kill 94? Not quite. So, what's the best way of doing this? I think that you just want a magic arrow for 150. You want to kill as many as you can. Skip. And then can you kill 25? I think so. 25 it is. Perfect. 1300 experience. We kill this hero. Sir Sandro picks up a mage's ring of power and 35 skeletons. I don't think that he's actually out of artifact slots. Yeah, he just took those guys out though. Good job, Sandro. And I'm guessing all these windmills are actually visited. He's got bigger fish to fry either way. But we're going to be happy to pick up the sulfur mine, and I'm actually going to see if I can prevent enemies from walking through these liths any further. There's one. There's two. Okay, I'm just scared to go in this direction because north is unknown and I don't want a hero to pop out and take me. The stone statue of a warrior holds a silver shield. As you remove the shield, the statue crumbles into dust. Very good. Here, and here, and Okay. Okay. Because of the drop in stream, let me just get caught up on chat to make sure that everybody knows that I know that you're here. Okay. Vammy says, well, if there were more liths, say 10, then you wouldn't be in the situation you usually are in with Heroes 2, where you get lost in the liths because one lith is connected to 7 others. Instead, you would have multiple types of liths that would each go to 1 or 2 other places. That does make sense to me. I do like that. I think that's a good idea. So, more types of these liths might make maps less confusing than more. By the way, pyramid on a dirt fight. Never think I've seen that before. Very good. Sentepals says that they need to go. So good night, Sentepals. It was a pleasure having you. Thank you very much for being here. It's always a pleasure. Let me know when you get your headband. And Tundar says good night, buddy. Good night. Okay. Give me 1 second. I want to do something real quick. Okay. I'm just checking the time just to make sure that things are going good, because I can already tell that I'm kind of flagging. I'd said I'd go to the end of this week, and then I'd make the decision about whether or not we would just call it for the day. There's still at least 5 more hours to this map, so we're not going to take a break. We're going to get to the end of this week, and we're going to call it a stream, because 5 hours is plenty of time. But that means we got a couple more days to be very, very impactful, and that also means that the enemy's got a couple of days to do some really nifty stuff. Like this orange hero, this guy scares the living daylights out of me. This guy is terrifying. And orange, unfortunately, has a lot of information about the center of the map. Agar can't actually get where he wants to go because there's enemies in the way. Now, I could potentially go in this direction and get up to Luna and then maybe fight it out over here. I don't think that that's even possible. I think that he just needs to go back and defend and make sure that there's no problems up here. Hate to do it, but I think that that's the play. You feel somewhat sheepish. You've just left the temple, but your men keep asking for permission to bring their own cat. This doesn't fill you with much confidence, but you allow your troop a pet cat. Pheelix the cat. I'm very happy that we got Pheelix the cat. That's wonderful. I gave Troyan a chest there, and she got 2 levels, and that got her up to advanced logistics. That's perfect. Hello, Pheelix. Such a good kitty. If you can't tell, I absolutely love animals. As a kid, I already said this, but I used to just chase the neighborhood cats all around. Not advisable. I'm not going to have my kids do that if I can help it, but it was a fun time. Yeah, if in another life, I became a veterinarian. Not in this life, but in another life, I'm definitely a veterinarian. That's for sure. Let's see. If I could just keep these forces back, these 36 fire elementals should just clean house because my stats are so good. 15 attack, 4 defense. So we're going to skip one more time with all these other creatures, and I'm just going to hit Q to end the battle. Yeah, not a problem. We're going to leave the Heart of Fire. Just don't want it. Just don't care about it. I do want Sandro to cast his View Minds real quick. Sulfur over here. Ore is way over here. I'm kind of in the wrong direction for that. Kind of going in the wrong direction. Legendary Scepter, +2, +2, +2, +2. We'll go to the end of this road and then we'll figure out where to go from there, but I'm going to continue to explore because it looks like nobody's ever been here before. And so I would like to know where this all goes. 2 witches' huts, kind of interesting. Mandigal is on the high seas, doing such a good job. Oh, Thunder Mesa Dominion, Flotsam. For wood. Lightning Helm, another one. Couple of bonuses there. Celia's gonna do this new job. It's gonna be Celia's job to step on through and try and pick up all these extra resources. With these 4 titans, I don't know, can I go south and meet up with Phix? I wonder if this combines. I wonder if this comes into here. Otherwise, I will go the long way. Like, I will go this direction. Then again, Discotopia is right there. Tell you what, let's go pick up Discotopia since it's right along the way. Let's clear out as much of this as possible. Do we have gems? We got 3 gems. We'll pick up 3 genies. 2 genies. Maybe more here. We'll secure this little area, and then we'll try to get these 4 titans back over here. That just seems like a good idea. I don't really want to go through these rangers, but it seems to me the best place I can be. We are out of spell points, by the way. Have you noticed? Maybe it's time for these water elementals. Still super far away from the red tower. Still need 30 ore. gotta be... It's gotta be what's his name? Not Flint. It's gotta be Mandigal on the high seas that finds ore in some of these barrels. Like that, I mean, Mercury's actually really good, but it's not what I'm looking for. This is the next barrel, but there's not many after that. Lots of treasure still at sea, but not as much as I would like. I'm gonna do one spell just to help this fight go better. These forces are fine for now, but I am worried that I am not being as smart in saving these creatures like I ought to be. So I feel like I just need to be a bit smarter. 1 in 9, much better, good. But this is going to take us to a sulfur mine, so 1,500 more gold. We're going to go right through these swordsmen. I'm going to cast the fire elemental one time, and then I'm just going to keep these forces back. Yeah, and we're still moving forward. Still moving forward. Here and there. No, come back. Fine. What I'm going to do is I'm going to cast Haste so that they can get into the fight right about here. Odd flex, but okay. Good luck obliterates the enemies. I love the way that they run. Okay, 6 fire elementals. Basically, it cost me 18 spell points with the haste and the summoned fire elemental to get there. Folks, we see a Dragon Utopia, Dragon City rather. It looks like these will combine. So this was good scouting, and there's Freedom Spire. Whatever forces these are, I think we can take it. Let's hire the Thieves Guild one more time. 1 Thieves Guild lets you know what is in the castle. 2 Thieves Guilds gives you a good understanding. Yeah, I could take a pack of Black Dragons. Unless I get blanked on the first turn, I can absolutely take a pack of Black Dragons. So we're gonna make this happen. A little bit of gold there. Can we actually... We do only have 8 heroes, so we do have the opportunity to pick up Zom. Zom's got nothing. He just got captured for freebies. So Troyan's still alive. She's gonna be the better hero at the moment. If for no other reason than she has the advanced logistics. We're back to Wishtown. We'll wait for a couple more dragons. Offload the Centaurs. Sandro? You hear the rumble of drums. The melody inspires you, inspires your men. Impresses you, excites your men. You hear the rumble of drums. The melody inspires you, inspires your men. Impresses you, excites your men. Let's join these barbs and party. The rhythm from this town inspires dancing. In fact, the rhythm of the way that you said that inspired dancing. 3. They purchased more troops since the last time I looked at this, and now we went from easily winning to barely winning. With some spells, we definitely win, but oh my gosh. Woof. Zarfall says the power of level 5 spells on clear display here. I completely agree. Yeah, summoning all these creatures is like, it's good. It's impossibly good. And since we have the stats to back that up, it's great. It's perfect. It's perfect. Okay, this Barb might have a Mage Guild. We need to wait before we do anything. I'm going to attack Orcs and kill 13 to 20. Yeah, I'm going to kill 13 to 20. There's a blind. Oh, and I was going to... My bad. I was going to use the Paralyze on the War Trolls, but because they didn't get their turn... Yeah, because my creatures already did their thing. Okay, fine, whatever. You've only got 4 spell points left, so good luck ever letting that Paralyze wear off. I'm gonna have the skeletons just sit here. That'll actually make it easier for me to deal with these wolves in a second or two. And Paralyze. Ogre Lords. That's an easy Paralyze. We will tank the damage from the Cyclops. No, I don't want the double hex attack from the Cyclops, so we'll take the damage from the wolves. 26 damage, not once but twice. I'm gonna have the genies go down the battlefield. They only had 1 spell power, so the blind already wore off. There's the double hex attack. We knew that was coming. And then actually, if I attack here, oh man, I almost got the Cyclops to hurt themselves. The Titans lost their turn due to poor morale. That's very sad. Very, very sad indeed. I've got the one magic arrow. I'm going to continue to use that a couple of times. 6 to 9 of the old chieftains one more time. Wolves go down. Skeletons are going to just sit here. And now the enemy is blind locked. There's nothing they can do. We're going to curse. We're not going to curse. That's not quite what I meant. We're going to surround them with all this damage. And then at the beginning of the next turn, we'll decide another 3 to 5. I think that we just paralyze one more time for only 4 spell points due to the skull cap that we have. I think that we will let them forget to take their turn one more time. 11 left. I will take the damage from 11 left. 2 ogres there. They magic arrow the genies. 1 genie does go down. Okay, maybe I should have paralyzed one more time. My bad. My bad. I should have thought about that. I'm gonna have the skeleton step up and start the magic arrow one more time. Genie will stay back just in case, but the skeleton's a step to right there. 5 to 7. Lose a couple of skeletons. Good luck on the retaliation. There's only 3 left. We'll let the Titans finish this off. 18 and 1. We go from losing 3 Titans down to losing none. And we get 42 skeletons for our trouble. We will take the expert necromancy there. It seems like it's actually doing some good for us. Wow. Holy cow. Oof. If you search hard enough, you can find dozens of game-breaking things. Jeez. I have not been searching hard enough, that's for sure. We'll do better. Summon boat. That's actually a big deal. Summon boat is actually a big deal. Because up to this point, it's only been Mandigal that's had summon boat. Right? But now that you've got Sandro with it, like, I'm feeling okay about myself. That's good. Kastore is coming. And so now I can actually run if I need to. I can summon somebody else's boat and just peace out. I could just take a boat, but I'd prefer to take the stuff. Trading a little bit of resources for that. I'd rather take the stuff. And then, yeah, and come back later, I guess, maybe? Question mark? I mean, there's a boat here, lots of liches, Serenity Pendant. I kind of would like this castle. I'd love this. +7 attack and +2 defense. If you can go through a pack of giants, I definitely can. Sandro can do that. Let's go get this artifact. We saw this months ago. It's time to go pick up that, so we shall. Don't want to lose Celia, but let's have them go through all these windmills. Given that there's not a lot of resources I can find anywhere else on the map, it seems to me like it's the best thing I can do. Let's pick up dwarves, and let's hope that there's actually a few more dwarves we can pick up these bone dragons. Lots of ghosts. If we get rid of the 9 skeletons, we can go through the ghosts, pick up dwarves, halflings, cold ray. We'll go here, go here. Before I do anything else, let's dismiss 9. And then we'll win the day in that way. Okay. Free tree. Yay. And 1 hero goes north, 1 goes south. Looking for ore. That was almost a huge mistake. Did you notice? So Celia is currently getting lots of resources, but unless I can devote a second hero to just standing on the liths, they're going to get attacked by somebody. So I'm going to go to this spot right here, 2 ore, and then maybe I can make it, if I dismiss the 2-speed zombies, maybe I can make it through. Yeah, I can stand on the stone liths first thing in the morning. We're going to give that a shot, because if I can do that, I would like to do that. Okay, we got a lighthouse. Don't want a pack of titans right now, but I do want this pack of genies. We will go through the Crusaders for it. Maybe we pick up the genie lamp? I don't think so. I think we got enough spells. We'll be fine. 90 spell points. Tons of paralyzes. That was 6 more dwarves. We've already dismissed the skeletons. North. Oh, and dismiss the zombies because the 2-speed creatures just slow you down too much. Through a cave. Through lots of steel golems. I'll accept those losses. Very good. You approach the town. As you do, a horde of green and red dragons fly over your forces. The wind from their wings sends the small units hurling to the ground. What a sight to behold. It's a pack of black dragons. If I fight this fight and I lose, I just lose the game. We got 74 spell points. That is, what, 4 casts of the summoned fire elementals? Yeah, it's going to say we lose. We're not going to lose. This is a lot, actually. Oh, why do we keep doing this to ourselves? I'll tell you why. Because it's classy. Is it not classy to live life on the edge? Tell you what, this is actually probably an instance of Phixfox being tired. I'm still happy we're doing this fight. I'd be wrong if I said I wasn't, but I recognize it's probably not the best thing for me. It's probably not best for my health. Okay, so we're gonna kill one dragon at a time right here. Boop. Oh, 2 dragons? 10 dragons down to... We killed one, even with good luck, we only killed 1 black dragon. Okay. All right, we're gonna need to do that a couple more times. There goes your... Nice, good luck. Let's go, baby. There goes your gargoyles. No, not quite, but you're down to 7 black dragons. You're down to 6 black dragons. We still got some okay supporting forces too, though. Let's kill 2 to 4 of the griffins. We kill all of them. We get a little bit of retaliation there, a little bit of retaliation there. Dwarves can actually step down maybe and hit the dragons. They can. It's good for a little bit of damage. Okay, very good, very good. Fire elementals are going to take this retaliation from these black dragons, which is excellent. And we did 68 damage. Really good. Let's do another summon fire elemental. 5th level spells, Zarfall. You're the man. You knew what was up. That was like the 3rd or 4th time that these fire elementals got good luck. Holy kittens. That is sweet. That is awesome. And under all that barrage, these forces cannot withstand. Like, I am pummeling right through them. If I was a dragon right now, I would say this is just not fair. I would say, Phixfox, this isn't fair. I can't believe you would do this to me. How dare you? You've stolen my dreams. How dare you? That whole fight cost us 1 water elemental, 35 centaurs, and 2 steel golems. That's pretty good. Vammy asks, how does a dragon's fire breath kill a fire elemental? I don't know. I don't know. I can't tell you. I don't know the answers to everything, but I do know the answers to a lot of things, including, why is Phixfox so happy? There's nothing. It's a good thing I didn't just hurt myself by fighting this fight, but I'll tell you what I was really hoping for. I was hoping for something to get more spell points. Magic Well. Look, this doesn't go in the same direction. It's interesting. Okay. Well, because now I can't really fight the Dragon City. I should have fought the Dragon City first because I thought we'd be fine. Have you ever noticed that there's actually like a red dragon tower in this castle here? I wish I could zoom in. But in the town of Freedom Spire in the upper right corner, hold on. Let's take a moment. Boop. All right, we got to do something real quick. This is important to me. Where is this? Go there. Okay, we're gonna take a little bit of a detour. This is kind of important. This is kind of important for me. Okay, we'll go here. We'll go here. So, as you know, I like to do stuff. Yeah, I just do stuff, you know. Recently we were looking at the portraits for some of the different heroes. Just in case we're not seeing the same thing. This right here, right? This little thing, definitely a red dragon tower. I had no idea. Vammy says, yeah, the red dragon tower is always there in the town sprite map. I had no idea. That's super cool. And of course, like, other than that, we've got the gargoyle nest right there, which is always nifty. We've got, what else do we got? So gargoyles right there, dragons right there. Is there any other buildings that are recognizable? Probably. That's got to be your tavern, doesn't it? Yeah, that's your tavern. I don't see the Mage Guild or anything else like that, but this building, and this building, those are all definitely recognizable. Very cool. Very cool. Well, I've learned a lot. And that is absolutely worth my time. So, well, Vammy, I'm glad you knew that, but that was news to me. That's A-okay. All right. Visitors to the Spire, please mind that this is a dragon sanctuary. Any exploration is at your own risk. We highly advise respecting dragons like they are your own mother. Dude, My mom has never beaten me in my life, but if she did, I would be very scared because that woman has excellent aim with small objects. I'm not saying that she's ever thrown a shoe at anybody, but man, I bet she could. The thing is I don't want to find out. So I'm not going to do anything to find out. You know, I'm not going to mess around and find out. That seems pretty reasonable to me. Oh, it was the Thieves Guild on the left. Oh, Vammy, you saw some more stuff than I did. Very good. 2 and 8, not too bad. Pretty sure that the Red Dragon Tower is also there in the Dungeon Castle Sprite. In the Castle Sprite. We're going to have to upgrade that just so we can find out. That'll be pretty important for us. Okay, Horde of Air Elementals. Jeez. We've only got 20 spell points left. I'm just going to look around a little bit. Oh, what's that? Is that a Night Castle Lakeside? We might have to upgrade Freedom Spire ASAP just so I can get a Mage Guild, just so I can purchase it and get full spell points. If I do, I'm actually in a huge bastion of strength, but if I do that, that means that there's no way that I'm going to pick up... No way I'm going to pick up Phoenixes, and I don't want to delay Phoenixes one more week. It's day 5. Do I have a hero near this trading post? Day 4? Or it's going to be 4 days? Let's see. Day 6, day 7, we can reach. Yeah, we can reach. It'll be close, but I almost forgot that we need to trade. No ore. Because yeah, I don't know if you know this, but if my hero dies, I lose the game. And so with spell points, I am unstoppable. With no spell points, I am kind of bad, just because these forces are just not good enough. So we will see what we can do from here. But let's chalk that up as an example, pyramid, of some of the failures of Phixfox when Phixfox gets tired. So let's continue just a little bit longer. Oh, yellow got into the boat. Interesting there. And orange is going for charity. It's kind of interesting. Okay, and otherwise we're going to survive. How does a dragon defeat the fire elementals? And Roman says overcharging. The batteries can explode because of that. Maybe fire elementals can too. I like that idea. That's perfect. That is the kind of discourse I live for. Dragon Sanctuary. This park is reserved for dragons and their families. Any hunting may result in being eaten by dragons. Human visitors welcome in the human town. But I'm not welcome here. Gotcha. I'm gonna go through the goblins. I'm gonna accept the goblins. All of a sudden I'm much better because of it. Please give me a magic well. I really need one, yeah. I'd like to take this abandoned mine. I just picked up 87 goblins. That seems counterintuitive, which probably means it's bad. There's 5 ore. That's actually important. Sandro loves Luna. Sacred Fix family tomb. It is with great respect we house the greatest leaders in our long history. Aww. Wonderful. As you approach the pyramid, you notice inscriptions you've never seen on a pyramid before, but you very much recognize the patterns. It's your family crest all over the golden slopes of the pyramid. Folks, I feel like this pyramid is very important. I feel like we need to get to this pyramid as soon as possible, because if this pyramid is special, maybe this pyramid has got something like, I don't know, Dimension Door or something. So I'm going to actually go into that direction as quickly as I can, just to see if we can make something nifty happen. Agar is hoping that by going through the Oracle that we save ourselves just enough movement points to be fine. We're going to pick up no gold, 1,500 gold, a little bit of flotsam. Don't get too close so that Croto can't kill us. Okay, we're good. Sandro's going to finally go through these Crusaders. With the Paralyze, we'll be even better off. I don't want to lose the genies, and I'm actually not going to... hire the genies in the lamp right next door. It's actually bad for me at this point because trading resources for gems is not good. I need my resources for other things. Let's kill 2 Crusaders. Not bad. I kind of wish I did that over there now. One genie goes down, not once but twice. Probably should have blinded. Ugh, I should have blinded. I meant to blind and I didn't. Let's go here. There's 2 genies left, 1 HP on the top stack. I will lose all the skeletons. I don't even care about skeletons. I don't care about titans. Do not care. Don't talk to me. When I say don't talk to me, I don't mean you. I mean that the titans shouldn't talk to me. I mean that the Crusaders shouldn't talk to me. Don't talk to my skeletons or me ever again. You know, that kind of thing. One more Crusader goes down. We will take the damage. No problem. Couple of skeletons, a couple of genies, and then finally this fight with the giants. Yes, we shall. But remember, we can't paralyze and we can't blind, so we really kind of got to stand on our own 2 feet for this fight. In fact, I don't know, should we haste? Would that be useful? We could bless. Let's do that. We will bless, and then we will do some haste. Oh. 4 blessed titans did double damage and did 504 damage. That's pretty good. Yeah, that feels pretty good. I was gonna consider doing like a disrupting ray. That feels exceptionally good now though. Is there another way I can buff you up? Sure, let's do that. Let's get lucky again. That's okay, we did the best we could. Okay, skeletons are going to survive for one more round actually, which is perfect. That's going to set up this kind of nice little concave. They lasted a full another turn. That's crazy. Did not expect that. And now that means that I actually want to, let's see, disrupting ray here. Kill here. That was 2. Uh-oh, are we going to lose genies like here? Probably not. The titans are so tough. At this point, I just need to fight this fight so the genies don't get hurt. Yeah, you can't. 29 defense, 13 attack. You got no chance. You've done 100 damage total at this point. There's just no way. We'll kill here. Good luck is great. We killed 2 more giants, and the final giant, they're 60 HP. The genies will pretend like they were very useful in that fight. 7 skeletons go up, and then this Phoenix has no chance. We will take its skeleton for us, and the Holy Hammer for the +5, and then the shield for the spiked shield. You come upon a bridge spanning a dry gully. Before you can cross, a troll steps out from under the bridge and demands payment before it will permit you to pass. You refuse, and the troll charges, forcing you to slay it. You take its spiked shield as a trophy. That's great. Graveyard, this should be free. Pathfinding, perfect, and we will take the 4-leaf clover for our troubles, and we are going to take the Town of Rest after we take this ore along the way. That's actually very, very useful for the ore. That means that there's less ore that we're gonna have to trade for. 2 more crystal. We're gonna go back through the list, back to our favorite spot. Not here. Not here. Right there. And then yeah, I would prefer to have 2 heroes in this area just so we can pick up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 windmills a day, or a week rather. That'd be pretty good. We set ourselves up for this fight against lots of ghosts. 11 spell points. I mean, 46 dwarves, 29 water elementals. Let's put the dwarves in the middle. Let's go on closed formation. There we go. We'll take 11 skeletons back from that fight, and then we will pick up dwarves 42 up to 53. We'll pick up the halflings, the cold ray, and then whatever dwarves we can. We'll circle back for the bone dragons in just a little bit. Very cool. Oh, even if Agar doesn't reach, we got this other hero that's heading this direction. I'm a genius. What? This is horrible. You see a road leading to this large pit. Surely this is significant. You get your men to dig around, you find something. I didn't ever step on this hole? How did I even manage that? Apparently there was this hole and I never stepped on it. I thought I did, but hideous mask. Okay, we'll take it. Thankfully it's on a hero I don't really mind for, but there are a couple of, let's see, over here I know for sure. There's a couple of alchemist towers on this map just to get rid of some of these cursed artifacts. So maybe by exploring and trying to find nifty artifacts, maybe this is what Tundar meant. Maybe Tundar meant Phixfox. I've got surprises for you. Please look for them so that way I can curse you. He didn't mean that. I'm sure he didn't. We don't see red. Yellow's got 1 hero in the water. That yellow hero lands. They've also got the upper left corner and they are near my 1 gold mine. Orange recognizes that I have tricked them out of their windmills. There's some hero activity behind not one, but two Titans. I wonder if there's like a land bridge that takes you to somebody else's territory. That's kind of interesting. Disrupting Ray, great, cool spell. You need spell points to cast it though. 22 left. Like, we could do this fight. We could. We talked about wanting to fight this pyramid. Let's go through the horde of greater druids. We might have to cast something. We might have to use 15 spell points on like a summon air elemental. 87. We do not have enough forces here. How much defense? Only 4? I don't know if we win this fight. Even with the summon air elemental for 15. Let's see, so 15, that gives us 7 spell points left. We can cast a haste. We can't cast a teleport. We're gonna take a bunch of damage right off the bat. Or we can go the long way. Yeah, or you can go the long way. I just don't have the spell points. We're gonna go the long way. There's no guarantee that that fight goes well, and it's my main hero, so there's no sense in playing stupid games to just hopefully not win stupid prizes. We pick up this observation tower, a couple of boats. There's plenty of boats on the map. That's great. Ore mine. There's our ore mine. We need that ore mine like 3 days ago. Okay. Otherwise, we got to go through ghosts in order to get this direction. Lightning Rod is excellent for Luna with her chain lightning. Holy Hammer, another +5. Okay, but remember, I do still want to get to this pyramid because it indicated it was special. That makes me think that there's something really special on it. I think that I feel like there's got to be something special with it. If that's my dimension door, I'm gonna use it. Okay, let's trade wood first because wood is, yeah, it's important to use the 20 wood to upgrade towns into castles, but there's also a lot of flotsam out there, and we are using a lot of this wood to trade for the ore. Let's also trade for crystal because we do have a crystal mine. Let's use that to get ourselves up to 30 ore. And folks, with that, it only took us 3 months, but we finally picked up our Phoenix Tower, which is great. So, we're doing good. It's fine. We're surviving. We're gonna be okay. Couple of dwarves. We are going to pick up 2 more stacks of dwarves, and then we're going to go north and fight that fight finally. And Celia's just going to stay there, aren't ya? Dang it. I had said that we were going to pick up this ore patch along the way, and then I traded before I got to it. Does order of operations matter or what? Alrighty, whatever. Okay, we're gonna fight this fight. It's gonna go super well. 29 more skeletons, tons of experience, and there's a shipyard. We can actually just buy a ship now. 30 gargoyles is awesome. We're gonna keep those. And the 40 centaurs because sure, why not? For 10 wood? I don't know. I could summon a boat because I have summoned boat now. Got summoned boat. Do I want to get into the water? I don't know. There's some stuff up here. There's another obelisk, and I'm not too far away actually. Yeah, I'm not too far away from actually having what I need. Plus, we did pick up the pathfinding, so we're going to go through the swamp because we're actually going to be able to do it pretty well. Dank Cemetery. For funeral bookings, please seek a priest in the local town. Opening times, 6 a.m. to 4 hours before midnight. Math is hard. 8 p.m. Day 1, or 7 days a week. So 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. I'm glad that Tundar has given these nice people some time off. That makes me happy. Makes me happy. Because you gotta take care of yourself, right? You gotta do some of that self-care we were talking about. Very important. Okay. Man, we are not hitting on these sea chests. Have you noticed? A little bit sad, actually. Okay, Centaur Cave. Probably gonna actually dismiss these centaurs in just a moment. Never mind, there's a bunch of centaurs here. 15? That's not a bunch. But we'll finally clear all this out. All of this out. Maybe even step on the pyramid with Agar. He's only got advanced wisdom, so that's actually not a good idea. 4 titans here, 3 titans here. Somehow all of our titans are congregating in this general area. That seems weird. Not quite what I would like to do. Not quite. We'll see. Tundar says, nice looking spot between those trees. Bet a hero would get a nice view of the sea from between those trees on the beach, eh? Between these two trees? Do you think that a hero would get a good look at the sea, Tundar? From this little spot here on the map? Given that I haven't found a single solitary secret on this map so far, I think that that's actually maybe the map maker being like, dude, you are bad at hide and seek. I'm never gonna pick you if we're in like a Where's Waldo tournament. So I think that I better believe our map maker when he says, hey, Phixfox, these two trees provide a pretty good look. Thank you, I appreciate that. Okay. Sasquatch Royal says, see you on the next stream. Thanks for this one, GG. Thank you very much, Sasquatch Royal, for being here. It's been a pleasure having you. So thank you for the follow. Thank you for the time. I'm grateful that you love the YouTube videos. I'm glad you've been spending the time. I'm just about done here. My poor little brain doesn't work anymore. And Phixfox wife says that that she's checking in, and it's a big map. It's a new map. Asks for my ETA, and Phixfox wife, I will tell you, like I'm telling Sasquatch Royal, I am cooked. So, I think it's time, folks, that we just hit the save. I think it's time. Yeah, I think we're just gonna do Spritelys King, right? We're gonna save that right there. I had done the save at our break. I had actually gone and I'd saved the game when we had our break. What was that? Probably 3.5 hours ago or so. So that's now been saved over. We have one save there. And let's see. Yeah, there's a lot going on here. I would like to be able to defeat Kastore, who is currently near Discotopia, but where exactly I can't remember. Oh no, wait, no, they're back up here. Yeah, Kastore with his pack of black dragons actually is making their way back up north. Because of my spells, I feel like I actually need to focus on the orange player. Because if you remember, there's 2 wizards and 1 warlock. I actually think I need to go defeat the warlocks as soon as I can. I'm gonna go pick up the pyramid as soon as I can. I'm gonna try and wage war against the orange player so I can take their dragons, because I'm scared that I won't be able to defeat strong, magically inclined, magic immune dragons. And then we'll figure it out from there. But I think that we're actually in a pretty good spot with this map. The only problem is that enemies have a pack of 6-tier creatures, and I've only got 7 titans to play around with. But so long as I got some great spells and some great stats, I think that we will find a way through. So in the meantime, folks, we're going to call that a day. That's going to be the end of the stream here right now. Whew. Phixfox wife, we don't say stupid. We're trying to teach my kid that certain words are not okay, and stupid is one of those words, so sorry, did not realize that. Zarfall says it's probably hypnotizing that pyramid to trick the player. Probably, but if that's the case, I will be excited to find out very, very soon. We will see. Dammy says you need the ore for the castle anyway. You're completely correct. And actually, given that we're only 13 ore away from Freedom Spire, maybe that's actually the play. Yeah, 13 ore away. Heck, with 53,000 gold, that actually might be worth trading for. Where are you? How much would that be? That'd be maybe a quarter of my gold and then a little bit more just to get to the ore necessary. Kind of want to save the sulfur, but not really. What if I trade like half the sulfur down to 25? What if I trade the rest to here? And the reason why you gotta trade for 25 is because, whoops, wrong place. The reason you gotta trade for 25 is because you gotta get the Mage Guild first thing in the morning. So here's what I'm gonna do. Man, I'm so tired. Oh, I'm so tired, but I do I want to keep playing. I really want to keep playing. But I'm so tired. Like, clearly I'm making bad decisions. I'm not paying attention. I didn't realize that that yellow player was so close to my main castle. I didn't realize that Mandigal was about to get attacked by an orange player. Like, I'm missing things, and that means I need to stop. Oh, look at that. My dwarves resisted the spell. Oh, they resisted the blind. Very good. Very good. So because I'm missing things, I feel obligated to just leave. We're gonna save this hero. The wood is super valuable. Do I care about any of these forces? I care about the dwarves. 50 dwarves is actually a lot. with the price to... Do you have diplomacy? How's it so cheap? 50 dwarves is only... Okay, tell you what, I'm gonna try and lose some of these forces, and then I'm gonna surrender out because I would like to actually keep some of these dwarves actually. So let's just make sure that we don't get obliterated. 7 phoenixes going on the defensive, that's actually silly. Why are you like this? We kill a couple of elves, very good. We'll kill a couple of sprites, very good. Dwarves are gonna skip. Oh no, we're blinded. I wish I could get the phoenixes to hurt themselves somehow. I just don't see how that's gonna work. I can kill one more elf with the magic arrow. I'm gonna skip on the boar, so that way I have maybe one more chance to run at the very last moment. Skelly boy is gonna go here. Rocks are gonna continue to work on these poor elves. 2 more elves goes down. Until the phoenixes actually want to tangle with me, I'm just gonna continue to hurt their feelings. Skeletons down to 12. Once again, the phoenixes have wasted their turn. Okay. Let's see if we can kill all of the sprites, maybe. Last chance for romance. Okay, I'm gonna cast this one final magic arrow, and then it's not worth it to me for anything else. Yeah, we saved ourselves about 8,000 gold. I'm gonna accept that, because the majority of this 5,000 gold is because of the dwarves. And then so we've ended this turn, so that way I can do a couple of things. We ended the turn so that way I can do the things that I will be very mad at myself at if I don't remember to do. For example, build a mage guild. First things first, build a mage guild. Second thing, rehire Mandigal, but where do you rehire him? He's a level 2 wizard, 2 attack, 1 defense, nothing good. He's got nothing good, but he does have 50 dwarves. And that could be useful, maybe. Who's this hero? Gem, a few titans, several bone dragons. Is there a better hero that ought to go and fight that fight? Let's go here so that way I don't forget. Hey, a dwarven monk stops you. He takes a good look at you from your shoes to your head. You're the king? Sir, please take these boots. Long live King Phixie. Traveler's boots, that's another pair of traveler's boots here for Sir Sandro. Looking mighty fine, sir. So we didn't forget about that. We purchased ourselves a mage guild. I mean, you cannot lose this town. I mean, that's just incorrigible. But I don't have any fast travel abilities. I can't... main heroes just gotta sit here overnight and get full spell points. Phixie's just gotta stay. Troyan's just hanging out. I know I said I would quit, but geez, I'm having a really hard time, can you tell? I'm gonna kill here. Wisdom. Witch's Hut. Perfect. Yeah, maybe it should have been Agar, level 7. He should have been the one up here. Tell you what I'm gonna do. I've made the decision. Oh, you ask a local water elemental enforcement officer what's to the east. He tells you that there's a sprite harbor and a swamp to a warlock town. Oh, very cool. We're gonna step on the stables. First thing in the morning, we're going to get Mandigal, and we're actually going to have Mandigal evacuate. You'll see me do this fairly constantly, fairly consistently rather than lose forces in a fight that I might maybe win, maybe not. I will instead just take the most important troops and run, like, you know, 143 halflings. Let me just take them. Let me take the 3 big, beautiful titans. Let me take the Magi. The enemy's gonna hire them. They're not gonna be upgraded. I'm gonna have to fight them if I leave them. Do I really want to take them? Yeah, I'll take the Magi. I'll leave the boar. I'm not gonna trade any resources because I need all the resources. And then with these forces, we're gonna leave behind 4 Magi and all these other creatures. We are going to leave. We're gonna run as far as we can until a better hero with better stats than 2 attack, 1 defense can get up to us. And that is, you're the better hero with 1 attack, 1 defense? Yeah, you are, because that's an extra 3 titans, and that's a cold ray for 210 points of damage. That matters. So we're gonna abandon Wish Town, we'll come back later. We're gonna stay overnight here. Is there any enemies near the liths? I don't actually see any. Oh, yeah, I do. There's one. So Celia has to stay. Luna continues to go and grab dwarves. Up to 71. Zam is going to stay on the trading post because they're very useful there. And folks, I know I said that I was already done, but we needed to do that. And now we're going to save one more time. So, Spritelys King. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, alrighty. Tundar says, brilliant job so far. Thanks for the great stream. Phixfox wife says he wasn't happy with you saying stupid. Well, that's why my streams are rated M for mature, and they're not for kids. I'm just kidding. I keep these things pretty family friendly. Nami says, remember to hit the save. Okay, we have definitely saved. Mushanki Pet says it's a long map for sure, and there's a ton of ways to do it. Perfect. Your game isn't even close to look like mine, which is pretty cool. I like that very, very much. Tundar asks if Mushanki Pet would do the stream at some point. And Bambi says, I think your best bet are the hit points on those 50 dwarves. I feel like you could have stood your ground there, possibly. With 50 dwarves, I possibly could have stood my ground here. It all depends on how good of a hero gem is. In fact, 4 attack, 4 defense, 5 spell power, 10 knowledge. Maybe I could have. I will purchase the captain's quarters just to give my forces a little bit of opportunity. Yeah, just a little bit. And we'll see if we can take down some enemies there. We'll see how it goes. Mushanki Pet says, yeah, that was complicated to me. The map is huge and I already have a ton of heroes VODs to deal with, so I preferred to do it cozily on my end. And I think that all of us who play Heroes of Might and Magic appreciate being able to cozily play our Heroes of Might and Magic too. So, save again since you got the captain. Okay, it's done. My lord, it shall be done. All right, folks. And with that being said, that's actually the end of the stream. So thank you so much for the time. Thank you for the energy. Holy cow, there's been a ton of people. Oh, wait, I need to do something. I need to check to see if there's anybody we know that's playing Heroes of Might and Magic so we can go and raid them. So please stick around. Let me do that because that's pretty important. So if you're still here with me, let's go check to see if there's somebody else. I'm going to sign off and then we will go check to see if there's anybody to raid. So very important to me that I ask all of you a huge favor. And here it is. Look after you, look after your friends, look after your family, take very good care of yourselves, because if you don't, who will? My name is Phixfox. I'm grateful for the time, grateful for the energy, and until I see you next time, we'll take it easy. My name is Phixfox. Bye-bye. Okay, so Vammy, Mushanki Pet,